to force. Survival for the fittest is the drive.
Who are we blackmailing?
But nothing beats the feud in a family where one disappears and another fights for the crown.
It was not supposed to go this far.
It's the desire to succeed that keeps us going, the deception that keeps us digging, and the laughter pill that keeps us living.
국장님, 안 그래도 전화 드리려고 했는데.
유지야, 너 나한테 속이는 거 없어. 네가 테리우스를 도왔다는 게 사실이야.
당분간 떠납니다. 춘수 준이에겐 잘 말해주세요. 절대 나대지 말라는 명령은 꼭 지키게.
따위로 하는 거야. 실장님, 장미호텔 천상호 맞아요?
아이, 그러면요, 사모님.
김호태 씨, 무슨 일 있어요?
You're saying Casey is a bad person and she brought me to see you.
Mom, kuna vitu zingine unajua bado ni mtoto utaelewa, ya?
Naongea naye.
Who are you to question me, Casey? Get out of my way. So, ulikuja na nani kwangu?
Na Badi.
Kuna mambo yanaendelea hapa ndani na sio mazuri.
Rick atakuja kwa event?
Why do you care?
It's okay, you don't want to tell me why Mom left.
Hannah, come on. Not again.
A very good morning to each and every one of you who is tuned in on the show on this very day where Kenya marks exactly 1 year since the new regime took office. Now, today we have a lot in store for you, and one of the interviews that we will be having right here on the show is about the digital economy, where I will be joined by Francis Njuke, who is a talented Kenyan innovator and startup mentor who has a company, an innovative company, where he is the CEO and founder of HPAS Global, which is a smart access tech company. We will be talking about the digital economy and everything that surrounds that. My name is Vivian Degwa, and with me on my left is the one, the only Victor Olo. Good morning.
Good morning, Vivian. Thank you so much for being with us. It's the 13th day of September 2023. All right, so as Vivian has alluded, today we'll be talking about how the government, the Kenya Kwanza government, has performed to this end. 1 year on, what are some of the hits and misses do we have to look at? We'll be having that later on. So stick around for that. What do you think has the government performed? What are some of the hits? What are the misses? And where do you think the government can improve on? And what do you think the government can do to sustain the momentum? That and much more coming later on. But right about now, it's time for Regina Manyara to tell us what's happening in the world of Habari. Regina.
Thank you very much, Victor. And just some overall is that we can say that Kenya Kwanza at 1, or the government scorecard. This sets a pace that we start off here at Good Morning Kenya. This is likely to push all the way to tonight as we look at the hits and misses of the Kenya Kwanza government, given what they said during the campaign trail, their manifesto, and what they have done in the last 12 months. We are open to your feedback. Our Twitter handle is at KBC Channel 1. Mine is at Ray Manyara. And also we have news from across the world where it is feared that 5,300 people may have perished in Libya following the flash floods. Good morning once again. I'm Regina Manyara. Now let's bring you up to speed. Now, President William Ruto's overall performance in the first year in office has been rated above average at 55%. According to a survey by research firm Infotrack, and which was conducted between August 23rd and September 10th of this year, the Ministry of Interior was voted as the best performing at 59%. However, close to half of Kenyans believe the country is headed in the wrong direction.
Infotrack Chief Executive Officer Angela Ambitho says the survey covered all the 47 counties in 8 regions of Kenya. President William Ruto's performance was rated at 55%, which according to the report is a seaplane.
Outside all those things that, would be issues that are within the various, manifesto and documents that we expect government to deal with, is the issue of corruption. So corruption has actually come up again.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Professor Kithure Kindiki was rated the best among the cabinet secretaries, receiving an overall performance rating of 59%, followed by his education counterpart Ezekiel Machogu, who received a rating of 55%, while Health Cabinet Secretary Susan Nahumicha was ranked third with a percentage of 53%. Transport Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen tied for 4th place with his agriculture counterpart Mithika Linturi at 53%. However, a section of Kenyans say the Kenya Kwanza administration was heading to the wrong direction. Kenyans cited high cost of living, unemployment and quality of education as the key issues of concern.
The other thing that is, a key issue of concern is agriculture, because it's linked to food security. And whilst we have been given many promises on the cost of unga, cost of, dry foods, cost of sugar, we all know how much we're spending when we go to the shops and retail outlets to buy many of these.
A sample size of 4,000 respondents was interviewed.
Now, what do you think about that? How do you rate the Kenya Kwanza administration 1 year on? We welcome your feedback. Get us on Twitter at KBC Channel 1. My Twitter handle is at Ray Manyara. And through the course of the day, we're going to be unpacking the Kenya Kwanza manifesto vis-a-vis what they have delivered in the last 12 months. We welcome your feedback once again. Now, the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Board now says doctors across the country will go on strike from December if the government fails to own up to their collective bargaining agreement. That's the CBA marching to Afya House and the Council of Governors office, where they presented petitions. The union's Secretary General Dr. Davji Atela noted that the intent of the notice expires December, after which they will issue a strike notice. Zainab Said with a report.
Country gears towards the launch of universal health coverage in October. A looming strike that could ruin the ambitious plan is beckoning. Led by their Secretary General Dr. Davji Atela, the medics who marched to Afya House and to the Council of Governors office to submit petitions want, among others, challenges of unemployment and underemployment of doctors, poor working and healthcare system addressed.
We have seen dehumanizing contracts being signed across the country, particularly by county government of Embu, Nakuru and Kenyatta National Hospital, that we have rebooked and even taken them to court. So these are things that we have given up to the county and the national government to implement.
Even as they give room for talks with stakeholders, the union says it will hold peaceful demonstrations after every 2 weeks before downing their tools if nothing is done by December.
We may have given them time last year because that was requested, but they should not read that or see it as a sign of weakness. The things that we are demanding are very clear and are very simple and are the basic rights of every health worker.
Health Cabinet Secretary Susan Nahumicha, while receiving the petition from the doctors, urged them to give room for dialogue.
I want to agree with you that the status of health in this country needs improvement. That is a fact. That the issues that you have raised here are statements of fact. We are on the same page. So what you need to do is to allow us to go through these petitions.
Thank you.
And you know that the stakeholders of healthcare is not just the Ministry of Health. We have many other stakeholders that I have to avail this document to. Then we come to a table, sit and discuss and provide a solution.
The same sentiments were echoed by the Council of Governors, which says plans were underway to honor the doctor's demand.
At this point in time, a salary increase, which even for us, that which had been given was frozen for the year until the economy improves, I think is really not very sensitive. That's why I said be a little bit more sensitive. And would urge you to be a little bit more patient like the rest of Kenyans. Many Kenyans are struggling at this point in time, and we are working very hard night and day to see what it is that we can do to ease that burden.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next.
Now, by the end of this month, Kenyans were going to be issued with a single unique identity number in order to access government services. Immigration and Citizen Services Principal Secretary Professor Julius Bitok says the rollout of the card, dubbed Maisha Number, is set for the 29th of this month.
Speaking during a status update by the Principal Secretary Subcommittee working on the rollout of the National Digital Identity Cards, Immigration and Citizen Services Principal Secretary Professor Julius Bitok revealed the government will be launching 4 related products in line with the presidential directive to create digital IDs later this month.
We expect His Excellency to launch it on the 29th of September this year, which is coming in about 3 weeks' time. And as you are aware, His Excellency gave a directive that within 90 days, I want this project to be implemented. So we are following a directive.
The 4 items are Maisha Number, which will be a unique personal number assigned to each individual, and that will be the personal identity number from birth to death. Bitok stating that the Maisha Number will be the integral to the Kenyan digital ID.
We have a new project called Maisha Number, and it is a UPI, unique personal identifier. And that number, when someone is given that number at birth, that is the same number which will be their school identification number, it will be their university identification number, it will be their ID number when they turn 18, it will be their PIN number for KRA, it will be their number all through their lifetime. Until when they die, it becomes their death certificate number.
Other items accompanying the digital ID are Maisha Card, a document that will bear the Maisha Number and replacing the second generation ID card.
We've come a long way. We are happy that we are where we are. Digital transformation will take our country to the next level. So we are happy with the progress so far.
This is a great moment for this country when we talk about effective and efficient service delivery.
Also, a national master population register that consolidates existing and independent databases into a single integrated register of data on Kenyans and foreigners residents in the country.
Now, any public servant found demanding bribes from civilians will be prosecuted in accordance with the law. This is according to Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki, who spoke on Monday when he operationalized Elung'ata Was Sub-County alongside the installation of the first Deputy County Commissioner and the Sub-County headquarters.
During the installation of the first Deputy County Commissioner and commissioning of Elung'ata Was Sub-County in Kajiado County, Interior Cabinet Secretary Professor Kithure Kindiki took time to commend public officers who serve with diligence, patriotism and dedication.
Na ndiposa nawavulia kofia wale wote ambao mnafanya kazi ya usalama. Ni kazi ngumu sana. Wakati kila mtu ameenda kulala, sisi macho yetu iko wazi.
He, however, cautioned those who take advantage of citizens' innocence to milk money from them in exchange of government services.
Huyo mwananchi hana mbele hana nyuma. Ni mama, labda ni mjane, labda ni mtoto yatima, labda ni kijana wa bodaboda. Na wewe mtu mzima, afisa wa serikali, uko pale, uko barabarani pale na unanyanyasa mwananchi. And where there is a government fees to be charged, it must be fees which is gazetted and fees which is paid as a tax to the treasury of the Republic of Kenya.
Citizens are further being called upon to cooperate with government officers in the execution of their mandate.
Now, the Political Parties Tribunal has temporarily halted the decision of Orange Democratic Movement to expel Kisumu Senator Tom Ojienda, Members of Parliament Elisha Odhiambo of Gem, Felix Jalang Oldiwor of Lang'ata from the party pending the hearing of a dispute before it.
The interim orders will be in place pending hearing and determination of the dispute of ODM's top organ. The aggrieved politicians were expelled for violating the party's constitution by associating with UDA. Senator Ojienda of Kisumu, MPs Elisha Odhiambo of Gem and Felix Jalang of Lang'ata were shown the door last Wednesday alongside other legislators, Carol Omondi of Suba South and Gideon Ochanda of Bondo. They were accused of violating ODM's constitution and the Political Parties Act 2011 by openly associating with and supporting activities of a rival political outfit, as well as opposing lawful decisions made by party organs. The matter has been set for mention on September 25th. Elsewhere, the 63 billion shillings Aror and Kimorer Dams case against former Finance Cabinet Secretary Henry Rotich is on the verge of collapsing following failure by the DPP to lead evidence from witnesses. In a turn of events, State Prosecutor Geoffrey Obiri on Tuesday presented 5 witnesses: Boniface Mamboleo, Festus Kivisu, Maina Kiondo, Benedict Omondi and Kimani Kiiru, whom he did not ask a single question regarding the case.
Now, women have been challenged to take up more active roles in negotiating for better pay in the workspace. The United Nations Women Deputy Regional Director Anna Mutavati acknowledges that there is need to empower women to have these conversations to bridge the gender pay gap. She spoke during the launch of the report by UN Women dubbed Why Women Earn Less.
The UN Women East and Southern Africa report conducted between 2017 to 2022 by UN Women Global indicates that women earn 81 cents less for every $1 earned by men monthly for the same amount of work. This translates to women earning 82 shillings compared to the male counterparts at 100 shillings in the 2 regions.
We need to see how the numbers look like in our regions to take this forward, to advocate for policymakers, to advocate in the private sector, in civil society, with the media, within all spheres, to actually close the gender pay gap.
The survey that covered 10 countries, including Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Ethiopia, Mozambique, Namibia, Rwanda, Mauritius, Malawi, and South Africa, indicate that women are paid 53% lower in domestic work, 25% and 6.7% lower in education, health, and social work, respectively, compared to men.
It could be a reflection of the value that society puts on women's work overall, where that even when men come into a feminized sector or a feminized occupation, they tend to get paid more than men. It is an issue because these are sectors where even women's work is not valued, but men's work is valued more.
With age, education, marital status, and type of job used as a factor to determine the pay, women are being called upon to embrace higher paying courses to bridge the gender pay gap.
How do we also promote learning of STEM sciences and courses, technology by young women so that we start closing that gap in terms of higher paying jobs?
Now, the beauty of being in, government, so to speak, is that the pay is determined a majority over almost all the time by your qualification. It doesn't really matter if you're of the male or female gender. But that report indeed I hope it's going to shape how the private sector actually treats both genders. Now, renowned televangelist Dr. Rodney Brown has called for peace and coexistence among Kenyans as he underscored the need for political tolerance in the country. He was speaking at the Nyayo Stadium, Nairobi, during a prayer meeting between Dr. Brown, and he called on religious and political leaders to lead the nation in a way that will promote unity. The event was graced by, among others, First Lady Rachel Ruto.
we landed here, we really wept. And so blessed to be in Kenya. And I tell everybody, as I landed here, I said, I'm now a Kenyan. When I leave here, obviously, I won't be, but while I'm here, I'm a Kenyan. And I want to tell you how much Jesus loves you. He loves you so much. And maybe you're watching, you don't know him, but you can say, come, make yourself real to me. Show yourself to me, Jesus. If you're real, I'll serve you all the days of my life.
How about we cross over to matters business, where Nairobi residents are set to benefit from a climate-smart urban development project after the United Kingdom government committed to prioritize the Nairobi City Railway as part of its Africa agenda. Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, who is on an official 3-day visit to the UK, said Kenya's government will continue to collaborate with like-minded partners locally and internationally to improve the lives of Kenyans.
In a plan by the Kenyan government to modernize the face of the Nairobi transport system, the multi-modal project in Nairobi County will not only decongest the city, but also create thousands of jobs for the youth.
This is not just about the horizontal movement of people, but it's about completely altering the economic activity around the railway station.
Early this month, the UK Minister of State in the Commonwealth and Development, Andrew Mitchell, launched the 28 billion shillings Nairobi Railway City project. This week, Prime CS Musalia Mudavadi is in the United Kingdom, meeting senior government officials to conclude the funding model.
It is our desire that with the funding that we are going to get from the UK government, we should be able to achieve a similar feat around the Nairobi Railway City. And this will be able to have activities that would bring together about 30,000 people every day at the Nairobi railway station.
UK Rail Minister Theo Clark says the UK is keen on fostering such partnerships that will position Kenya as a regional transport hub. The UK government further says the project will have a positive impact on the economy. Mudavadi is accompanied by various government officials to the UK trip, where various bilateral agreements have been signed.
Us as the state law office, we confirm that we are ready and willing at all times to cooperate and assist where need be to move the process faster.
Still keeping up with matters business is that public-private partnerships are key in increasing broadband connectivity and addressing the digital divide that Africa faces. This is according to Telkom CEO Mugo Kibati, who called on delegates at the International Telecommunications Week. Africa, those in technology space, to play a bigger role in e-waste management through recycling or safe disposal of equipment at the end of their lifespan.
The 3-day International Telecommunications Week Africa kicked off in Nairobi with a call on those in the technology space to do more in environmental conservation. For instance, there are 16 billion mobile phones and 1/3 are no longer in operation, while only 20% of them are recycled. Therefore, speakers at the conference said technology is among the biggest polluters and should do more in embracing circular economy practices that involve repair and recycling, as well as good disposal of end-of-life equipment.
Carbon neutral goals are a critical part of sustainability environmental management. It is important to encourage data center sustainability through use of technology in enhancing data center carbon neutral goals. The ministry and the country indeed will be very interested in the outcome of the panel discussions on this topic, as it is one of the areas that is key, since data centers are critical infrastructures in the storage and management of data elements.
They believe public-private partnerships are key in unlocking funding to expand broadband connectivity and to reduce the digital divide.
Where I think we have a lot more to do is data, broadband connectivity. Because broadband connectivity is what gives you access to the internet. That's what allows you to live socially, professionally on the internet, get education services, consultancy services, medical, healthcare services, to be able to order in, order out, or even have telemedicine in the most remote parts of the country. For that to happen, we do need to enhance our broadband connectivity, and that's why the program the government is undertaking to both, and the mobile companies, I think mobile connectivity, we now have data across the country. We don't have sufficient devices.
In addition, they are also advocating for a single digital market across Africa in order to eliminate barriers to trade and communication.
It is really in our interest to ensure that we ensure that our people benefit to the extent possible from the technologies that are emerging.
The International Telecommunications Week Africa aims to bridge the gap between businesses, foster collaborations, and facilitate partnerships that will drive the continent's connectivity.
The government has prioritized the digital economic transformation under its pillars, and this has seen the country host the inaugural International Telecommunications Week, where stakeholders are rallying efforts towards bridging the gap that has led to the digital divide in terms of broadband connectivity.
You'll be better protected from unscrupulous digital lenders after the relaunch of the regulations and the Code of Conduct by the Digital Financial Services Association of Kenya. Digital Financial Services Association of Kenya Chair Kelvin Mutiso plans to leverage on the Data Protection Act to address customer complaints.
The Digital Financial Services Association of Kenya says about 8 million Kenyans borrow 10 billion shillings monthly from digital lenders.
As you can see, we've been leading the pack about thinking about consumer protection and consumer and financial literacy. And as a result of that, 2023, we can say that Kenya is still way ahead of most markets in the world when it comes to policy around that.
For too long, the tech industry, not just in Kenya, but across Africa, has not paid enough attention to policy and regulatory stuff. I think that has changed. That will continue to change.
During the unveiling of SasaPay's growth strategy, speakers underscored the role of financial technologies in fostering financial inclusion.
We are here today to refresh our brand and unveil new strategy that will help us deliver innovation, payment solutions that offer multilateral advantage to our customer, partners, and stakeholders.
It's clear that the digital economy is on the rise, but the challenges like limited access to digital banking, costly and slow cross-border transactions still do persist, especially for Kenyans in the diaspora.
The competitive fintech space has seen companies like SasaPay rebrand and launch new areas of focus to retain and attract consumers.
We cross to sports, where 6 new faces have been named in the National Rugby Sevens team that will take part in this weekend's Rugby Africa Sevens in Harare, Zimbabwe. The tournament also serves as the African qualification tournament for the Rugby Sevens competition at the 2024 Olympic Games in Paris, France.
Deep kick. National Rugby Sevens team will be hoping to book a ticket for next year's Olympic Games in Paris, France, when they take part in the Rugby Africa Sevens tournament in Zimbabwe this weekend. Head coach Kevin Wambua named his final squad today and included 6 new faces.
How we want to approach this tournament again, we want to take it a game at a time, play every game like a final. I know everybody here is focused about South Africa, but we have to beat the other teams in the pool first before we meet South Africa.
They include KCB's duo Samuel Asati and Festus Shiasi, Menengai Oilers Beldad Ogeta, Daystar Falcons flyer Patrick Odongo, Cabras Sugars William Mwanji, as well as Strathmore Leos Nigel Amaisa. Vincent Onyala makes a comeback in the team after being sidelined in the 2022-2023 World Rugby Sevens Series through injury. He returns to co-captain the side along with another experienced campaigner, Tony Omondi. Onyala is among other 4 regulars who make up the 12-man team to Harare. The others are Kevin Wekesa, Brian Tanga, John Okoth and George Ooro. The Kenyan team will face Nigeria, Namibia and Zambia in the continental event.
Well, all the best to the team. Now, Kenya's boxer Peter Abuti has qualified for the quarterfinals of the Paris 2024 Boxing Africa Qualifier in Dakar, Senegal, after beating Hazim Abdelatif of Egypt on unanimous points. Abuti now moves to the quarterfinal stage where he will meet Gabriel Albino Julio of Mozambique tomorrow. Now, meanwhile, Kenya's David Macharia also qualified for the next round after he defeated Thabut Justine Gandabale of Central African Republic in the flyweight Prem bout. In other bouts, Kenya's Pauline Chege lost her featherweight Prem bout on pounds to homegirl Mariatou Diablo of Senegal. We'll be keeping tabs on what is happening in as far as boxing is concerned, as well as rugby, basically in all matters sports. Now, as we bring this to a close, it's just to remind you that the hearing of the Finance Act kicks off today at 9 a.m. at the High Court. This is before a three-judge bench led by none other than Justice Majanja. And the rest of the two are Christine Mwele and Lawrence Mugambi there. Our reporter Ruth Wamboi is going to be keeping tabs on that particular court matter there, given that the Finance Act of 2023 is to inform how government should collect revenue and where to spend it for the financial year 2023 to 2024. We'll be keeping tabs on that. I'm Regina Manyara. I live in the capable hands of my colleague Victor Lo and Vivian as Kenya Kwanza government actually turns one. The hits and misses, we're still seeking your feedback, and our Twitter handle forever remains open for you there at KBC Channel 1. Enjoy your viewing.
These are the moments we live for every Friday as we catch up with the world of football.
Manchester City go in front.
With your favorite stars in rivalries like no other that keeps you on the edge of your seat. Learn a few tricks that keep you ahead of the game and spice it all with unforgettable moments on Dunda Dunda. On Saturday, you're in for another treat as we rock your weekend with all sporting disciplines, bringing you insights on what's happening behind the scenes as we share players and athlete stories, preparations, and celebrate their achievements.
Charging to the line! Is it going to be a world record? Yes, it is! She smashed it!
Whatever angle you look at, we've got you covered. KBC Channel 1. Your true sports partner.
국장님, 안 그래도 전화 드리려고 했는데.
유지야, 너 나한테 속이는 거 없어. 네가 테리우스를 도왔다는 게 사실이야.
당분간 떠납니다. 춘수 준이에겐 잘 말해주세요. 절대 나대지 말라는 명령은 꼭 지키길.
따위로 하는 거야.
실장님, 장미호텔 천상호 맞아요?
아이, 그러면요, 사모님.
김인태 씨, 무슨 일 있어요?
Sergio, tell me, why did you give me an engagement ring? If you don't even want an engagement party.
There's something I need to tell you.
something about us.
What is it?
I just can't shut off my feelings.
You should at least have the courage to admit it to me. Why don't you just tell me straight out that you're meeting with Isabel at night? I asked you to stay away from her, Danielle. Well, I suppose she's no angel at all.
Tell me something, Mom. Has Isabel been seeing Danielle recently?
Miongoni mwa mambo ambayo waja wataulizwa watakapofika mbele ya Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala siku ya akhira, itakuwa kwanza ni kuhusiana na mali zao walitumia vipi, neema yao walitumia vipi, muda wao ama umri wao pia walitumia vipi.
Kwa hiyo ndugu zangu Waislamu, Allah alitutoa kwenye tumbo za mama zetu tukiwa hatuna nguo, akaja akatufundisha namna ya kuvaa nguo. Kiwa unapendeza, utapendeza hata kama umevaa barangeti. Watu watakutafuta ndani ya barangeti, wakutafuta huyu, kumbe ni mzuri.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. It's 4 minutes, actually it's 5 minutes past 7 a.m. Good morning. I hope you are keeping so well. So far, so good. Before you leave your house or whatever part of the country you're watching us from, welcome to the program. This is Now the Viewpoint. Now, exactly a year at a time like this, Kenyans were at the Kasarani Kasarani Stadium for the swearing in of the new administration, that is the Kenya Kwanza administration under President William Ruto as the president. And exactly 1 year, we want to take a look at, we want to go back history and see what are some of the hits and misses, where the president has performed, where are some of the improvements that he needs to work on moving forward, and what's just the voice of Kenyans as far as this is concerned. We'll be taking a look at that, and that is going to be forming our part of discussion even into the bulletin today at 9 p.m. We have a host of other leaders as well as analysts who will be handling that later on at 7 and 9 p.m. here on KBC Channel 1. But right about now, before we get into the real discussion, let me start by introducing Wilson Sosyan. Mheshimiwa, thank you so much for being with us on the show. Karibu sana.
Thank you, asante sana.
Karibu sana. We are just going about to take a look at this. Before we get to the real discussion, 1 year on, at this particular time, I remember I was here, and we thank God that again we've clocked 1 year. What can you remember as far as this is concerned? We have a lot of memories, you know, handing over power, the sword, the pomp, the color, the motorcade, and everything else. What really goes back on that beautiful day?
I think Kenya as a democracy has walked a long journey in managing its own transitions.
Yes.
Democratically and peacefully. And it was very epic to see a president who did not approve the president-elect handing over power and instruments of power to the president-elect. And remember, the acrimony between the then president and the deputy was way out of this world, that even the president could not be allowed to address the last Madaraka Day. It was bypassed, and bypassed in many protocol respects, and all systems were set to work against him. And you see, as a build-up to the elections, Kenyans in their own judgment were able to decipher what was right, what was wrong, and the team around Kenya Kwanza worked extremely hard to message to Kenyans and also to communicate the plan to Kenyans. And it was climaxed with a an unavoidable handover. Unavoidable handover. We saw the drama at Bomas, the attempt to overturn the sovereign will and power of the people, which flopped. It flopped at the court of the Supreme Court.
Yes.
And it became inevitable that on the 13th day of September 2022, William Ruto was sworn in as the President of the Republic of Kenya. And he delivered a clear message and started hitting the ground to implement the plan by appointing the judges on that particular day who had not been appointed by the outgoing president for reasons that remain strange up to date. And that was an affront to constitutional order by the outgoing president. And I think the new president sent out a clear message that he shall respect the constitutional order of this country by appointing the 6 judges on that day immediately and gazetting the appointments. And appointing the Inspector General as the accounting officer so that the police of the Inspector General and the police service can truly work without looking over
they have the financial autonomy
and enforce the law. And of course, a lot has been rolled out. And on that particular day, it was also announced that the fertilizers would be scaled down from the very expensive 7,000 shillings to 3,500. Those are clear indicators that the president started hitting the road on day one to make Kenya a better place for everyone. And the all indicators of strong economic recovery, what was promised to Kenyans, the president is continuing to implement, and the entire government is working towards implementing the plan and sticking to the script of what was promised to Kenyans.
That's going to be part of our discussion today, and I believe it's going to be a good one. And remember, we are also continue this discussion. Kenya at 1, Kenya Kwanza at 1, President William Ruto at 1, and his entire cabinet. We want to look at some of the things that his cabinet has achieved. There is a poll which was conducted by InfoTrack, and we also want to look at those numbers, the statistics, who are some of the performing cabinet secretaries, what is the general performance of the Kenya Kwanza administration, what are some of the sentiments by Kenyans who are the bosses. I call them the bosses because they are the voters, Mr. Sosion. They are the voters, so they are the bosses generally. What do they say? Can they encourage the government to do more? Because they have got a 5-year ultimatum, contract, so to speak. So after 5 years, they'll also have a say to the next general election. All right. So before you get to the house, leave your house, let me take you through the traffic situation. Before we get into our discussion right now, let me start with the capital city, that is Nairobi. What is the traffic situation? Let me start with the Thika Road. Thika Road is always a mess. I believe something has to be done about Thika Road. There is a very heavy traffic snarl up just outside, just as you approach Outer Ring Road. That is around De La Rue or GSU headquarters thereabout. That's behind the interchange and the overpass. There is a heavy snarl up to KCA University. There's a small kind of reprieve until you get to Kenya Utalii Hotel, and the traffic snarl up continues past Muthaiga Square into the Pangani interchange there. That's spilling over to Kiambu Road slightly, just right outside Muthaiga Primary School. That's where the problem is. And after that, it's flowing until you get into the Globe Roundabout and ultimately the CBD. How about those people who are using Limuru Road coming from around Regal Plaza, that is City Estate? Not that good because of the around Parklands, the second Parklands Avenue, the first. Those are the places where you'll expect a lot of traffic snarl up, but there is a construction happening at that particular section to expand that road. Now that is going to extend for better part of Kiambu Road, Limuru Road, I beg your pardon, starting from around Parklands region, heading down to that side of around Karura Forest. There is an expansion heading towards Mudaiga and of course towards Gigiri. That is where an expansion work is happening around that area. So you'll be expecting some traffic interference as at now. How about those people using the western side of Nairobi, all the way from Mountain View coming down to ABC Place, coming to Westlands or about, all moving pretty fine, down to the CBD, Radisson Blue, all coming down there. It's all okay until you come into the CBD. So if you're coming all the way from that side of Kangemi, coming to Westlands, so far so good. What Mombasa Road, again, Mukosawa, you can come to Nairobi, drive, or come to work. There is no traffic until you get to around Nyayo Stadium. That's where you find a bit of some snarl up around Lusaka Road there because of the roundabout. But nonetheless, Mombasa Road is moving well, coming down to Uhuru Highway, until you get to the processional way. That is the Aerodrome Road, I beg your pardon. Aerodrome Road, just behind Nyayo Stadium. That's where the traffic is. But Uhuru Highway coming to the CBD is so far so good. And finally, Watwangong Road, good morning. Coming from Ngong down to Ngong Race Course, Ikosawa, until you get to the Junction Mall. That's where the traffic is because of the traffic lights. Past that, it's moving pretty fine until you get to around the Kenyatta National Hospital, around Daystar University, the City Mortuary, where the roundabout is. That's where you're going to experience some snarl up. And after that, it's all moving, joining Valley Road, smoothly driving into the CBD. So if you can get an alternative route into the CBD, please do so. That is as far as that's concerned. And finally, watu wa Kisumu, good morning. Let me take you through the traffic station in the lakeside city of Kisumu. Professor Nyong'o and Professor Nyong'o administration, Kisumu looking okay. So far so good. There's nothing much to talk about. All the way from Kakamega Road, coming down to the Kondele roundabout, moving pretty fine. One thing I have to say, there was a stalled work that was around the, you remember the Lake Basin Mall? Around this place, there is a flyover. It's already done. I believe, Mr. Sosion, you've used this road quite a lot, and it's stalled for so many years. That bridge, just after Kondele roundabout, heading towards Kakamega Road, it's stalled. But I was there for the weekend, and it's moving. So it has really helped the traffic situation along this area. It was a mess. So that has been sorted out. Coming to CBD, so far so good. Outside Kisumu, coming to Rabur, coming towards Ahero, hamna mambo mengi. Mheshimiwa Sosion, do you want us to take a look at what the traffic situation looks like in Bomet?
I'm sure it's normal.
I'll take a look at Bomet. That is my route as well. We'll take a look at what the traffic situation in Bomet looks like.
Yes, we can try.
I promise I will. What a Bomet? Good morning. All right, we'll take a look at the traffic when we come back. Okay. So on the front page of the Daily Nation, there we have it. Ruto at 1. It's a bag of mixed fortunes for Kenya Kwanza as it marks 1 year in office. That is Kenya Kwanza at 1. Kenya urged to accept, quote-unquote, short-term pain for long-term gain. Kenyans urged to accept short-term pain for long-term gain. Ruto at 1. That's on the front page of the Daily Nation. And the picture here is that historic photo when he had that Bible during the swearing in at the Kasarani Stadium. We all remember that day. Ruto the 5th. We were all here in studio, and as I say, we all thank God that we are here to see how it's happening. It's a bag of mixed fortunes for Kenya Kwanza as it marks 1 year in office. On this day last year, UDS William Ruto took the oath of office to become the Kenya's 5th president. He had made many promises and made some more. Prime Cabinet Secretary, that is Musalia Mudavadi, says that the president has kept them and is continuing to. But many Kenyans, the hard times, are still here. Mheshimiwa Sosion, there is an InfoTrack survey which was done and giving President 55% poll rating. As per the performance in the ratings, his deputy Rigathi Gachagua scored 47%. Not a bad start. Not a bad start. 1 year in office. What do you think?
When you talk about opinion polls and the pollsters in this country, I don't think I can take them very serious because in previous elections, they've always misled Kenyans. Unlike what we have in other jurisdictions where predictions are always very scientifically accurate. They tell you that Joe Biden is going to win these presidential elections with this percentage and with this margin. It becomes absolutely accurate as it is. But what we have, particularly InfoTrack, has been very notorious in giving information that is not accurate in many instances. So I really don't think I can take it as a statistician in my own right, having studied statistics. I don't think that is it's right to give projections that are not accurate. So that aside, it's a more political, politically skewed analysis. But if you check in terms of popularity rating of the president, it's far much higher than that. The rating of the government is far much higher than what we are seeing from the InfoTrack. Kenyans are indeed very happy that there is a strong sense of good governance, both at the national and the county, and equitable across the country. The president has demonstrated that he's ready to mobilize development everywhere, including regions where he has not voted, and he has worked on details. And when you look at the optimism by Kenyans, it's far much higher than 55%, because we have seen now a government that belongs to the people and sensible governance right across board, and working within the constitution and within the law, and a complete change in political culture where you don't cheat people, you tell people, you promise people heaven before elections, and you don't put commensurate efforts to implement the same. The president has been trying to implement every word of the promise that is made, that is documented in the script. And remember, he signed around 47 charters with the counties, and also signed with social groups, different, particularly even in education. Let's take, for example, education. The charter that was signed by the president, bullet by bullet, has been implemented, and the Presidential Working Party already has a report, which the president has said is going to be implemented fully. There's a new funding model. Teachers' issues that had created bad relations between teachers and government has been sorted out. Delocalization stopped. Imposition of draconian trainings at the cost of teachers, called TBD, has been stopped. Employment of 55,000 teachers, as was promised, has been implemented within the first financial year. And workers' salaries have been reviewed, as was promised in the charter. In fact, without workers demanding, and the entire curriculum of CBC is being reviewed, courtesy of the report. Looking at all that, I don't think Kenyans would be able to score what InfoTrack are telling us.
What would you give? And as an individual, what would you give?
And then lastly, thirdly,
what would you give? Just before you go to the third one, what would you give as your rating?
Now, I would give 80%. This is other compared to many presidential regimes.
You're being so generous. You're being so generous.
Well, I'm not being so generous. I'm a teacher, and I would always be very generous to a student who has scored very well. That's how I taught, and I would give students from Form 1, and I would tell my Form 1s, when you arrive, I'll give you an A when you deserve at any time. I'm not going to deny you. I will give you, but I'll tell you, continue defending that A until you write the last examination.
Right.
I think sticking to the script of what was promised to Kenyans is way above 80%. And the other key area is the sound economic management. And of course, the media has put it, that short-term pain for long-term gains. And we're beginning to see those gains. Sound economic management to turn around the economy is what is playing out within the economy through effective fiscal discipline, stopping borrowing, and focusing on the five economic pillars. That is turning around agriculture, micro, small, medium enterprise, and financing of businesses, ICT revolution, and creative economy within that space. The housing plan has been implemented. Zain law, the deductions are ongoing. And so it's something that is going to be delivered and which the president is focusing on this being implemented in almost every constituency. And is the housing the housing model of Kenya and the settlement model of Kenya is going to change. And this is going to revolutionize agriculture in the country and also rolling out universal health coverage. And you've seen the four proposed bills, splitting NHIF to focus on specific areas, the primary health care facilities, which is the most important aspect of preventing diseases before they progress, and then social health insurance scheme, and also dealing with chronic and severe illnesses. Those are areas that have not been covered. And of course, the last bill looking at putting in place the necessary health infrastructure plan within the country. Those are very good master plans. And if you look at the implementation and the pace of implementing the same, it's extremely good. And then look at the aggregation, the economic zones at the counties. And you can see what is happening with the county. The county governors are enthusiastic to establish title deeds and implement these particular programs. And then, knowing very well that we are a country that is implementing devolution, and we are 13 years into devolution. We've seen for the first time the president has ensured that the devolution funds are released on time, and at the end of the financial year there are no backlogs. And then we are told now that at the Central Bank of Kenya we've got over 50 billion shillings that has not been spent by the counties. So the issues of pending bills and delivery of services and focusing on devolved activities of water, roads, and healthcare service delivery and agriculture. I think we are doing things right.
We are doing things
unlike
right. But then,
before.
Yes.
There are no bureaucracies. The economy should work seamlessly. And, the economy of Kenya lies with the people, the population, what people are doing at that level. And very overally, the focus on the production sector of the economy, which has been neglected, is now moving on. And we have seen the impact of fertilizers. Food production has gone up. The cost of living is coming down. And the data from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is very clear that the inflation rate is coming down. It's now below 7. It's at 6 point something, consistently almost for the last 4 months. And the cost of goods. So generally, I think the master plan and the president has really worked hard around these issues.
We still have more to discuss. Just to remind you that we also expect George Kithi, who is George Kithi is a political analyst and an advocate of the High Court. He's a lawyer as well. And we also expect Moses Mwanga, who is a political analyst, to join us shortly. I showed you the traffic situation in the city. Probably they are just caught up somewhere in the traffic. They'll be joining us here shortly. Okay, so that's on the front page of the Daily Nation. What's up? Raila holds crisis meeting. Another on the front page. Opposition leader Raila Odinga is set to make a major announcement on the ongoing bipartisan talks amid growing claims that President William Ruto's camp is frustrating the negotiations. Mr. Odinga yesterday chaired a crisis meeting of the Azimio leadership, Azimio summit rather, that lasted for more than 4 hours. And Just a quick one before I get into the other newspaper. It said that Raila Odinga is claiming that the talks team briefed the coalition's leadership on the progress and alleged that the ruling alliance team appears to be taking some instructions from external forces. This, they said, made it impossible for them to take any decision without asking for time to consult, therefore delaying the progress. And again, it continues that in the meeting, the Azimio leaders alleged a deliberate scheme by the Kenya Kwanza Alliance to frustrate the talks by delaying the substantive discussions on the substantive agenda items. For example, according to them, there was a meeting by the task force, which was the technical committee, which was supposed to happen last Friday, but that did not happen. So the talks team had planned to conclude the negotiations within 6 days. 2 weeks have since lapsed without substantive discussions on any of the agenda items. And now Raila says that he'll make, quote unquote, a major announcement tomorrow, Thursday. So that is what we have. So that's just but a bit of it. Is Kenya Kwanza delaying the process of talks?
I don't think Kenya Kwanza is delaying the process of talks. As far as we know, Kenya Kwanza laid out even the agenda proposals that the negotiating team has to engage in. That is reconstitution of IBC. It is urgent, about 2 constituencies without members of parliament. And so I don't think it's in the interest of government to Kenya Kwanza to delay reconstitution of IEBC. Number 2, entrenching the 2/3 gender rule. It is well within the plan and the promise of Kenya Kwanza. I don't think Kenya Kwanza will be interested in delaying that implementation of the same any further. Entrenching the CDF, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, and the Senate Oversight Fund. Those are aspects that are going to strengthen the development in this country. And I don't think Kenya Kwanza is against that. And then creating the official office of the opposition leader, so that for posterity and going into the future, and this was a mistake of 2010 constitution of going purely for a presidential system that does not accommodate the losers. So I don't think so. And what we are seeing, what Azimio are trying to do is to create drama around negotiation. Remember, I've been in negotiation for a long time, and I know when
drama is part and parcel of the negotiation process.
You create stalemates. You create stalemate to weaken your opponent. So that's a strategy, to try and create a stalemate to force certain.
So in this case,
but you see, in a negotiating table,
who is creating a crisis?
In a negotiating table, you don't force the other party.
Yes.
And you don't always win at the negotiating table. There is always
a win-win.
A middle ground.
Exactly. Okay. Let's take a break.
You cannot have it all. You cannot have your cake and eat it at the same time. So when they argue that the Kenya Kwanza party are receiving instructions from elsewhere, naturally they are supposed to, even them, they are receiving instructions from their side.
Let's take a break.
The relationship of the two groups with respect to their superiors, it's known their superiors exist. And I don't think
we'll discuss that. We'll discuss
Kenya Kwanza team.
You said you're a teacher. Half of the cabinet rated D on performance.
That is very mischievous.
No. You said you're a teacher. Half of the cabinet scored a D in performance. Let's discuss. Let's discuss when they come back. Let's take a break.
Okay.
Let's take a break. Okay. When they come back, we are still waiting for other guests to arrive. Of course, I promise to take traffic situation in Bomet. I'll come back with that after we come back. Stay with us.
vijana chapakazi wenye nguvu za ziada.
My youth, uko na talent ya kusing, spoken word, kucompose jingles ama any other unexploited artistic talent. Gava through Ministry of Information, Communication and the Digital Economy na KBC sasa wamekama up na project ya kupromote usanii called Studio Mashinani. Hizi ni studios ziko grassroots and they are fitted with high quality state-of-the-art equipment where you can produce quality audio and video music content for free. What's more, wanaoffer mentorship na talanta yako itakuwa promoted on KBC Channel 1 TV, Y254 na radio stations za KBC. Tembelea Studio Mashinani huko Comarox, Langata, Sauti House Mombasa, Kirwara huko Gatanga, Kitui next to Manyanyoni Chiefs Camp na Kisumu City wako hapo KBC Station. Usilalie talent. This is your chance to commercialize and popularize your talent through Studio Mashinani.
You're saying Casey is a bad person and she brought me to see you.
Mom, kuna vitu zingine unajua bado ni mtoto utaelewa, ya?
Ongea naye.
Who are you to question me, Casey? Get out of my way. So, ulikuja na nani kwangu?
Na badi, kuna mambo yanaendelea hapa ndani na sio mazuri. Rick atakuja kwa event?
Why do you care?
It's okay, you don't want to tell me why mom left.
Hannah, come on. Not again.
KBC Channel 1 magazine programs strive to disseminate news and information.
Welcome to Happening in the World of Entertainment
and achievements of individuals navigating through life.
Be part of the intelligent conversation. Papa KBC Channel 1.
Related to the interest of Kenyan public on various subjects of national importance.
Asigaribu tujifunze.
Keeping you up to date with the latest tech news,
challenges and remarkable stories of individuals with disabilities.
And you have a say.
Our magazine programs empower communities with words for conversations and a common language to approach the world.
For your infotainment needs, we have a great range of programs.
And welcome back. So, I promised to take a look at the traffic situation in Bomet, and it is now ready. What about Bomet? Good morning. So, tuko hapa kabisa, mamuka kabisa. So, this is where we are, Bomet County. Mr. Susion, this looks pretty good. Hakuna watu hapa?
Kuna watu.
But there's not even a bit of some... It's a busy highway, but there's no traffic snarl.
Connecting Western Kenya and Nairobi through Bomet.
But there's no traffic. It's all green.
Like Wednesday,
yes.
We don't expect too much movement.
Okay. But I expected to see some red positions around here, some red patches, meaning that people...
Yeah, traffic movement in Bomet is generally smooth.
They're organized.
Generally smooth.
Yes.
It's an organized town.
My director says that hakuna magari Bomet. Ama people are busy. Iko magari. That is the route I use, so I can testify. It's a good place. The milk around that area is one of the best. Fresh one.
The best milk.
Yes.
Yeah. With high butterfat content.
Actually. And I see you also have... Bomet is actually, when you go to Tenwek Hospital, is one of the best hospitals around this area.
Not in the area.
Yes.
In East and Central Africa. In fact, it's coming up with a major heart surgery center that is going to cover the East and Central Africa. And the only heart operating center in the region. Yeah. And Tenwek Hospital generally serves about 10 counties, the surrounding counties, with a lot of specialized treatment.
This is Bomet University College. Many people did not know that we have a Bomet University College.
Yeah, we have a Bomet University College, pursuant to the resolution of the Kibaki administration that decreed that every county must have a university for purposes of accelerating devolution and development within the county. And I think Bomet University is a great blessing.
Yes.
It's going to open up the bottom-up economic activities like accelerating agriculture. We are going to have schools of agriculture that are going to, because Bomet is an agricultural county.
Yes, actually, yes.
Export, tea for export, livestock industry, both beef and dairy, and also a healthcare hub for the South Rift. So we might have a school of medicine in future that is going to elevate Longisa District Hospital to be a major referral hospital that is going to serve Narok, Transmara, and the surrounding regions.
As leadership of that region, you have a lot of work to do. I can see you also have Tenwek International School. That is very brilliant. Okay, so Watwangwa Bomet, thank you so much. I promised to do that traffic. We also have a traffic marshal who is given us a background check on what is happening here. So part of my bargain is done. Thank you. Twende kazi.
Correct.
All right, so half of the cabinet rated D on performance. And of course, let me just give you some of the... a new poll released by InfoTrack has rated CS, that is Interior CS Kithure Kindiki, as the best performing in the government. Interior Cabinet Secretary, that is Kithure, has scored 59%, followed by Education CS Ezekiel Mashogu, who has scored 55%. What most of the cabinet secretaries scored to place them in a D rating of the performance is between 40 to 49%. But based on this one, you are an expert in statistics, Mheshimiwa. 59 for CS Kithure and 55 for Mashogu. It's a good point. Education has been one of the hard nuts to crack in terms of just making it work. The CBC revolution, the education, the proposals by the Presidential Working Party. A lot has been happening in that area. What would you recommend? What would you say specifically in regards to education, where we are, with what CS Mashogu has done? I mean, from your own point of view.
Yes, I consult a lot with CS Mashogu as a grounded professional who has worked in the sector for a long time. And remember, when we were drafting the charter, we negotiated with the teachers. We negotiated with the lecturers at the university. We negotiated with the stakeholders. And we came up with the master plan, the education charter, that spelled out the various key flagship areas to be undertaken to ensure equitable access to equitable quality education at the basic level, at the TVET level, and at the university level, including even establishment of an open university in Kenya, which the president launched the other day, complete with the vice chancellor. And therefore, the Presidential Working Party was segmented into 3 groups to deal with challenges of basic education, deal with TVET, and also deal with universities. And a lot of raft of recommendations came out. Some have been implemented. Number one, dealing with the CBC challenge. We accepted, and if you read the report, accepted that competencies are key issues in the modern, the 21st century skills must be integrated in any curriculum. And integrating it in any curriculum, there are a lot of things that needs to be done. The teacher preparation, the proper designing the education structure properly. And the grade 7 and 8, where to domicile, was a challenge. The previous regime operated on a slate of dictatorship without consultation. The difference with the Ruto administration is consultation. And in reviewing the education in line with UNESCO standards.
Yeah.
It was not reviewed politically. It was reviewed professionally in line with UNESCO standards that requires any education system to be reviewed after 5 years. There was a robust public engagement on review of the curriculum. And in the charter, it recognized that Kenya has retained the best knowledge education system, so we'll continue retaining a knowledge-based education system while integrating the 21st century's competencies and skills and value-based education. And that is what has been cut for implementation. And domiciling grades 7, 8, and 9 in the current primary schools was a major step. In fact, that is what should have been done from the beginning by the Uhuru administration. But since it could not listen, now that we have a listening government, that has been sorted out. And in the report, grade PP1 to grade 9 will be lumped together and Christian Comprehensive School.
Right.
Because these are learners at a very delicate age who still operate from their homes. And so the comprehensive school will be closer to all the households, and thus making education cheaper and accessible. And the curriculum content and teacher deployment will be handled by government. And there will be seamless movement of learners. And KICD will undertake to review the extensive curriculum that existed, which was, of course, unmanageable and unworkable, and scale down the subjects, particularly across all levels, to scale down substantially and remove all the untidy areas within the curriculum and tone
in
down
that report,
the
what are some of the recommendations?
When I look at what has been recommended,
just a minute. In that recommendation, the report, what are some of the recommendations that require somewhat urgent implementation in the education system?
Number one is remodeling the curriculum.
Right.
It is what many people don't see, because when you reduce the subject, you are not just reducing the number of subjects and learning areas, you are also reviewing the content. That is very important, because it's going to be reviewed at the lower primary, upper primary, junior level, and even the senior secondary. That is a major undertaking, and work is cut out for KICD. That is one. Two, the other one is teacher training. All that will be transferred to the Ministry of Education, and that the teacher training colleges and the universities will have to remodel themselves to prepare teachers, and both in service and pre-service, for delivery of the new curriculum, which of course is a hybrid. Number three, a major shift which many people don't see, the reintroduction of summative exam at grade 9 at 60%. It means we've retained the knowledge-based education system at 60%. The other competencies to be conducted under what we call continuous evaluation is 40%.
Right.
And those 40% will cover competencies and areas of competencies. So really, I would say the curriculum that Kenya will be running is now a hybrid curriculum.
And the teachers training.
Yeah, it's a hybrid curriculum that retains the knowledge-based education system, which Kenya is best for.
Are there some things that can be...
it brings in, it allows, it admits competencies, values, and skills, and therefore it will require teacher preparation, infrastructure preparation that will require CDF to chip in, to work on. Because now when we have comprehensive schools, then we must upgrade infrastructure across both, from pre-primary to grade 9. They must be decent schools. And abolition of national schools, so that we have national schools, extra county and sub-county. That one brings in what we call equity, so that the current existing secondary schools will only provide the curriculum for the pathways of grade 10, 11, and 12, also closer to the household. In fact, the whole of this remodeling speaks to economics of education. It's making it accessible, and it's creating equity. There are no special schools. All schools are the same, and the teacher deployment strategy, which is now at 55,000. Since independence, no government has employed such a number of teachers. And I think the Ruto administration is very deliberate on matters education. And there's a lot that is ongoing in terms of this presidential working report. That's about basic education.
About
higher education
just before,
is a new funding model.
Before you get into that, Molimo, are there some of the aspects of 844 that perhaps can be borrowed from there and lifted to the new curriculum that's being proposed?
Now, let me tell you, when you talk of 844 is a structure. 7423 is a structure.
Right.
2633 is a structure. There are two forms of education globally. There is what you call knowledge-based or outcome-based curriculum, which is 7423 and 844. But 844 wanted to shift to emphasize on skills. Then there is what you call competency-based education, which is being sold all over the world, which focuses on competencies and what we call artificial intelligence and self-discovery by learners. It's a new theory being bandied around. But with this report, the report has sorted out the challenge of the two systems of education. Kenya has done well with knowledge-based education, which was contained in 844 and 7423. They are the same. It's knowledge. 7423 and 844 implemented knowledge-based education. But now what has been recommended for now is downgrading from complete shift to competencies. It's now a middle ground, combining both. And let me tell you, as an expert in curriculum, and you cannot remove an existing curriculum completely and bring in a new one.
It has to be gradual.
It's gradual and it rides on the existing curriculum. So competency-based education, skill-based education, value-based education will ride on knowledge-based education that exists. So this one is a middle ground because now the introduction of final exams in grade 9 accounting for 60% will mean a lot will be tested on knowledge. And in Form 4, in grade 12, the summative exam will carry 70%, while formative, that is continuous evaluation, testing the competencies in class, and continuous assessment test, will carry 30%. So 70% means most of what will be tested will be knowledge-based education. And therefore, we have managed to contain the errors and the imminent threat to the destruction of our education.
Take a look at around...
This is a big achievement of Ruto administration to create a win-win arrangement within our education system, something that is acceptable to the public. And now we can move on. The next thing will be investment of resources and economical use of resources, motivation of teachers, training of teachers, reinvigorating universities to refocus again on the new models
think
of
around
education
40, 50 years.
And funding of universities sufficiently.
Think about 40, 50 years from now with the current system of education in place, fully rooted and implemented, taken time. Imagine 50 years from now.
The deal breaker with the reforms that are being undertaken will be at grade 10, 11 and 12, because that is where we'll have
10,
the
11,
pathways.
10, 11 and 12,
Yes. Kenya, we've taught pure science for a long time. So the focus on technological revolution is in STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And of course, when you talk of bottom-up, that is triggering industrialization, value addition, and triggering the production sector, it will rely on our education system. And therefore, the pathways that speaks to these particular different areas will have more students. We'll have more students joining the pathway of STEM that is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And I can see the best secondary schools in Kenya focusing more on STEM. Schools like Kenya High Alliance and the rest will focus more on STEM education, and that will be good. And that is why there is need to reconfigure the teaching of STEM education in junior secondary, so that it strengthens STEM education at senior secondary, so that then the senior secondary will feed the TVETs. There is a lot of investment in TVETs in this country. Will feed the TVETs, mid-level secondaries and mid-level schools and universities. So according to me, I see exponential growth of STEM education and real effect in the technological development of this country. In fact, Kenya needed to focus on STEM education rather than wasting time in many theoretical issues and cut and paste curriculum from elsewhere. Is what Asian Tigers did, is what Malaysia did. It focused on STEM education. Singapore focused on STEM education. China focused on STEM education. Japan focused on STEM education for a long time. Korea focused on STEM education. And that is why it's an industrial, those are industrial hubs, and the technology has gone so far, yet we started at the same time. And I think this is where Kenya, moving forward, the focus should be on STEM education. That is going to really transform when we are moving to the fourth industrial revolution, where digital economy and digital platform is key. This is what we need to do. That does not mean the other pathways, sports and arts. It is what is key. But how many, the number of students who will focus on sports and arts, because this is a space that must also be digitized, that must be monetized. We have seen our girls, like Faith Kipyegon, breaking world records and winning awards. We want more of our Kenyans to focus in the different aspects of sport, from athletics, football, and the rest. We want to rule the world, and including when you talk of arts, that is the creative economy, the film industries. Maybe we want another Hollywood here in Kenya. And,
that's where I belong. That's where I belong.
I see with strong leadership, a vibrant leadership like the one of administration of William Ruto. If we get consistent leadership for the next, say 30 years at the presidential level and at governance level, Kenya will lead the continent of Africa. And we have seen what the president is doing. The agenda of the president, even within the continent, is an emerging strong leader within the continent, trying to advocate for a new agenda and a new model of handling development within the continent, so that African government and the African people can develop faster than it is at the moment, and that the African continent can be an economic hub and a common market that can also compete equitably with the rest of the world. And so I think if we have more emergent leaders even within the continent, because an education system alone in Kenya cannot change Africa. It's about leadership. It's a chain. All these things about leadership. It's networking.
I hear you.
We need regional cooperation and regional transformation and democracies and entrenched democracy within the continent, so that we don't look at things only nationally. We also must also look at regionally before we go globally. And I think that is the message that the president is trying to put across. Let us transform at home. Let us advocate at the region. Let us have our space globally. And in that way, we will match in the, I'm seeing the next 30, 50 years, if we sustain this script, because once a script is put in place, the different actors will come in, because Ruto's term will end in 2032. He will retire in 2032. There will be another leadership after 2032. There will be another leadership after 2042. And so we must maintain a clear model that is understood by all the people and supported.
Perfect. We still have time.
So I think education is going to play a central role in driving development.
I hear. Thank you so much. On that aspect, we still have an election in 2027. Just to make it clear, Kenyans will decide. Just to correct that. Whether they'll give him another mandate, that's all of them. Democracy.
Yeah, but I can tell you,
that's the opinion.
If we speak politically, we try to do some political metrology. Some political metrology.
And mine is to neutralize it. That we have an election in 2027.
That one is sealed, and
politically speaking, yes, you're right.
That one is sealed, and it is going to be proved empirically. The scorecard will be the plan.
All right.
And the Kenyans will score. And you see, Kenyans are the most informed population in any democracy anywhere in the world. And they are liberal. They are free. They are able to see who is doing what and who is doing things right.
Okay.
And Kenya Kwanza is conscious that we are not going to force Kenyans to vote for us in 2027. We are going to account to Kenyans what we have done within the plan, and we are sticking within the plan.
Let's take a look at the Star newspaper. So far, so good. So far, so good. The Star newspaper, what do you have? Hits and misses as Ruto marks a year in office. That was the front page. President delivered colorful speech loaded with promises to hustlers. One in office, lieutenants praise his stellar performance. Critics say that is a big disappointment. On the front page of the Ruto administration here, it's the scorecard. On the left is the hits, on the right is the misses. You can take a look. It's already there in a bullet form for you. The economic change, that's according to President William Ruto, the economic change is not always about new activities, but the new ideas that give more people a chance to participate in wealth creation. That is what you have here on the front page of the Star newspaper. Continuing that, Westgate survivors still reeling from trauma 10 years after terror attack. I covered that event and is still here. I know what really happened there. It was not a good thing. Minority Leader Wandai wants inhuman, quote-unquote, inhuman death penalty abolished in the new bill. And MP Kanchori dares Raila as he rallies Masai people to support President William Ruto. That is on the front page of the Star newspaper. Go ahead and take a look at students will battle against law school over certificates. There is a tribunal which was set up, and it has now ordered a readmission without condition to sit advocates qualifying exam. That is now happening at the Kenya School of Law. Hits and misses as Ruto marks 1 year in office as president. That is fleshed out for you on page 4 and 5 of the Star newspaper. You can take a look at that. What are some of the promises he made? Has he achieved any? Kindiki meets DCI team over good conduct certificates. He was there at the DCI headquarters yesterday together with the PS Raymond Omolo. Ruto performing, but Kenya headed in the wrong direction as per the survey which was conducted, with 53% of Kenyans believe the country is headed in the wrong direction. That is as far as that is concerned. Politically speaking, finally, tribunal orders will not save ODM party rebels, quote unquote, says Senator Edwin Sifuna. A couple of them were given an expulsion from the party, a recommendation to be expelled from the party, but the party tribunal says that they have to be there until the case is heard and determined. Okay. Let's take a break. When we come back, we're still going to continue with Kenya Kwanza at 1, with the one and only Wilson Sossion, who is saying that he's a teacher and he's giving 80% to the Kenya administration. That's being too generous. That's being generous, Mwalimu.
I'm being an honest teacher. That's what I did with my students. I gave them A's if they deserved. You don't deny students marks when they score and when they deserve.
All right. Let's take a break.
And I tell them, maintain this A to the very end.
Let's take a break.
And they maintained. I told them, and they maintained A's.
Okay.
And my final grades, my columns, were all A's.
I gave all right. Let's take a break. And let me also have an A on this side, 70%, 80% as we take a break. We'll be right back with more. Stay with us.
국장님, 안 그래도 전화 드리려고 했는데.
유지야,
너 나한테 속이는 거 없어. 네가 테리우스를 도왔다는 게 사실이야.
당분간 떠납니다. 준수 준이에겐 잘 말해주세요. 절대 나대지 말라는 명령은 꼭 지키게.
따위로 하는 거야. 실장님, 장미호텔 천상호 맞아요?
아이, 그러면요, 사모님.
김은태 씨, 무슨 일 있어요?
Without your love, I'm lonely. I miss you. So hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times. What does this truly mean?
Sergio, tell me, why did you give me an engagement ring? If you don't even want an engagement party.
There's something I need to tell you. Something about us.
What is it?
I just can't shut off my feelings.
You should at least have the courage to admit it to me. Why don't you just tell me straight out that you're meeting with Isabel at night? I asked you to stay away from her, Danielle. Well, I suppose she's no angel at all.
Tell me something, Mom. Has Isabel been seeing Danielle recently?
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us now to the final discussion part of it. On the front page of the People Daily, President Ruto's hits and misses again. President Ruto's meet and hisses. He made many promises in the run-up to 2022 general election. But 1 year after he was sworn in, he has had a mixed bag of achievements and failures. That is on the front page of the People Daily. Fleshed out there for you on page 4 and 5. Poll, Kenya heading in the wrong direction with 55% of Kenyans responded and saying that according to the Infotrack, the government is given a C. But Susion says that it's 80. That's an A. That's an A.
It's an A.
That's an A. All right. All right. Lifeline for Odium rebels. That is after setback for Raila and allies as tribunal stops party from expelling 5 renegade lawmakers over their warm relations with the ruling Kenya Kwanza coalition. Very quickly, police seek 30 days to probe terror suspects. Quickly on that page, why Apex Court dismissed Kaluma petition on LGBTQ. Go ahead and take a look. Fourth page here is mixed bag of fortunes as Ruto marks 1 year. Remember that he's going to be continuing here on KBC until 9 p.m. The reporters are working on that. Kenya Kwanza leaders have been accused of reneging on some of the promises they made in the campaigns. Ruto above average, according to Kenya, as Kenya said that Kenya headed south. That is, President Ruto records impressive returns, though majority believe country headed in direction. It's quite confusing that the president is performing well, but on the other end, Kenya is saying that he's moving in the wrong direction. So where's the balance? Again, as a teacher, you know, you've gotten an A as a student, but you are going the right direction. What does that really mean?
I'm basically proficient in statistics, but I'm not an expert in statistics.
Right.
In management of information. You see, there's what we call biased data.
Yeah.
Data that is biased. So you don't rely on biased data or spurious data. We must deal with quality data that informs accurately. And so you may be relying on biased data. But the facts here which are palpable is that a lot is being done, and contrary to what people are expecting. And that is why Azimio are very restless, because they're afraid that Kenya Kwanza will deliver to the satisfaction of Kenyans. And if they deliver to the satisfaction of Kenyans, they will have no political platform. The political platform automatically disappears, and it's going to disappear. We have seen the indicators. If we have about 7 or 8 members of parliament of Orange Democratic Movement declaring their support and working with the president, that's an indicator. And those members of parliament represent people. Now, if we use the political variable alone, if you look at the behavior of members of parliament across the political parties, then that is an indicator of the perception of the people that things are changing. We've seen governors in the opposition areas working openly, closely with the president and within the agenda of the people. And the president has said, I'm ready to work with anybody, any elected leader, whether you're in opposition or in government. And we've seen that those are strong indicators. That's a very clear indicator. 2, we've seen stability across the sector, stability in the health sector, stability in education. That's an indicator of serious variable. And we are seeing work. You asked me about Machogu. He's a grounded administrator and is able to drive issues very clearly. We've seen Kithure Kindiki, and these are ministries that are in the media so often. The other ministries are not in the media, but there's a lot of work being done. We've seen the president hold consistent cabinet meetings, not in State House Nairobi, but in the state lodges across the country, and in relation to development agenda of those particular areas. We saw the sugar. We've now seen the sugar. We've seen conferences around the various major crops. There was a coffee conference. And now as we are seated, the deputy president is in Colombia looking for a good market for coffee. And we've seen a lot of reforms in the coffee sector and recommendations from the coffee sector. We've seen there was a tea conference in Kericho, and farmers are beginning to receive higher pay for their tea out of those reforms and recommendations. The reforms in the milk sector, the milk being imported from outside, let me not name where, has been stopped. You could not have a government that facilitate importation of milk from outside to come and kill the milk farmers. Now, there is a conversation, the big conversation on the sugar sector, where cartels using government and our judicial system to entrench themselves, import sugar from outside and package them in the name of our factories, which are dead and rotten. And when the president made it very clear that these cartels, either they ship out of the country, they go to jail, or they go to heaven. Yes. Mambo ni matatu. Yes. Because that now underpins the urgency of dealing with corruption in government and within the sectors. So you can see the next sector, and I'm told there's a special sitting of parliament to pass the sugar bill that is going to underpin all these reforms and protect the farmers. And therefore, the sugarcane farmers in Western Kenya, that is Nyanza and Western, should prepare. So really, when I go around all these indicators of transformation and optimism, building of economic zones, expansion of infrastructure, that is the road infrastructure and communications within the country, the management of the energy sector, that now even the prices have stabilized, contrary to the expectation. I think critical analysis and flagging out the key indicators and the key sectors will indicate that a lot is being done. positively and openly. We must run an open government. A government cannot operate in mysteries. When we saw the administration of Uhuru Kenyatta for about 3-4 years without a cabinet, now how do you account to the public if you don't conduct cabinet meetings? You know, cabinet memos, cabinet decisions, cabinet resolutions will trickle down to the line ministries for implementation. The PSS will have programs to run, and the president is hands-on.
Yeah.
He works late into the night, and he can consult with ministries, departments at any time. That is, we want a hands-on government where the president is hands-on, the deputy president is hands-on, the minister is hands-on, the PSS know what they're doing, and everybody in government being paid for by the citizens is doing jobs that they were elected to do. The governors should also be hands-on. The county assemblies should check the governors properly and what is happening. The Senate should do its oversight work. The National Assembly, all organs and all entities must work.
All right.
And within a short time,
yes,
we will see more clear indicators. You see, these indicators may not be flagged out properly by those who really can. But I know as we move forward, as we get clear and clearer results, that is when sugar farmers will be benefiting from their sugar cane. When milk farmers will be benefiting clearly from their milk products. Coffee farmers, tea farmers, and the impact of fertilizers. Now we've seen there's a lot of maize, a lot of food across the country. That's when we'll be sustaining ourselves. That is now when everybody in the country will say, yes, this is a country that we need. All we need is a good country for everyone. We don't need a good country for businessmen, for thieves, for cartels.
Thank you.
We need a good country for everybody. And you see, in the social democrat framework, which I believe in, is that there must be equality.
Thank you.
The purchasing power of the people at the bottom should be the same as the people at the top. And we should access quality life, all of us together. And I think this is what Kenya Kwanza is endeavoring to deliver.
Thank you so much. It's 8:15. I'll be unfair if I don't take what's on the front page of the Standard newspaper. The battle within, that's what's on the front page. In its formative days, President Ruto's UDA vision was for a super party. With the 2022 poll realities dawning, he reluctantly allowed an alliance with smaller parties. Now the head of state finds himself growing stronger politically, but also fighting fires over certain decisions and ambitious goals. That's also on the front page of the Standard newspaper. 13 suspects in 1 billion fake gold scam in court taking place there. You can take a look at this front page. ODM MPs score first win over party expulsion. You can take a look at that story as well as far as that's concerned. Ruto 1 year in office. How he compares with the Kibaki and Uhuru. That is on the Standard newspaper. Please go ahead and pick your favorite copy. We have the Standard, People Daily, the Star newspaper, and finally the Daily Nation. Asante sana for being a part of this show. Mheshimiwa, asante sana. Wilson Sosion. George Keith was supposed to be here, but he did not make it, as well as George Mwanga, who was also to be with us, but did not make it. But nonetheless, the show had to continue. Mheshimiwa, thank you so much for being a part of the show. You, as a viewer, asante sana. Thank you. My name is Victor Lowe. Taking a break. We'll be right back with Jim Kai. Stay with us.
You're saying Casey is a bad person and she brought me to see you.
Mom, kuna vitu zingine unajua bado ni mtoto, utaelewa, ya?
Naongea naye.
Who are you to question me, Casey? Get out of my way. So, ulikuja na nani kwangu?
Na badi, kuna mambo yanaendelea hapa ndani na sio mazuri.
Rick atakuja kwa event?
Why do you care?
It's okay, you don't want to tell me why Mom left.
Hannah, come on. Not again.
안 그래도 전화 드리려고 했는데.
유지야, 너 나한테 속이는 거 없어. 네가 테리우스를 도왔다는 게 사실이야.
당분간 떠납니다. 준수 준이에겐 잘 말해주세요. 절대 나대지 말라는 명령은 꼭 지키길.
따위로 하는 거야. 실장님, 장미 호텔 천상우 맞아요?
아이, 그러면요, 사모님.
김은태 씨, 무슨 일 있어요?
Without your love, I'm lonely. I miss you. So hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times. What does this truly mean? When you see the truth right before your eyes.
Miongoni mwa mambo ambayo waja wataulizwa watakapofika mbele ya Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala siku ya akhira itakuwa kwanza ni kuhusiana na mali zao walitumia vipi, neema yao walitumia vipi, muda wao ama umri wao pia walitumia vipi.
Kwa hiyo ndugu zangu Waislamu, Allah alitutoa kwenye tumbo za mama zetu tukiwa hatuna nguo, akaja akatufundisha namna ya kuvaa nguo. Kiwa unapendeza, utapendeza hata kama umevaa barangeti. Watu watakutafuta ndani ya barangeti, wakutafuta huyu, kumbe ni mzuri.
Sergio, tell me, why did you give me an engagement ring? If you don't even want an engagement party.
There's something I need to tell you. Something about us.
What is it?
I just can't shut off my feelings.
You should at least have the courage to admit it to me. Why don't you just tell me straight out that you're meeting with Isabel at night? I asked you to stay away from her, Danielle. Well, I suppose she's no angel at all.
Tell me something, Mom. Has Isabel been seeing Danielle recently?
There is no wealth without health, and it all begins here. And regular exercise. Your Health Show brings you an array of health information to keep you informed and healthy. Real people and real stories.
Kurasa wa wadi baada ya siku 2-3 nikapelekwa theater. Wakasema wametoa nyama upande wa nyuma. Walipopima hiyo nyama walipata ni kansa.
Nasema wewe rafiki yangu sasa kwa huo umri ulio uko nao kama hivi unafanya na mama fumbo wewe. Uliyapata wapi wewe? Na mimi namwambia mimi mwenyewe pia mimi nashangaa.
Join me, Marie Yambo, from the laboratories to the theaters as we feature cutting-edge technology in healthcare diagnosis and treatment. Only on KBC Channel 1.
The motivations of singing. One, okay, apart it draws me closer to God and have so much inspiration, and also it helped me to grow more spiritually in my journey of music.
Singing is not a career, is a talent that I have, and I know that I will continue singing even though I'm older.
Yes, these two animals are very common in African stories. Now, when you hear about the hair, what comes to your mind?
Does your sport shop socks?
Today I'm going to show you how to make the yummiest sausage roll at the comfort of your home.
Because you are great, your promises are yes and amen.
welcome back. Now we're getting your second part of the interview. Now, last week, the country hosted the Climate Change Summit, the Climate Summit, which happened here, the Africa Climate Summit at the Kenyatta International Convention Center, which attracted more than 23 heads of state and other climate activists, climate change activists in the country. We had a lot of deliberations. Remember, the country is making a lot of demands from other partners. With the COP28 almost happening around the corner, that sometimes next month, we have got a lot of expectations. So a week later, let's also still talk about the issue of climate change. I'm joined by Martha Wanza, who is YWCA Kenya, who is the membership officer. Martha, karibu sana to Good Morning Kenya.
Asante sana.
A lot happened last week. Let's just go back there and first of all, were you a delegate there?
Yes, I was a delegate.
What stood out there for you?
For me, what stood up is the fact that the young people were there and they knew what they wanted and they knew the demands that they were asking. Yes, and bearing in mind the fact that young people in Africa understand that Africa is home for 17% of the world population, we account only for 4% of the global energy. Young people demanded for what is right for them, for the loss and damage that is happening because of the effects of climate change. Yes.
Yeah, because even during your deliberations, even during the meeting with the president, you had the youth drawn across the country or even across the border had their own demand and the request that they wanted their voice included in matters to do with the climate change. Do you think there is going to be some change?
I think it's a progress. It's a journey. It's not an event, a one-time thing, and that's why the dialogue of climate change is a daily thing, because we cannot have the change immediately. Because most of the people are also, especially when the people in power, who are like the policy makers who are supposed to make the changes, they're also getting to understand what is climate change. So I think the more we have the dialogue, the more we have the conversation in line with the climate change, just getting to make people understand what is climate change and whom does it affect most. Think of the marginalized person. Think of the person at the rural area, maybe in the Bamba area, where they have to walk long distance in search of water. Making people, even the local mwananchi, just understand that. So then with time, we'll be able to get there.
Yeah.
So I don't think it is going to happen soon. It's not an event, it's a process, it's a journey.
It's a journey.
Yes.
Do you think the youth's voice is being muzzled, that you are not given some listening ear by some people?
Yes.
Why do you feel so?
It feels so because, first of all, you cannot give a listening here to what you don't understand.
Right.
As I said earlier, so most people don't understand what is climate change. And by the fact that they don't understand, how would they give a listening here? So I think the young people, they have taken the initiative to first make people understand, to first, organize youth-led organizations that are working on climate change. Like our organization, we're merging with EVOs and other stakeholders to see how we can make people understand, be part of the conversation of climate change. And in that process, it is easy for us to be heard. It is easy for our voices to be heard. But I can say that it's there is still a revolution, because young people are now meaningfully involved, to be part of this conversation. Not just being involved, meaningfully involved.
Yeah.
And their voices, at least they can get a space where their voices, they can be heard. Yes.
When you listen to the presidents giving their speeches during that particular session, most of them had their statement from their particular countries, their stand as individual presidents. But I didn't hear the voice of the youth making the demand that probably they wanted that financial autonomy to run their own affairs. Do we have such an arrangement as far as climate change and mitigation is concerned?
I'm not so sure of that. I'm not so sure of that. But maybe what I can say is we may not deliberately have a clear pathway on the same, but we have the conversation ongoing. So probably maybe we can see with time what could be the effect and maybe what the demands, or rather the conversation that were made, they probably, at least they could take maybe 1 to 3 things and be acted upon. Yes.
How can we include youth in the fight against climate change? Because it's real, all right?
Yes.
The weatherman is saying that El Nino is here with us here. The last time we had such a thing was in 1997, and here, the issue of climate change, global warming, is one thing and the same. But how can we include the voice of the youth, or even our Kenyan students, generally the entire population, in the fight against climate change?
First, I would say I would like to congratulate first maybe even the organization, the youth-led organization that are working towards climate change. The first step is having a conversation about it, because you cannot fight for what you don't know.
Yeah.
It's until you know what you're fighting for. It's until you know the effects. It's until you know what can I do, what is my role in this, you are able to know how can I come in. So the more we have the conversation, the more we have the dialogues, the more we engage the young people, intentionally engage the young people in this conversation, and not just engage them, also involve them to be part of the change, you know. So I've seen young people quite doing a lot of things, and also I think also it is important also to finance the small actions that young people are undertaking to fight the fight against climate change.
You know, when you listen to the delegates they're speaking, they said that the kind of compensation Africa is receiving is not completely commensurate to the amount of carbon emission that is out there. You know, from the donors or from the big boys, quote unquote, they say whatever you're giving us is too little as compared to what we are supposed to be getting. What do you think can be done to have that balance of trade between Africa and the rate of compensation?
I think it's very clear, and I think it's very wise that people already understand that we are the least people who produce the least of carbon.
Yes.
We are the least polluters, but again we bear the effects more. Maybe to create a balance, it's for the big boys, to get to listen to us and to act upon us. And I think it's not a request; it's a demand, because we
based on what
this,
was happening there, it was all demand.
It is demand. It is a demand, because by the fact that we keep on requesting, it's not happening. Now at this point, we should demand, because we don't have much time. It's either they act upon, or we're losing our own earth. And I'm imagining of my own kid, my future kids, they need a better earth, they need a better place to live on. So if we don't act upon now, then we are losing it. Now that's why the people there, the delegates there, they were not requesting, they were demanding. Yes.
I didn't listen how the issue of health in the mitigation and the climate change, the effect of climate change in our health. That is generally, that's what's happening. But before I get into that, how can we include gender in the fight and mitigation against climate change?
Wow, that's a very interesting question. First, Young Women Christian Association, which is YWCA, we are very, very critical, or rather, we are very, we really have much interest, even with our partners that we partner with, EVOS and other partners that we are with in the project of climate change. We are very particular in the involvement of the marginalized people, of which we feel is the women, the PWDs and the young people. Because this, when when the climate change happens, let me just give a simple example. Let's imagine we have floods in whichever the area of the country. What will happen to a PWD person? What will happen to a woman? A woman will think of the kids. So the space that maybe you, the man, you will keep, even to run away from the floods.
I think because of engineering and the way our brains are wired.
Yes, because it is the women, it is the women that are affected most.
Why are you fighting for us? Even as men, we are also fighting against climate change.
I know, but the effects are more on women, because even look at our societies, our societies are still patriarchal, and you can think of the fact that, I've worked a lot in Kilifi, the interior part in Bamba, the place that are very, very, very dry, even getting there is a problem. So getting even water, you see a woman walking a long distance to get water. Why am I saying a woman? Because the man will go and look for food. that's, the rural areas, it's still patriarchal. You don't have like in the urban area, it's not like in the urban area where both genders get to go to work and such. So in those areas, it is the woman that will be left home to look for water to wash clothes, look for water to, to cook, to look for water to do what, to go look for firewood. And in that process, they also risk themselves. They also risk the danger of maybe even getting being part of gender-based violence, in particular rape. So walking those long distance itself is a risk, making them even more vulnerable. Yes, and that's why we are very particular on the gender mainstreaming in the process of climate change implementation. We're very intentional in that.
I also want my voice for the boy child.
The voice of the boy child.
Women walk long distance to go and look for water, fetch
You
fire.
can have your own version and justify it.
What about men? We disappear for 2-3 days going to look for work and to provide for families. Boy child, you're also doing a great job in as far as the fight of climate change is concerned.
I didn't say that you're not doing a great job, but I'm just saying we are particular. It's a balance, and we have to be particular and have a special interest on the people who are mostly affected. Yes.
Okay. We have CBC in our country. How do you think the training and the issue of having measures to mitigate climate change is completely entrenched and put there in our CBC so that we start learning the effect of climate change from the formative stages until we get to a point where you realize that now this is part and parcel of our system?
I think with the competence-based curriculum, I think there is much more aspect of climate change, unlike the other curriculum, because I see this even with my siblings, the curriculum is giving them more opportunity to understand basically what is happening. Even these are things that have been impacted in their curriculum, in the books themselves. So I feel like they have a whole environmental, conversation, subject that they get to undertake. And I think this is a good approach, but I think as we still have to do more by apart from what is in the curriculum, maybe organizations like us, we can be intentional and get to involve these kids right from the start. Because during the Africa Climate Summit, we had the children and the youth, we had the children also giving their voices. And remember also we had these, we also had, at the same time, we had like a pre-SDG summit that was organized by Africa Faith Actors and Faith-Based Organization, where we had also the children and the youth also voice out their issues in line with the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, of which one of the key issues was also on climate action.
Perfect.
So I think it's also involving them away from school, even here outside, organization like us can be intentional to involve the children and the youth so that they get to understand, because this is their future that we're talking about. This is not their future, it's our future that we are talking about. It's the future of my kids that we're talking about, and it's very, very key to start having the conversation and act upon it,
Perfect.
Yes.
So the issue of loss and damages, that really featured there during the summit. But when you listen to the delegates and even some of the presidents, the donors, the activists, they say losses and damages are not proportionate. Whatever Africa is given in piecemeal. It's not lump sum. Either the big boys will give you, they'll compensate for the loss and damages in terms of donations. There's a flood somewhere, they send $1 billion or $2 billion somewhere there. But Africa wanted financial autonomy to run their affairs. What do you make of that?
I think preparedness, disaster preparedness is very, very key. You don't have to give me because this happened to me. We need to have like a very intentional and have a budget, have a specific secured budget for that. Because one thing we are assured of, floods are happening. One thing we are assured of, earthquakes are happening. One thing we are assured of, drought is happening. So why do we have to wait for drought to happen in a specific place for us to? We need to be very key and have a financing for that, because we have climate change with us here and it is happening, and we can't say when this happens, this is when we shall provide this. No, we need to specifically have a budget for that, have a financing for that, and yes, because the weirdest thing, it is us, the Africa, people that are mostly affected by these things.
So, as we wind up, what do you think are some of the effects of climate change, basically, and its effects to the communities out there?
Okay, I think basically getting to understand first what is climate change. It is so easy to understand even what is the effects of climate change, which is like the rise in temperatures and the change of the weather patterns. And some of these things I've mentioned them, which is like drought. Yeah, because when you have like the change of weather patterns, we'll have drought. You know, you will have drought. The other day I was in one of the rural areas that I visited my grandma, and just to see that the land is very, very dry. They have not planted things. They have not planted, like I would come and find some fruits, carry some, beans, carry what. I mean, there's nothing. The only thing I could get from there is lemons. Yeah. And that's the that is the real change. It's affecting us. That is drought. There is floods. There is food insecurity. Because when there is change of weather patterns, it evokes the food insecurity, and we don't have enough food to feed our families, to feed our nation. We can go on and go on. It's too much of the effects, but the most important thing, the most affected one, you will always find is the marginalized people. The people look at the cattle rustling, because climate change leads to limited resources, and limited resources. Actually, this leads to insecurity, also leads to, that is leading to peace issues and such. Yeah, so that's why you even hear about the cattle rustling in Samburu.
Absolutely.
My friend from Samburu always speaks about that, and we get to see the climate change in a more closer way. It is not far from us. It is the simple things that are happening around us, and everyone is affected, and that's why everyone should understand this and take action.
I believe it's not all doom and gloom. It's not. There's hope for this country.
There's
hope for Africa.
There is hope for Africa.
Okay. Thank you so much, because they say that impact on climate change is impact on humanity.
Yes.
The way you said that we have people who are also affected, the pastoralist communities, that's an impact of climate change. And until something is done, I believe we'll still continue talking about this until cows come back home.
Yeah.
Gioni. Wanza, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That is Martha Wanza, who is YWCA Kenya. She is the membership officer. That was just but a quick recap on what happened, the voice of the youth as far as Climate Summit is concerned. They had their deliberations, they had their memoranda, they also had their meetings with different actors. As far as this is concerned, it was a platform for her to speak on behalf of the youth. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a break. Jim K continues after this. My name is Victor Lo. Have a good morning.
You're saying Casey is a bad person and she brought me to see you.
Mom, kuna vitu zingine unajua bado ni mtoto utaelewa, ya?
Naongea naye.
Who are you to question me, Casey? Get out of my way. So, ulikuja na nani kwangu?
Na badi, kuna mambo yanaendelea hapa ndani na sio mazuri. Rick atakuja kwa event?
Why do you care?
It's okay, you don't want to tell me why Mom left.
Hannah, come on. Not again.
Vijana chapakazi wenye nguvu za ziada.
My youth, uko na talent ya kusing, spoken word, kucompose jingles ama any other unexploited artistic talent. Gava through Ministry of Information, Communication and the Digital Economy na KBC sasa wamekama up na project ya kupromote usanii called Studio Mashinani. Hizi ni studios ziko grassroots and they are fitted with high quality state-of-the-art equipment where you can produce quality audio and video music content for free. What's more, wanaofa mentorship na talanta yako itakuwa promoted on KBC Channel 1 TV, Y254 na radio stations za KBC. Tembelea studio mashinani huko Comarox, Langata, Sauti House Mombasa, Kirwara huko Gatanga, Kitui next to Manyanyoni Chiefs Camp na Kisumu City wako hapo KBC station. Usilalie talent. This is your chance to commercialize and popularize your talent through studio mashinani.
Serio, tell me, why did you give me an engagement ring? If you don't even want an engagement party.
There's something I need to tell you. Something about us.
What is it?
I just can't shut off my feelings.
You should at least have the courage to admit it to me. Why don't you just tell me straight out that you're meeting with Isabel at night? I asked you to stay away from her, Danielle. Well, I suppose she's no angel at all.
Tell me something, Mom. Has Isabel been seeing Danielle recently?
There is no wealth without health, and it all begins here. And regular exercise. Your Health Show brings you an array of health information to keep you informed and healthy. Real people and real stories.
Kurasa wa wadi baada ya siku 2-3 nikapelekwa theater. Wakasema walitoa nyama upande wa nyuma. Walipopima hiyo nyama walipata ni kansa.
Nasema wewe rafiki yangu sasa kwa umri uko nao kama hivi unafanya na mama fumbo wewe. Uliyapata wapi wewe? Na mimi namwambia mimi mwenyewe pia na mimi nashangaa.
Join me, Marie Yambo, from the laboratories to the theaters as we feature cutting-edge technology in healthcare diagnosis and treatment. Only on KBC Channel 1.
The motivations of singing. One, okay, apart it draws me closer to God and have so much inspiration, and also it helped me to grow more spiritually in my journey of music.
Singing is not a career, is a talent that I have, and I know that I will continue singing even though I'm older.
Yes, these two animals are very common in African stories. Now, when you hear about the hair, what comes to your mind?
Does your sports shop socks?
Today I'm going to show you guys how to make the youngest sausage roll at the comfort of your home.
God, you are great. Your promises are yes and amen. You are my favorite. Oh yeah.
Long time no see. Out your love, I'm lonely. I miss you.
So hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times. Sarah, what does this truly mean?
When you see the truth right before your eyes.
Miongoni mwa mambo ambayo waja wataulizwa watakapofika mbele ya Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala siku ya akhira itakuwa kwanza ni kuhusiana na mali zao walitumia vipi, neema yao walitumia vipi, muda wao ama umri wao pia walitumia vipi.
Kwa hiyo ndugu zangu Waislamu, Allah alitutoa kwenye tumbo za mama zetu tukiwa hatuna nguo. Akaja akatufundisha namna ya kuvaa nguo. Kiwa unapendeza, utapendeza hata kama umevaa barangeti. Watu watakutafuta ndani ya barangeti, wakutafuta huyu, kumbe ni nzuri.
All praise to the one most high. Praise of humanity.
Welcome back. Now, the world gets to celebrate the International Day of Peace on the 21st of this month. And this is a day that is set aside to ensure that we strengthen the ideals of peace. And in line with that, I am joined in the studio by Joy Wandabwa, who is the team leader for the Program for Christian-Muslim Relations in Africa, an organization that deals with promoting peace and ensuring that we coexist as a people. Welcome to the program, Joy.
Thank you very much.
You're doing well?
Yes, I am well.
Yeah. If you may just get us into, tell us a bit about what the program is all about.
Okay, so the Program for Christian-Muslim Relations in Africa is a Pan-African Christian organization founded in 1959 and has been promoting peace around Africa for over 60 years. And we target to work with mainly religious leaders, that is churches, mosques, youth, women, and other stakeholders who are primary to peace building around the world. Yes.
And what do you exactly do in this particular organization?
So what we do is we organize seminars, conferences, programs to capacitate or build the capacity of religious leaders to understand why it is important to have peace and peaceful coexistence within the communities that we work. Procmora mainly focuses on promoting peace between Christians and Muslims. And why Christians and Muslims is because Muslims and Christians are the two main dominant religions in Africa. And so it is important for them to be at peace with one another. You are aware that across Africa, in many countries today, there's been a lot of implication of religion when it comes to peace matters. Going across the globe, we are working in countries like Nigeria, Cameroon, and all that. You are aware about the issue of Boko Haram, Al-Shabaab, and all that. So we see it as important that religion has to play carefully in the matters around peace, so that religious leaders can stand out and say, for example, religion cannot be used to fight wars. Instead of that, it can be used to build bridges and bring peace to the communities. So that is what Procmora does. Through media campaigns such as this one, promoting awareness so that people can begin to understand that despite our religious differences, we all profess different faiths, but we cannot use this to go against one another.
The program has been there in existence for the past 60 years, as you've just mentioned. Just how effective has it been?
Well, we have been effective in the sense that now we have endeared ourselves to bring key stakeholders on board. We are working with the youth. For example, in Kenya here right now, we have what you call Procmora chapters in learning institutions. We have managed to work in more than 17 countries across Kenya so that we can bring this issue of tolerance. Because you see...
17 counties?
17 universities, learning institutions around Kenya, where we have instituted what we call Procmora chapters, or if you like, peace clubs. So through these chapters, the youth can they can rally together within the universities, not necessarily, looking at their religious affiliations, but finding common points of concern. As an interfaith or Pan-African Christian organization, we are also able to address issues such as interfaith marriages and what it entails. So we have women programs, we have also women empowerment, girl-child empowerment programs, so that we find points of commonality. For example, instituting empowerment centers in places like Turkana, in Juba, South Sudan, where again there's peace and conflict. So our main target is also to see those communities that have been invaded by conflict or war, and how do we find points of reconciliation so that we can build bridges with them.
We all have to agree that peace is paramount, and without peace, truly, and according to you, what are some of the things that people tend to ignore. They don't really see it as if there were no peace right now, this and this would not happen. You know, I'm sure that there are so many things that we tend to assume that it's just normal. But if, according to you, if you may just shed some light on some things that we get to enjoy right now, and we don't really give it back to the fact that it's simply because we are living in a peaceful country.
Okay, from where I sit, I see that peace and security are paramount. And my organization believes that without peace, there can be no development. So sometimes we see development around us and we think that, you know, we take it for granted. You can visit countries around Africa who have known no peace. They even have the resources, you know, look at DRC and all those other places, South Sudan. But then their resources have not been able to contribute to the peace. Instead, the resources in these countries are kind of like even encouraging more conflict, because again now we are fighting over the resources. When you look at some countries that are so-called peaceful, you'll find that there are issues, for example, people are sleeping hungry. Again, you cannot be at peace as an individual at home if your children are sleeping hungry. You'll also have to find ways of looking out. How do you bring peace? Because peace begins with me. And it must be able to start in the home. Look at issues of domestic violence, for example. Some of us take it for granted. There are some families that have been disintegrated because of domestic violence. So what is peace? Peace does not always mean conflict and war at all the time. Peace can be, you know, interpreted into so many other things. And when you don't have that comfort, that peace, you're not able to sleep because you're worried. You don't have education. You don't have infrastructure. You don't have food to eat. You know, you're poor, but your country is peaceful. You yourself as an individual, you're not at peace. So those are some of the things that we don't break down and look at it from that point of view, that what does it mean to be peaceful? And looking at the United Nations and the Sustainable Development Goals, we are looking at justice for all. And just as you've said, we are going towards the Peace Week. We call it the Peace Week. Next week is going to be a Peace Week. Different organizations are going to be looking at it. And our theme this year is My Actions for Peace, or Actions for Peace. So as an individual, what are your peace actions? How are you influencing the community around you to be peaceful? So it doesn't mean that it's only the government, for example, that is supposed to bring peace. You and I and all the other stakeholders, the communities, the societies that we live in, we have a contribution to make towards peace and a peaceful society, so that we can achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And this year again marks the middle of the Sustainable Development Goals. We only have about, I think, 10 or 7 more years to go to Vision 2030. Where are we at? And what is it that we are celebrating? Are we able to say that Africa or Kenya as a country, have we been able to achieve these Sustainable Development Goals?
Actually, my next question was on something that you've touched about a bit, and that is the responsibility. What responsibility exactly do we all as individuals have in ensuring that we're living in peaceful communities, or we have peace among ourselves?
I think we all have responsibility, and for Procmora, we look at it from the point of view, just as I mentioned, peace begins with me. And we look at Christianity as a peaceful religion, and also Islam as a peaceful religion. And if you look at Islam, they begin by saying in the morning, Assalamu alaikum, which means, are you also looking out at your neighbor? For example, in Islam, if your neighbor is not at peace, it means you also owe that neighbor the issue of reaching out to him to promote peace. So we all have individual responsibilities that we are tasked by, beginning from even the Bible point of view, because Christ himself was a Prince of Peace. So looking at the way we are cultured, the way we are geared, and looking at Africa, which is our continent today, Africa is a religious continent, and also culture comes into play. So using those, norms that we have been brought up with, how do we action peace with our neighbors, with ourselves, with our communities, and see how to promote that.
Yeah. You've talked about Africa and the coexistence between Christians and Muslims. I don't know, would you say that from a point of view of where you sit, since this is something that you guys look into, would you say that as Kenyans we've gotten to a place where our coexistence is at its best, as Muslims and Christians?
Years back, before this issue of promoting, Christian-Muslim relations came, and Procmura is actually an organization that is working around 23 African countries and happens to be headquartered in Kenya. And so many Kenyans who heard about the name Program for Christian-Muslim Relations, they actually asked, what is this that you're trying to promote? Does it really work? Is there coexistence? Is there peace between Christians and Muslims? And by then, I can say 10, 20 years ago, we did not really think that this was important. But today, the world has changed. We have a lot of issues that are coming up between Christians and Muslims, and we have moved towards that coexistence, because you actually even see that in our institutions, you see that in government, whereby equality tends to play a role. In other African countries, for example in Nigeria, if you go there, you will find that the leadership, they try to have equality, and you will see that the vice president or the president is Muslim, and the vice president is Muslim. Why? Because they all need to sit on the same table. Kenya has moved towards that. Today, in our society, we have learning institutions, we have church institutions, we have mosques, where we are coexisting. A few years back, for example, if you remember the Garissa University attack, there was a lot of stigma. Who caused this? Who said this? And who did that? So from where we sit today, we can see that Christians and Muslims, especially here in Kenya, we don't have, a big conflict between us. We are able to coexist. We are able to work in institutions together. We are able to go to the same neighborhood. We are able to shop together. So Kenya has grown towards that peaceful coexistence. Before that, you used to say that maybe counties like Mombasa or Garissa are Muslim counties, isn't it? But today, when we go to those counties, we found Christians there. Today, if you come here, you'll find that the church and the mosque are coexisted. On one side, you find the church. On the other side, you find a mosque. That shows that there's coexistence.
All right, which is a good thing.
Which is a good thing. We are moving there. We are not at conflict.
Yeah, now talk to me about the gala that is set to happen.
Yeah, so Procmura is looking at, winding up the Peace Week next week on Friday, to bring all peace actors into one conversation, whereby we celebrate the actions for one another, religious communities, institutions, learning institutions. So we are going to bring all these stakeholders to celebrate peace, and also to call for action, peace actions. There are countries that are not at peace. What can we do together? So our focus next week is to bring all the actors, particularly in Kenya, both international organization, local organization, youth, women-led organizations, to come into a gala. And we're also going to have artists, media, so that they can all have that conversation around peace.
Yeah. Talk to me about the theme that you will be running with, because it is different from the main theme of the Peace Day.
So usually we look at the peace, the overall goal theme, but then we come up with our own, because we are saying our actions for peace. That is the theme that we are coming up with, so that we recognize each stakeholder that is going to be there. What actions have they taken towards building a culture of peace around us?
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming to the show, and thank you so much for shedding light on what you do, at the organization, which is a beautiful thing.
Thank you so much for having us.
All right.
Yeah,
this is where we take a short break, but don't you go too far. We'll be back with more right here on Good Morning Kenya.
KBC brings you children's programs at its very best, from preschoolers to the teens, featuring the very best of untapped talents, showcasing arts and crafts, music and poetry. We bring you the latest animations and teach the children how to do it.
Can you read the word with Happy Hippo?
Join us every Saturday from 7 a.m. and weekdays in the late afternoons as we bring you entertaining children programming on KBC Channel 1.
국장님, 안 그래도 전화 드리려고 했는데.
유지야, 너 나한테 속이는 거 없어. 네가 테리우스를 도왔다는 게 사실이야.
당분간 떠납니다. 준수 준이에겐 잘 말해주세요. 절대 나대지 말라는 명령은 꼭 지키길.
따위로 하는 거야. 실장님, 장미호텔 천상 맞아요?
아이, 그러면요, 사모님.
Live from Broadcasting House, Nairobi, Kenya. This is KBC English Service.
Welcome to Beat Time Show, the very best of the 80s and 90s with me, John Korani, JK.
Timeless music hits across the decades.
This is the place to be after you've had a tough day. Here we celebrate love and life.
Just watch.
The sound of KBC English Service.
I'm your host Caroline Wangishi, Carol Gatata Moshero.
My name is Geoffrey Mongai B.
News, information and entertainment. KBC English Service, Kenya's official national radio.
Out your love, I'm lonely. I miss you. So hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times. What does this truly mean?
And we are back right here on Good Morning Kenya. Thank you for staying with us. Now, with the advancements that are happening in technology now, the world is basically one global village because of the interactions having been made easier for us to interact with people across the globe. Now, the big question is, how do we tap into the digital economy? And with me on set is one Francis Njue, who has been able to do just that, as he is really thriving in this digital economy. And he has founded 3 fintech firms, one by the name HPass, the other one is HPesa. Is it Pesa or Pesa? Because you write it Pesa. HPesa and HTorex. Welcome to the program, Francis.
Thank you so much, Vivian, for having me.
You're welcome.
I'm glad to be here, and especially to discuss about the digital economy.
Yeah.
Because that is where the world is. We have been saying technology is the future, but now the future is here.
The future is here. We're living in the now, the future that we were talking about. So if you may just describe to us or define what digital economy is for someone who does not understand.
Yeah, I'll try to make the show a little bit easy because we have different type of viewers. We have those who have advanced in technology. We have those who are just right in the middle, and then you have those who really don't understand technology. And also because technology is a very a bit unfamiliar place with so many people, it's also a bit scary for people. So digital economy is basically, I'll just explain it in layman's language, the ability to create opportunities in the digital space and the ability to take advantage of that. That is the simplest way we can define digital economy.
Yeah. And how did you get yourself into this this sector?
It's quite an interesting journey for me because my background on my first training is tourism.
Okay.
And when I interacted with tourism then around 2009, I did tourism with technology. So I just was fronted right into technology. And you were getting tourists to come to Kenya using technology. And that created a very great motivation for me to just focus on technology and do things because I was amazed what technology would do. And I said, this is my field. I want to just delve into this. And I've been there for all that time.
Okay, now I get why you have the HTorex, because it's a tourism trading platform.
Absolutely.
Kindly explain to me what that means. It's a tourism trading platform. So how do you go about it?
It's quite a new innovation in the market. And basically what you're trying to do is that tourism is quite a very exclusive, kind of a business or an industry where if you don't own a hotel or you don't own a tour company or you are not working in a tour operator's firm or probably you're not working in a travel agent, you're not able to tap into that. And we realize there's a gap because most of the people, if you're not supplying in tourism, then you are not able to tap into that. We realized it's easy to create a platform which has a shared economy part of it, and everybody can participate in it. So we built a platform where people can be able to tap into the tourism economy without really having to be in there, because technology can enable that happen.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. Now, if you could just shed some light on where you feel the digital economy of Kenya is at the moment.
Thank you for that question. The digital economy of Kenya, I would say when we rank ourselves in the African market, we are still among the top 5 digitally enabled economies. And even if you look at the funding that come towards economy and the investment that have been done towards the digital space, we are quite advanced, but we still need more to be done. One of the key things that has happened, I think, during Mwai Kibaki's time, the former President Mwai Kibaki's time, was the bringing in of fiber optic, which brought together now the ease of access to internet. Some of the internet access that we have in Nairobi are faster than one of the most advanced cities. And that gives us a very great advantage. You can go to remote places and still be able to access a 4G network, which is an enabler in the economy, in the digital economy, because Vivian, what happens is the digital economy is basically thrives in 3 areas. One is the infrastructure. that has been set mostly by the government and the private sector. Then the other one is the ability to pay. So if you are able to pay for those services, then it becomes easy for you to thrive in a digital economy. And then the last bit, of course, is accessibility, internet access and all that. Yeah.
What are the advantages generally of being able to tap into this space fully?
The good thing about digital economy is it's limitless. There's no limit of how much you can access it. It's so huge. You've seen people making huge monies using technology. It's limitless. And again, if you look at the global trends, most of the successful companies are not brick and mortar anymore. They are technology-based companies. And that is what we need to strive in as a country and build digitally enabled solutions, digitally enabled platforms that are able not just to compete locally, but compete globally. Yeah.
What exactly would you say it takes to succeed in that space?
A couple of factors to consider when you really want to thrive. And we'll borrow a lot from the Silicon Valleys and the Chinese companies and other companies that thrive in this place. First, they think global. So they have to think, will this solution serve a totally different market? Because when you're doing a digital solution, you don't just do it for the local market. Yes, it will be the first place to launch, but you're going global. So you have to have a global feel of what you want to build. And that is what will make you thrive, because now you'll never be satisfied with small successes of a regional market. You'll be looking at a bigger market than that. Yeah, so that is one. The other thing is, of course, being able to solve a very pain point in the market. Being able to scrutinize your market and see, am I able to solve a particular problem in this market? And then at what scale? How big is that market that you want to? So however small it is, however big it is, you really need to be able to duplicate that to different markets across the world. Yeah.
What would you say are the factors affecting the digital economy, specifically in Kenya?
One of them is, now that we have a couple of advantages, I think the major one is funding, because money is a critical component when it comes to digital economy, and especially when you're building your own solutions. But if you're building on the existing solutions, then awareness is the other big thing. Like, how am I able to make money in a digital space? How am I able to plug into a digital space with what the skills, the kind of skills that you have? The other thing is a bit about education. I think the kind of education we have is that we have been having before as a little bit of rigidity when it comes to the digital access of digital economy, because most of the digital economy access that you realize have a lot to do with somebody's ability to do things naturally. For example, if you look at people who are doing YouTube videos and all that, it's more of a natural talent. And it's now that we have CBC that is trying to promote these kind of things. Otherwise, it has been an hindrance before, where people are kind of structured to a certain system, and it has kind of made people not to really penetrate into the digital economy. And even if you look at the fact, you realize people who are younger are taking advantage of digital space more than the older generation.
Yeah. I guess it's because they were born into it. You know, the older generation didn't really get to interact with technology like that.
Exactly.
I guess that's the reason why.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
But then how again do they catch up?
The older generation can catch up. One of them, how they can catch up is investing in the ideas that are coming from young people. Because the older generation most probably have kind of made it in life. They have some monies, they have savings, and they have jobs and all that, they have businesses. They can look at investing in the digital space, because we have very young people, many young people out here. I interact with them because I'm also a startup mentor, who have great ideas, but now they don't have money to push their ideas to the next level, even to a level of creating the minimum viable product. So one of them they can do is tapping into that. Number two is looking at the ideas that the young people are coming up, especially those who have big businesses, and see how is the disruption happening, because you can't talk about digital economy without talking about disruption and innovation. So the older people can listen to the young people and tell them, hey, this is how we want to be doing things in 2050. And if they can listen to them, then it will be so easy to start structuring things or solutions that are digitally enabled. Yeah.
You're a startup mentor. You've just mentioned that. So when someone comes to you and needs your mentorship on starting up, maybe something to do with fintech, where do we start?
The first thing is to analyze the idea that they have. Just listen to them. Get to understand what is their viewpoint of how they are seeing things, What is this that they want to solve? And then help them build a product or a solution around that. But the very initial thing that they need to understand, or I help them to understand, is to define the problem. Because you cannot solve a problem that you don't know. So the first thing is, can you define a problem? Because I've seen people who try to build very fancy apps and all that, and that solution can be solved by existing things. Like, for example, if you're doing an accounting solution, Excel is there and is sorting out people very well, and you still want to reinvent the wheel around it, then that market to you will be very limited. So that is the first thing. I help them to build the solution, to build the problem, and then help them now build the solution. And the solution doesn't have to be something complicated. It can be as simple as moving something from point A to B. Is that a problem that you want to solve? Yes. And then we structure it now in terms of how do you achieve this? Do you have the skills? Do you have the money? How will you access the market? So we take them through all the cycle. Some are patient enough to wait. Some are not patient enough. So it's a whole dynamic place of how people look at things. But those who have listened and have walked through the journey have really succeeded.
Yeah.
And we have success stories out there that are quite amazing. Yeah.
Just help me understand. If maybe I have a business, right? I have a business where I sell, say, jewelry. I sell lady jewelries, ladies' jewelries. If I have my business online, I have a physical shop, yes, but I also have a page for this particular shop online. Am I contributing to the digital economy? Is that part of it?
It's part of it, but what you're doing is you're tapping into the digital space, because a physical shop is limited to the people who can walk into the shop. And the other thing it gives you is validation, that people are not afraid that if they pay you, they'll not fight you. But the other thing is, when you're tapping into it, you're now opening yourself to a whole world that has every manner of customers across the world. So you can be able to reach out to everyone. A good example is a startup I mentor called Masai Beats. And Masai Beats helps young marginalized women and people who sell artifacts to be able to sell globally. And you can imagine, like last week, but one we were in Baringo, helping those women to build their shops online and sell the kind of amazing jewelries and the things that they sell online. You could see the empowerment that these women had. You could tell the empowerment and the excitement that this community had. And that is something now that is opening them up. Before they used to rely to people who are coming to the destination. But now they can comfortably do their beads, do their artworks and sell globally through a platform that is online.
Okay, I get that. But how do we ensure accountability in the digital space? I mean, if we are having a business where you need to sign a contract, I need to sign a contract, how do we ensure accountability? Because if I am in Kenya and the other person is in Australia, how is that happening?
There is an area that people are still innovating around. Because as we speak right now, we don't have like the e-commerce platforms are still based on more of trust and the reputation of these people, the fulfillment and all that, and the processes they have built along the way. For example, if you buy something in Kenya, we have fulfillment solutions that take them to places like the digital platforms that are able to ship that product to the other side. But in our case, what we have first invented as at HPESA, for example, is people being able to sign contracts when they are lending each other money. Have a real physical contract that you can download, and you can even take it to small claims court in case somebody doesn't pay. So we have already filled up a certain gap in the fintech. But still there's a lot of innovation that needs to be done around that space in the e-commerce platforms.
Okay, I get that. We need to end our interview right here because we need to head direct to the High Court of Kenya where the hearing of the Finance Act is kick-starting now. Thank you so much for coming. Let's head to the High Court.
Thank you so much.
The eighth petitioner is Daniel Otieno Ila. From the notes I have, he should be represented by the firm of Amino Advocates. I have not gotten any direct representation on whether they appear or not. The ninth petitioner, Ron Ajoki Hussein, is to be represented by the Honorable Anthony Oloch. I also do not see him in court so far. And the 10th petitioner, Senator Eddie Michel Okech, is represented by the firm of Abuko Osman and Company Advocates. Again, I see no indication whether they will be. But those so far is the indication of the presentation of the petitioners in E181. Thank you, my Lord.
For the respondents, Cabinet Secretary Treasurer.
May it please you, my lady, my lords. My name is Shadrach Mose, the Solicitor General. Appearing together with Mutinda, Charles Mutinda, for the first and second respondent, alongside with Professor Ketu Mugai, Senior Counsel, Kiragu Kimani, Senior Counsel, and Mahat Somane for the National Treasury and the Attorney General.
Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you.
I place my judges for the third and fourth respondents. My name is Gitonga Murugara. I do appear with Mr. Sheriff Sam Mwendwa and Mr. Josephat Kuyone for the third and fourth respondents, the National Assembly and the Speaker of the National Assembly.
Yes, I'm interested parties here. Kenya Revenue Authority.
Please leave your notes and pages. In that matter, Mr. George Ochin. I appear together with Mr. Omboi Nana, Mr. Moe Kiriri, and Mr. Kevin Juma for the Kenya Revenue Authority.
Consumer Federation. Kenya Exports Floriculture, Horticulture and Allied Workers Union.
Please, your lady, my lord. My name is David Ogulama. Appearing in person.
FP Steel.
Please, my lord.
David Katel from the firm of James Steel. We appear for the 5th and 6th interested parties. Electrical Mobility Association. 5th and 6th, John. Yes, 5th and 6th. Kenya Line Pilots.
Lords, Your Ladyship, if it may please you, my name is Mary Given. I appear for the 7th interested party.
Petition A223, Peter Obiango Agoro.
My Lord, I think we let off the quorum for the 2nd interested party.
This is the Senate.
Yes. For the Senate, my Lord, my name is Cecil Miller, appearing with Peter Wema and Eric Moore.
And?
Eric Moore.
211 of 2023, Peter Obiango Agoro. Peter Obiango Agoro. 217 of 2023, Clement Edward Onyango. Yes.
E211 of 2023. My name is Akama. I hold the group for Mr. Mbara for the first respondent.
You are not for the petition.
The petition is not.
You wait to be called then. Peter Obiango Agoro. Clement Edward Onyango. Your Lordship, Abeshi. My name is Jones. I do appear together with Maran for the petition. 219 of 2023. Calls are okay.
I am in that matter for the petitioner, hearing with Advocate Bryson Ometo.
E221 of 2023, Law Society of Kenya petition.
Lord, may it please you and your lady in the matter. My name is Eric Dauri. I do appear again. Lydia Lupa for the petitioners.
E227 of 2023, petitioner Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition.
With your kind permission, my lords and my lady, my name is Ochieng Oginga. I do appear together with my colleague, Ms. Wangui Njoroge, for the petitioner.
E228 of 2023, Kenya Human Rights Commission. As first petitioner.
Good morning, Your Lordship, Your Ladyship. That matter, Mr. Ochiel Dudley and Ms. Caroline Muneni are on record for the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, as well as the eighth petitioners. Dudley Ochiel, Caroline Muneni, myself, Evans Ogada, and Mr. Ray Odanga, who is in court. We are on record for the sixth and seventh petitions.
Eighth petitioner?
The eighth petition is represented by Mr. Ochieng.
Okay, Mr. Ochieng. E232 of 2023, Robert Gadhongo Kamwara.
You may please you, Lord. My name is Robert Kamwara, acting in person, petitioner in this matter.
E234 of 2023, first petitioner, Trade Union Congress of Kenya.
My Lord, my lady, my name is Ongoya. I appear for the petitioners in that petition.
E237 of 2023, Dr. Frederick Onyango Ogola, Nicholas Kombe. Yes.
I appear for the second defense petitioners
the first petitioner is self-represented. We will say out.
E254 of 2023, Universal Corporation Limited, Cosmos Limited, Ellis Chemicals Industries, and others.
I greet you, my lord and my lady. That matter, my name is Aroa. I appear for all the petitioners, together with my colleague, Ms. Mariam Adonga.
I believe the respondents are represented by the same parties. I'll not go through them again. There were two applications for amicus curiae, and these are our orders. Number one, the application dated 30th of August 2023 by Dr. Maxwell Miawa is allowed. The reasons will be given in the judgment. And the application dated 8th of August 2023 by Dr. Maurice Juma is allowed. The reasons should be given in the judgment. Both amici shall rely on the written submissions and briefs without the necessity of making oral submissions. Those are our orders. So we can now start. There was an issue of contempt. Yes. Sorry, I did mention all of them. Yes, the Law Society is here and it's represented. That's why I didn't call it out. Okay. Okay, we can now start now. Yes.
Good morning.
Yes.
I wish to thank you for allowing my application and the Okumu and the petition for us to make us 8th of August, and I'm very grateful for the declaration.
Thank you. As I said, we now start. No further interventions. We are starting with the petitioners, and there are very many petitioners. Mr. Senator Omtata said he has a PowerPoint presentation. The petitioners have until 1:30. All petitioners, 1:30. 1:30 to make their case, and the interested parties who support them. So we are here until 1:30. We'll take a break in between. I realized I'm young, though I'm getting older, Dr. Magai, so I no longer sit as long as I used to. So we have until 1:30. We have estimated that each petitioner will take 15 minutes. We have all filed written submissions in great details. In fact, the trucks of files have not been brought here because they would take up the full space. Mr. Otiende Amolo, Honorable Otiende Amolo, what do you have to say?
Yes, Lord, we are grateful for the guidance. I was going to suggest that because we are many petitioners and we all have our individual matters to prosecute, and now that we have been lumped together.
No, you have not been lumped together. All I have said is that I will hear each of you until 1:30.
So I take the directions that each petitioner takes an hour and 15 minutes.
Yes.
Which is fine.
Yes.
Because some of the petitions we might actually consolidate the time. There's the question of the contempt application.
That one will wait. You will listen to it at 8 o'clock so that if people need to sleep. So let the contempt wait. It will not interfere with our work.
The good news, my Lord, I was going to indicate to you is that having consulted with the petitioners in E181, we intended to argue the contempt in the course of submissions so that it's not argued separately. That would save everyone a lot of time, so that even in the response, as they're responding to the substantive matters, they respond to the contempt as well. That's what I've sought to persuade my colleagues in E181.
Yeah, that is fine, but the contempt now, you see everybody sitting in the dock, you don't know where to go. Where is the alleged contempt now? He seated comfortably there. Maybe police, you get him a place to sit because he's on trial. But anyway, we'll proceed in that manner, but we'll deal with that issue if you want to touch on it, because he has to defend himself anyway at the appropriate time. So he's seated here. He'll wait for his turn. Please inform your people to be ready just in case. Bring your pajamas if you have to. So we'll start with Senator Omtata. 15 minutes, eh?
Yes.
At most. Don't repeat what has been said. Yes.
We have consulted with the petitioners, and they have agreed that I go first on behalf of the third petitioner. And
you know that is one petition, eh?
Yes.
You know this habit of you file one petition, then you split each other. At least when I was taught by my teachers, what's it here? One petition, and we were taught by the same teacher. One petition, and you take that 15 minutes, all of you.
Yes.
Yeah, we can't allow a situation where you file 30. You wanted to file 30.
Yes, my Lord.
Yes.
It is only that in law, every petitioner is entitled to representation, and therefore
that is fine, and that is why it is 15 minutes.
My Lord, the further good news is that as I'm submitting on E181 on behalf of the third petitioner, I will also submit on E219 so that I consolidate the time.
Okay.
And it would have meant that I have 30 minutes, but I'll try and constrain all of it to 20 minutes. But the submissions, which are also
you introduce yourself, because these are recorded with authorized notes.
My name is Otiende Amondo. I appear with Bryson Method. For the third petitioner, in petition number 181, and for the petitioner in petition number 219. My Lord, the substratum of the petition and the submission file is that the Finance Act challenged here has various procedural and substantive instances of unconstitutionality. And cited instances of infractions of fundamental rights. My Lord, we will only highlight about 5 quickly because we've submitted on most of them. Number 1, starting with the housing levy captured in Section 84 of the Act. It is our submission that this section purports to amend the Constitution. It purports to amend Schedule 4, Part 1, Part 2, Clause 8B, which exclusively gives the jurisdiction of housing to counties. And the only leeway left for national government under Part 1, Clause 20 is housing policy. In purporting to get a levy and giving jurisdiction to the Cabinet Secretary to administer it, the Act is purporting to amend the Constitution, which cannot be allowed. And it's unconstitutional to that extent. The respondents seek to avoid that by saying that it's actually not a levy, it's a tax under Article 209(1). My Lord, that does not answer the substantive issue of where the jurisdiction lies. By whatever name called, you cannot amend Schedule 4. In any event, my Lord, being taken to 209 can only serve the respondents adversely. For Article 209 is very clear on the kind of taxes that can be imposed. And it does not include such a tax as a housing levy or a housing tax. It is our further submission that it's unconstitutional to collect any form of tax, or in this case levy, without a foundational statute. Now, you'd have to establish, create a statute, establish a housing fund, then you can collect such levies. That has not been done. I ask you, my Lord, to take judicial notice that in fact, having realized that anomaly, the respondents are only now trying to remedy that anomaly through a bill that is yet to be passed, the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill 2022, which is yet to be considered by Parliament. My Lords, you will note that at clause 83, they now seek to bring clauses that will bring definitions and a foundation for the levy. It is our further submission on that issue that so-called housing levy is discriminatory insofar as it only targets formal employees and employers. That runs counter to Article 27. And to the extent that it is a mandatory contribution, it amounts to servitude and offends Article 30. Our last submission on that, my Lord, is that they have sought to compound that illegality and unconstitutionality by requiring the Kenya Revenue Authority to be the collector of that levy. Under Section 5 of the KRA Act, Kenya Revenue Authority has no such authority unless introduced by legislation to collect this kind of tax. What they can collect is restricted. We invite, my Lord, your ladies, to take note that this particular limb of the petition has not been answered by any of the respondents on the unconstitutionality of bringing a county function to national government. Our second limb, my Lord, is that the Finance Act, now challenged, introduces 22 new provisions out of 84. 22 new provisions that were not considered at the first reading, not considered at the second reading, and were not subjected to public participation. This constitutes 25% of the entire act. Our simple submission on that respect, my lord, is that that scheme of things offends Article 201A of the Constitution that requires openness, accountability, and public participation. The respondents, especially the National Assembly, does not contradict that assertion. Their submission is that is a matter of the internal workings of the National Assembly, and the court should not interfere. We submit, my lord, with respect, that there is a good reason why the Constitution, the statutes, and the standing orders require that these processes be undertaken. And public participation is not internal to the National Assembly. My lord, my lady, limb number 3. Is that, my lord, before I leave that, the totality of the new provisions are captured in paragraph 64F of the amended petition. They are all outlined. My lord, the third submission is on the scope of the Finance Act. Our submission, my lord, is that this Finance Act 2023 includes matters that are outside the ambit of a Finance Act. And also outside of the ambit of a money bill under Article 114(1) and 3. Article 114(1) and 3 as read with Article 209. We have outlined the Finance Act as captured, and the intention of any Finance Act, as with this, is an act of Parliament to amend the laws relating to various taxes and duties. Taxes and duties is always the ambit of the Finance Act. As we have demonstrated, my lord, this Finance Act has matters as if it's a statute miscellaneous amendment act. It covers a range of things, from talking about benefits of a retiring deputy president and speaker, section 92 all the way to 98. It covers issues of at what stage should a statutory instrument expire in section 89 and 88. It covers such things as the constitution of the Kenya Roads Board in section 78 and many others. My lord, it is not open to the National Assembly to introduce everything and anything under the guise of the Finance Act, because the Finance Act has special protection for good reason. Such things can only be introduced in a Statute Miscellaneous Amendment Act, not the Finance Act. And to the extent that it has introduced all these strange things, it ceases to be properly a Finance Act as defined in law. More importantly, my lord, it then has a very serious result, and the result is it ceases to be a money bill under Article 114 of the Constitution. My lord, you will hear later why the Senate should have been involved. But the limit of this submission is once you introduce matters that are outside a money bill, then that bill ceases to be a money bill and ceases to have the protection in Article 114. In which case, it must get the concurrence of the Senate. Well, that point has been prosecuted in the Court of Appeal successfully, and in our submission in E181, paragraph 29 of our submission, we cite the case of the Speaker of the National Assembly and another versus Senate, where the Court of Appeal said that while a money bill is protected, there is one caveat, however, under Article 114.1 of the Constitution. A money bill may not deal with any other matter other than those specified in the definition provided at Article 114.3 of the Constitution. The implication being that the inclusion of other matters in a money bill would remove it from the purview of Article 114 of the Constitution, with the effect that it will no longer be enacted in accordance with the procedure of enactment reserved for money bills. The ambit of that, Lords, my lady, is that having then included all these other matters, then it became important and necessary that the bill goes through the process that any other bill would have gone through, including the Static Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill. It is therefore not open to the respondents to say this is a money bill and it's protected by Article 114. Well, number 4, and of this I will not emphasize, I'll only mention, it is our submission that the Finance Act, insofar as it was passed by the National Assembly without the input of the Senate, therefore runs contrary to Article 110 on the question of concurrence on bills concerning counties. I will let the first petitioner and my brother Senator Mugeni submit at length on that. It is our further submission, number 5, my Lord, that zeroing in on section 33 of the Act, which seeks to charge VAT on insurance compensation, we submit, my Lord, that this is an infraction of Article 40 in terms of protection of the right to property. For compensation for loss in insurance is just that. It is restitution to where you are. You will not have purchased any goods or rendered any services. And in fact, there is no value addition that ought to be taxed. And seeking to tax this, therefore, is improper and offends the right to property under Article 40. It is our further submission, number 6, my Lord, my lady, and it's captured in our submission, that in terms of procedure, there was a fundamental error that we did in the National Assembly, and that we failed to follow the provisions of the PFM Act and our own standing orders. Our submission, my Lord, is that as expressly stated in those provisions, the finance bill ought to have been presented on the same day, at the same time, with the budget policy highlights. That is the gravamen of Section 43 of the PFM Act and Standing Order 244C, Clause 4. We ended up with a situation where we passed a bill then came to discuss the budget later. This was a submission that there's good reason where they are to be presented together so that the discussion on the budget can precede the act. And this was not done. Various explanations have sought to be given by the respondents for that, but they all belong to the realm of speculation. My lords, my lady, I have only given the outline because many of these will be submitted at length by various petitioners. But I want to say this. As petitioners, we look to you as the bastion, as the last bastion and bulwark against creeping disregard of the Constitution and the law. If my lord looks at the response by the second respondent in 2019, my lords will see that we as an institution of parliament have become more executive than the executive itself. I am saddened to admit, my lord, that when it comes to observance of the Constitution and checking on the executive, the judiciary becomes the last bastion. It is of no consolation that we have independent offices and constitutional commissions. Because, my lord, as is evident, these two have been browbeaten to submission. My lord, we look to you and we look to this court to demonstrate that while it is entirely for any particular regime to determine its policy priorities entirely for them, those priorities and the way of determination must be within the law. My lord, this petition is not about the choice of priorities. This petition is about whether the law has been followed. We have gone through what I would only call various epochs in judicialism. From 3.5 decades ago, my lord, when the Honorable Professor Wangari Maathai was described as a busybody in 1989, and the lawyers representing her, fairly eminent, were castigated. We have come full circle, my lord, to where these courts have had the courage to nullify presidential elections. Where these courts have had the courage to tell a sitting president in the BBI case that you are wrong. And I was on the other side of receiving that. But I'm happy that the court would have the courage to tell the chief executive and the executive generally when they are wrong. So should it be when it comes to the National Assembly, when it comes to the Senate and any other entity. My lords, my lady, as I close, we look forward to this court robustly examining the issues at hand without accepting the fear-mongering that you will hear from the respondents on the consequences of nullification of the act. Lord, we look forward to this new epoch where public-spirited individuals are complimented, not vilified. We submit, my Lord, that once you retire to examine the totality of our submission, we invite you to find the whole of the Finance Act 2023 as null and void. In the unlikely event, my Lord, that you find it necessary not to avoid the whole of the Act, we still invite you to nullify all those parts of the Act that are clearly unconstitutional and an infringement of fundamental rights. My Lord, I have exceeded my promised time by 2 minutes only. Thank you.
I speak.
Lord, I think I can take space so that because I realize there's limited resources.
Already the main argument that I've been advancing before the Lordship this morning is to the effect that this law has been enacted by the National Assembly in contravention of the mandatory provisions of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. I read in my opening remarks the Constitution that was enacted by the people of Kenya in 2010 created a bicameral parliament that has two houses, the National Assembly and the Senate. My Lord, in Article 94 of the Constitution, the legislative authority is donated to the two houses of Parliament. As we have stated in paragraph 48A of the petition, this bill in its entirety was never considered by the Senate. That's a fact, and it's not in dispute. The second argument, my lady, is that Kenya operates under a constitution that creates a limited government whereby there are powers that can be exercised by the government of the day, there are powers that are reserved for parliament, and there are powers that are reserved for the judiciary. Now, to understand this very clearly, my Lord, Article 109 of the Constitution, which is very prescriptive, states how legislative powers should be exercised by the National Assembly and the Senate. And it's very clear, my lords, that there are laws that will only be enacted by the National Assembly. My Lord, I want to read for the court the provisions of Article 109.3, which says that a bill not concerning county government is considered only in the National Assembly. So any bill that is not concerning county government, that legislative authority is conferred on the National Assembly. What then is a bill concerning county government? That answer is provided for in Article 110 of the Constitution. And Article 110 states that in this Constitution, a bill concerning county government means a bill containing provisions affecting the functions and the powers of county governments. Already, the bill, the impunity finance bill that is before this House, it's not in dispute that it amended Section 31 of the Employment Act, and it created housing levy or housing tax that's supposed to be deducted by Kenyans and passed over to county government for purposes of constructing houses. The question is then, my lord, is housing a function of the national government or is it a function of the county government? My lady and my lords, that answer can be found in the last chapter of our Constitution, more specifically Part 2 of the 6th schedule. You will notice that sort of the 4th schedule. You will notice that, my lord, the 4th schedule has designated functions that are reserved for the national government and functions that are reserved for the county governments. Now, if you go to Section 8 of Part 2, if you look at the heading of Section 8, it says county planning and development. So it lists the functions there. The first one is statistics, the second one is land survey and planning, the third one is boundaries and fencing, and the fourth one is housing. So housing as a function given to the county government includes county planning and development. So that, my lord, any law that has provisions touching on a function that the 4th schedule as reserved for county governments must be considered by the two houses. If it's a bill that has provisions that don't concern functions of county governments, and Article 109, that bill can be considered by the National Assembly. The question then is about if the National Assembly enacts a law in clear contravention of the provisions of this Constitution, what should be the fate of such a law? Our humble submissions, my lords, is that any law that is enacted without following a prescribed procedure in the Constitution is null and void and invalid. And I want to rely on the provisions of Article 2 on the supremacy of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. Article 2, the Lord is very clear that this Constitution is the supreme law of the land, but the provisions that are very key from the circumstances that are facing us is that no person may claim, that is Article 2, Sub-Article 2, to exercise any state authority except as authorized under this Constitution. So this Constitution only authorizes Parliament as an entity to enact a law that has functions concerning county governments only if that law has been considered by the National Assembly and the Senate. As to what should be the fate of any law that has not complied with this Constitution, the answer is in Article 2, subsection 4 of our Constitution. And it says that any law or any act that is enacted in contravention of this constitution is invalid. My Lord, this constitution was enacted so that all institutions created under this constitution must abide by it. And I want to give an example, my lords. What would happen if a judge sitting as a judge of the employment section was to exercise powers that are reserved by the High Court as created under Article 165? There will be chaos, my lord. Because Article 162 that creates system of courts has created limited powers to be exercised by judges of employment and environment courts. And it says Parliament shall establish courts with status of the High Court to hear and determine disputes relating to employment and labor relations and then environment. Then 165 creates the High Court with unlimited original jurisdiction in criminal and civil matters. My Lord, for there to be order, even within the institution of the judiciary, judges sitting in the land and environment division must appreciate that their powers don't extend to the power that are being exercised by the High Court created under Article 165. And we want to send the same message, thoughts, to the National Assembly, that the powers that are donated to the National Assembly can only be exercised in accordance with this Constitution. Anything, my Lord, done outside this Constitution is invalid, and it will create a very chaotic environment in our legislation. And Lord, I want us to distinguish the Senate of the Republic of Kenya and, for example, the House of Lords. My Lord, the Senate of the Republic of Kenya exercises its power on behalf of the sovereign power that has been donated to it by the people of Kenya. We are popularly elected by the people, just like the Senate of the United States of America. My Lord, if you go to jurisdictions like Britain, the House of Lords does not enjoy popular mandate from the people. So that, my Lord, the legislative authority of the Senate cannot be taken away whimsically by the National Assembly. That will be overthrowing the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, more so the sovereignty of the people. Because Article 1, my Lord, says all sovereign power belongs to the people. That is Article 1, Section 1. And 2 says the people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through their democratically elected representatives. The Senate of the Republic of Kenya, my Lord, is democratically elected by the people of Kenya. And there is a reasonable expectation, my Lord, by all the people who reside in counties that the senators that they have elected democratically through a popular vote will exercise that legislative mandate as provided for in this Constitution. We are not to bring it to the attention of the court. But this
obviously, you were not here when I was allocating time.
Yes.
You know, you need the time of your other petitioners, and we're not going to extend that time.
So Lord,
go on.
In how many minutes?
You were done long time, because you know it is one petition.
Yes.
We are already eating into the time of the other petitioners. But if you wish to go on and inconvenience your colleagues, it's fine with us here.
Those in summary, my Lord, all the arguments in support of that violation of the Constitution is contained in the submission that were filed before this court dated the 25th of August 2023. We have cited several cases from the Supreme Court that has clearly drawn a demarcation between the legislative mandate of the National Assembly and the Senate and legislative process that should be exercised jointly by the institution of Parliament that constitutes the National Assembly and the Senate. All those decisions have been highlighted in our submissions that are before the court. We pray, my Lord, that specifically the provision that's amending Section 31 of the Employment Act should be declared invalid, null and void. And second, my Lord, the entire finance bill should be declared unconstitutional for containing provisions that are outside what is traditionally known as a finance bill. And finally, my Lord, the mutating of this particular taxation from a levy to a taxation renders the same invalid and it should be declared unconstitutional. I thank you, my Lord.
You have talked to Mr. Chair that you are taking this time. Let's proceed.
Yes, my Lord, I will attempt to shorten the time so that I don't take time of other kinds of time.
That is your decision. We have until 1:30.
My Lord, my issue is dealing with the public participation, and we wish also to adapt.
For the record, you appear for which party, just for the record?
My Lord, my name is Daniel Manga. I do appear for the seventh petition.
Yes.
We wish to rely on the submissions of the seventh petitioner, which have been filed, and then go on to Article 10.2. Public participation is one of the values and principles of the governance that binds all state organs, state officers, and public officers, my Lord. The Finance Act 2023 did not meet the constitutionally set standard at the threshold of public participation as required under Article 118, whereby Parliament is required to facilitate public participation and involvement of the legislative and offer at the legislature of Parliament. My Lord, what happens in this particular case? Parliament makes an advertisement to the public, and people reply by way of personal capacity or through memorandums or through affidavits. That happened in this particular matter. There was a little bit of public participation which took place, but unfortunately, when the act was introduced and while it was on the floor, there were other amendments which were introduced, which were not. The moment you go on to third reading and other amendments are introduced in the House, ordinarily they are set back again for public participation and the public is recalled. That did not happen in this particular case. We have highlighted that very well in our petition. And the question as to what amounts to adequate public participation was addressed in the case of Commission of the Implementation of the Constitution versus Parliament of Kenya and another 2013 EKR. 2013 EKLR, where it was held that what matters is that at the end of the day, a reasonable opportunity is afforded to members of the public and any entities, parties to know to know about the issues and to have an adequate say. What amounts to a reasonable opportunity will depend in the circumstances of each case. So, my Lord, in this particular case, as I've just said, once new provisions were introduced, again as a practice of Parliament, that did not happen. And these particular new articles, which were in our petition, the provisions that were introduced after clause of public participation exercise in our paragraph 7 and 9 of the 7th petition. You'll find all of those provisions there. There are quite a number. And they are the ones which touch on some of the key issues, my Lord, in this particular petition. Then, my Lord, the petition has condemned that the National Assembly sneaked many provisions of the law into the approved bill on the floor of the House without subjecting them to public persecution, hence violating Articles 10.2, 118, and 201 of the Constitution. My Lord, let me end by saying that when that fails to happen, and we have clearly demonstrated, and there is overwhelming evidence that happened, my Lord, unless those particular provisions are subjected to the people, and they are very key, and they affect the people of Kenya or the sovereign authority, and my Lord, but in regard of the public participation, this bill fails in those particular provisions which were introduced and were not sent back to the public participation. And my Lord, public participation, adequate public participation, following the advice of advisor opinion, which you have also cited there. Parliament was proposed to make a law on public participation. There was a bill of 2019, and unfortunately, when Parliament adjourned, it collapsed up and has not yet been introduced. So, my Lord, the country is yet to have a law on public participation, but there is sufficient guidelines in the Constitution and by the court decision as to what public participation must be. My Lord, for those reasons, this Act fails. The Finance Act 2023 fails for lack of proper public participation, and this court, even if it doesn't find the whole Act wanting constitutionally, then these particular provisions, my Lord, should be taken back to the House. I thank you, my Lord.
This case of commission and interpretation of the Constitution, and basically you've just read what the judge is saying. I just wanted you to clarify what in your view should be reasonable opportunities. What do you understand by reasonable?
Reasonable opportunity, my Lord, from what they've been practicing in the House is an advertisement through the newspapers, receiving of memoranda by the House, and then documents and people being given an opportunity in a public place, which has been happening in all other acts of Parliament and especially Finance Act today. It's usually a big meeting at KCC, which is well advertised. But what happened in this particular case, and we have put it in our submission, the moment new provisions were introduced, I believe because of pressure of cash, they were not subjected back to the people as it has always been the practice. So a reasonable opportunity was not accorded to the people of Kenya to make their contribution on the new additional provisions which were amended on the floor of the House. But unfortunately, the House did not go back to the people, and they went on to pass those particular provisions, and we have highlighted them in our submissions. I'm glad you're right.
I'm next, my Lord. My Lord and my Lady, my name is Osio Mtato Koiki, the first petitioner and petitioner in the one. I adopt my submissions of that 1st August 2023. Section B, paragraph 6, a similar list of the documents I rely on. And the document that is not included is the petitioner's response, my response to the written submissions proposed in the petition, and it is dated the 7th of September 2023. My Lord, pursuant to Article 10, policy in Article 10, Article 165, 3D2, and Article 2, policy decisions are subject to judicial review. We have a prescription of the Constitution that when it's a policy decision, it must be done according to the Constitution. I also submit that any bill touching on the Bill of Rights must be considered by both houses of Parliament, because even the county governments are subject to the Bill of Rights. Taxation affects property rights. It's also an administrative action under Article 47 and Article 40 respectively, and it must be subjected to consideration by both houses. In my submissions, I'll look at the other part of the petition. The petition was raised in two parts. And I will highlight my submissions concerning the procedure for making the budget before we go to the finance bill. And it's my submission that Article 220, Clause 1, Paragraph A, defines what a budget is as a document that contains both revenue and expenditure. Now, when you come to this particular process we have had, and Article 221 gives the procedure for how those estimates have been produced in the National Assembly. Because it's a money bill, it has been produced in the National Assembly, pursuant to Article 109, Clause 5. And then those estimates also contain the estimates of Chapter 15 entities, which under Article 249, Clause 3, the Constitution expressly requires that Parliament, and when the Constitution uses the word Parliament, it means both houses. If it means one of the houses, it uses the name of the particular chamber. Under Article 249, Clause 3, it states that Parliament shall allocate adequate funds to the Chapter 15 entities. So it's my submission that since the estimates submitted under Article 221 contain estimates of expenditure of the Chapter 15 entities, it naturally follows that the procedure under Article 221 must be read with Article 249, Clause 3, and that would ensure that as per constitutional edict, the budget must be considered by both houses. In my submissions, I've also shown that after there were no estimates of revenue that agreed with Article 221, Clause 2B, that was submitted to the National Assembly. The document that I'm referring to as the estimates, it was not in the prescribed form under Section 38 for the Public Finance Management Act. So, I've submitted that the failure to involve the Senate in the consideration of the budget estimates and the Appropriation Act violated Article 249, Clause 3, and that voided the entire budget making process, not just the finance bill. The estimates, the Appropriation Act, and anything that was done under the budget process in the 2023-2024 budget cycle in Parliament. It's also important to note that Article 96, 1 and 2 are very clear. And 91, the word is not promote. The Senate is there to protect. So the question should be, why protect? And the only time the word protect is used in the Constitution is in that particular clause. Even in Clause 3, it's not as much. It's also used, but does not have the same connotation. To protect devolution. So we must look at the objects of devolution, including the equitable development of the country, and take into mind that the budget is executed in counties and it falls upon the Senate under Article 201 and Article 174G to ensure that there's equitable development of this country. So that the national budget is not just done and then maybe all the resources are taken to one side of the country. That would defeat the objects of devolution. And that one requires the involvement of the Senate totally in the making of the budget. Because, my lords, as you know, that the government basically has one policy document. If it's not in the budget, it doesn't exist. So there's no way that the Senate can be a bystander in the budget making process if the objects of devolution are taken into account. Also, I've also submitted that the failure to include, to enact the estimates of revenue, I'm assuming that they were introduced in Parliament. Yes, they have argued that they were introduced the estimates of revenue in Parliament, but then they disappear. Even the report, which is titled Report of the Committee on the Estimates of Revenue and whatever, do not have any word on the revenues. They only deal with expenditure. So, my lords, the question that comes to mind is, where did the revenues of estimates go? And under Article 1, Article 9, 109 plus 1, Parliament exercises its legislative authority through bills approved by Parliament and assented to by the President. We cannot introduce budget estimates through reports of Parliament. That's not how Parliament works. We do a lot of work in Parliament, reports, statements, motions, but Article 109 says the legislative authority of Parliament must start as a bill. And there is no bill that contains estimates of revenue that have been produced in this court. Further, my notes and my lady, I say that the failure then to enact those estimates of revenue into law means that this budget has got no revenue provision. And therefore, why do you need a finance bill? What will it be? Mechanism of raising which revenue? Raising revenue that has not been approved by Parliament? My lords, I also go, and others still under 121, clause 6. There's an interesting design in clause 6, whereby the trustees say that the estimates of expenditure of the national government, of the judiciary, and of Parliament shall be included in the Appropriations Act. It does not say they will form the Appropriations Act. What is to be included is to be added on to something else. And so the argument that the Appropriation Act only carries estimates of expenditure of the national government, of the judiciary, and of Parliament is not acceptable under Article 6. They are included in something else. But if you look at the Appropriation Act of 2023, it only has estimates of expenditure. There are no estimates of revenue. Then you go back, and you are told under Article 220, clause 1, paragraph A, that the budget has two components. It has got revenue and it has expenditure. So if the Appropriations Act only has expenditure, where are the revenues in law? Why are there no revenues in law? And what happened to the revenue, the document titled Revenue Estimate of Revenues, although it was not in the format that the law prescribes, what happened to that document? Why was it hidden from the public? Why was it not subjected to public participation? And under Article 221, there's a clear requirement in clause 3 and clause 4 and 5 that the National Assembly will consider both of the estimates and both will be subjected to public participation. If you read the report of the committee, the estimates of revenue disappeared. And I will explain why later that has been done. So, my lord, the absence of the revenue estimate makes the budget incomplete. It does not conform to Article 220, clause 1, paragraph A. And an incomplete budget is no budget. So, as we speak, the national government failed and Parliament failed to enact a budget. There's no budget that's running this country. My lord, I also want to show that the Appropriations Act must be submitted to the Senate. And the reasons are found in the Constitution. If you look at Article 204, clause 3, paragraph A, it says that the national government may use the equalization fund only to the extent that the expenditure of those funds has been approved in an appropriation bill enacted by Parliament, not by the National Assembly. And when you look at Article 221, my lord, at paragraph 2, at the clause 2A, it clearly states that this estimates of the equalization fund are part of the estimates submitted to Parliament. So, Article 221 has done that. Article 223, clauses 2, 3, and 5 also underscore the fact that the Appropriation Act bill must be enacted by both the Senate and the National Assembly. And in fact, Article 223 is so good because it refers in some paragraphs to Parliament, in some paragraphs to the National Assembly, clearly distinguishing what the National Assembly can do and what is expected of the entire House to do. And so I'm saying that because the Appropriation Act was not submitted to the Senate, that act is null and void. Other than being also void for not containing estimates of revenue, which should be which the expenditure should be included. My lords, we have also highlighted the fact that there are very clear cases of budgeted corruption in the estimates of recurrent expenditure that have been given and those are highlighted out. And those recurrent and those budgeted corruption, including that involving domestic debts, goes to more than 1 trillion shillings, which if removed, we don't have to have this punitive taxation that the Kenyans are being subjected to. We have highlighted those things in our submissions. Finally, I will submit that the finance bill, as presented to the National Assembly, as published by the National Assembly, was a bill concerning county governments that ought to have been taken to the Senate, but was not, and that voids the finance bill ab initio in its entirety. Also, the fact that it is anchored onto provisions, onto the budget estimates and the Appropriation Act, which themselves violated the Constitution, then it's also void ab initio. So, my lords, with those few remarks, I plead with the court. Just very close, I want to point out what was not mentioned about the housing levy. The housing levy has been applied in a blanket manner without exempting judges and officials of the Chapter 15 entities from the levy. Yet the Constitution says their salaries cannot be interfered with during their stay in office. So that particular issue should also be taken on alongside with other provisions that have been built. So it's my submission that in its entirety, the budget making process was flawed, and as we say, a river does not flow higher than its source. The Finance Act cannot survive the infringements that preceded its introduction into Parliament and that accompanied it in the process of being enacted. So we pray that you void the Finance Act, you void the Finance Act, you void the Appropriation Act, the current Appropriation Act, the current Finance Act, and also you void the estimates in their entirety for violating the Constitution. With those words, thank you very much, Your Lordship. But we had prepared, my Lord, last time. You know, we had given us each petition had been given 10 minutes. And though we are appearing on the same petition, it's just that we had a meeting of minds, so people had different issues. You have submitted on a quite a different issue. So everybody submitted submissions in his area where he contributed to the petition. It was not a petition by Umtata, and I invited others. It was a petition whereby people who meet away from alcohol but over tea caucused and agreed that it was so that you not everybody submitted on the area where I contributed. So I was really be pleading with you that you allow the remaining...
No, they will be allowed, but until 1:30.
Most of them...
Eliud, Aranga, Matindi.
Eliud. My Lord, yes, we have agreed with Mr. Eliud. Because my presentation is connected, it's a flow from Senator's presentation, so we have agreed to swap.
Okay. That's now you're eating the double slide.
I'll be very brief. Thank you very much. I'm having a PowerPoint presentation, and just a bit of it. This is you can have it from slide 14. Okay. So what I'm showing is
introduce yourself, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Benson Otieno, the court petitioner appearing in person. Yes, I'm Benson Otieno, court petitioner appearing in person. I want to address you on unconstitutional expenditure estimates, and I am personally agreeing at a figure which is 1.4 trillion, which is a quarter of the budget, Kenya's budget 2023-2024. It is an unconstitutional expenditure in the sense that it involves borrowing which was not approved by Parliament, and that is what I'll be presenting on. So, my lords and my ladies, the role of legislation in borrowing is entrenched in the Constitution from Article 211, which says that borrowing must be anchored in law. If you look at Article 214, says that public debt is a charge of the consolidated funds. Now, a consolidated fund is a contribution of taxes. So anytime you're going to withdraw money from that fund, then you're talking about borrowing, and there must be legislation on it. This is entrenched under Section 15(2) and Section 53 of the Public Finance Management Act. It has been submitted by the respondents that Parliament approved borrowings of 717 billion. Good sir, if you could go to, can't even see it, I think I'll abandon it for now. If you go to, that we have 717 billion and some points there, that is what was approved. The evidence that has been put on record shows that only 313 billion was approved by Parliament. My lords, my ladies, there are only two possibilities when you're having finances being borrowed, when there is no law which has approved them. And you know, you can only borrow to finance development expenditure. You cannot borrow to finance current expenditure. And that is the role of the Parliament to oversight that. Now, there are only two possibilities. The first one is obvious. The second one is a prayer that you can maybe just pray. So it is only possible that it will be stolen, or that the money that was not approved to be borrowed can be used to finance recurrent expenditure, which is illegal if you look at Section 53 of the Public Finance Management Act. Thank you. My lord, my ladies, I'm looking at the Cabinet Secretary's response to issues that we have raised concerning budgeted corruption. And our starting point is that Section 33 Clause 3 of the Public Finance Management Act states in very express terms that when you're drawing a budget, it must be accurate, precise, informative, and it must also clearly identify the appropriations by vote and programs. So every appropriation must have a vote and must have a program. Our allegation, which we have shown through our affidavits, and I direct you to the supplementary affidavit by the first petitioner, dated 24th of August 2023. You look at that, and we are showing that there is 21.65 billion, that the response we have been given is that that money was used, or will be used to finance wages for temporary employees. We have 5 responses to this. First, government does not have temporary employees. Government does not have employees under contract or permanent and pensionable employees. If you look at section 68G and 8 of the Public Finance Management Act, it provides that every government entity is having a duty to present and produce strategic plan for that entity, as well as the revenue estimates for that entity. The only caveat that has been given is that those entities must do so in conformity with the medium-term fiscal expenditure. That is absent, and we are having an omnibus of what we call a universal strategic plan, according to the response by the third and fourth respondent. So, my lords and ladies, our presentation is that Regulation 40 clause 3 of the Public Finance Management Regulations states that the only time you can have a supplementary budget is when it was unforeseen and unavoidable. But here we are having a supplementary budget for things which has been seen. Somebody is able to forecast. So how do you forecast and call it a supplementary budget? So that's why we have faulted that, and we asked you to look at paragraphs 29 through 34 of our supplementary affidavit dated 24th of August 2023. My lords and ladies, just there's a paragraph there in red. We have flagged at least 3 areas which are outright and clear that there has been budgeted corruption, and these are: we are having a budget for Kenya Railways, the SGR from Nairobi, Mombasa, then the Naivasha SGR. Despite their completion in 2019 and 2017, we are still having a budget. Then we have been told that we have been told that those budgets have been done by the National Treasury. And our presentation is, our argument is, the National Treasury cannot do that because it is not an entity budgeted to do that. If we were to have those budgets done at entity level, then it will be Ministry of Transport that is to do that, not the National Treasury. So the National Treasury cannot do estimates of revenue and all those budgets for entities because each entity constitutes a separate vote. And the meaning of separate vote is entrenched, section 33, sections 37, 1 and 2, and 39, 1 and 2 of the Public Finance Management Act. My lords and ladies, I will conclude by saying that we have also shown that exactly. Thank you very much. Now, we have also shown that there is a possibility that we have 2 different budgets. One that was presented in Parliament and the one that has been published. And that one has been shown. Look at our supplementary affidavits, as well as the second amended edition, paragraph 34, paragraphs 14 and 29. My lords, my ladies, I wanted to show, though time will not allow me now, that you look at the procedure that must be followed, and you find that it is a very simple procedure that has been brought out in very simple terms, but somebody must be very archaic and strategic in order to avoid it. We have shown why there is that appetite for somebody to avoid that, and you will find that in our pleadings. My lords, my ladies, as I conclude my time is up, I would say that we are having a constitution of Kenya 2010, and one of the things that not many writers have said about it is that it is written in simple, plain English, that anybody who is able to comprehend English as a language can read and comprehend. Now, their constitution also talks about, I also say that the constitution is written in active voice, and it begins with the word we. So anytime you're interpreting this constitution, my lord, you are talking, these are Kenyans talking, so that they don't be here, all of them. So it is written in active voice, and whenever they say something, they meant it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
My lord. Yes. I wish to go and present next. My name is Leangi Mwidoro. My name is Leangi Mwidoro. I am the fifth petition and petition E181 of 2023. I do wish to appear before this court, and I do not want to take more than 10 minutes because the issue that I was to canvass have already been spoken about by Senior Counsel Ochende Amolo and Senior Counsel Otomo Omoge. However, I wish to go forward and compound on the issue of concurrence. My Lord, I wish to state as follows. Article 93 of the Constitution establishes the formation of Parliament, and it states that Parliament shall consist of both the Senate and the National Assembly. My Lords, in clause 2 of Article 93, both the Senate and the National Assembly have the mandate and obligation to exercise their authority in accordance with the Constitution. My Lord, I take us to Article 94.5, which states that Parliament is the only organ with the mandate to formulate laws. My Lords, I present that Parliament never enacted the Finance Act. Why am I saying this? Because as you read Article 93, it categorically states that Parliament constitutes of the National Assembly and the Senate. My Lord, when you read Section 96, Article 96.1 of the Constitution, it envisages a provision that Senate will protect the interest of the counties and their government pursuant to Article 96.1. Further, my Lord, my Lords and my Lady, I wish to take us to Article 110.1, which states that Article 110.3, which states that before a bill is introduced in either house, then there has to be concurrence between both speakers of the National Assembly and the Speaker of the Senate. This was elucidated in the case, or rather in the advisory opinion number 2 of 2013, whereby the Supreme Court stated that concurrence is a mandatory, it's a preliminary mandatory obligation that Parliament or both houses must concur before a bill is introduced and before the first reading. My Lords, I also wish to reaffirm that position, as was in the case of Senate of the Republic of Kenya and for others, versus the Speaker of the National Assembly and another. My Lords, my Lady, in this case, Senators agreed that the National Assembly had passed 23 laws which lacked concurrence and therefore moved to the High Court. Among those 23 acts that were passed without concurrence was the Finance Act number 10 of 2018. My Lord, when delivering their judgment, the court stated that one Speaker of the House of Parliament cannot unilaterally decide as to whether a bill does or does not concern counties, and therefore should seek guidance pursuant to Article 110.3 of the Constitution of Kenya. My Lords, the respondents in that matter appealed, and the case was presented before the Court of Appeal as stated, Speaker of the National Assembly and another, versus Senate and 12 others, which is a 2021 case, which the Court of Appeal upheld the decision of the High Court. My Lord, I present to us, we have locus classicus emanating from the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal, and the High Court. And all these precedents, both persuasive and binding, should guide this court when you are retiring to write the judgment. My Lord, I wish to cite finally the case of McCoy versus United Africa Company Limited, in which it stated that if an act is void, then it is in law nullity. It is not only bad, but incurably bad. There is thus no need for a court to set aside, because it's automatically null and void. However, for convenience purposes, the court may do so. Every proceeding founded on bad law is incurably bad. You cannot put something on nothing and expect it to stay there. It will eventually collapse. My Lords, I present to us that the Finance Act did not adhere to the provisions of the Constitution, and I pray for this court to render a decision that the Finance Act is null and void ab initio for the one of concurrence. Thank you. I humbly submit.
If it may please, yes. We've consulted and with the concurrence of my colleagues in 181, we have agreed, and Mr. Mutindi will confirm, that petition number 2, 8, 9, and 10 will adopt the submissions that we have already given in this matter to save time for the other petitions. With one rider and request that once the other petitions are done, we will then allow Senator Mutaka only 10 minutes to prosecute the content application, as we had said, so that it's all considered together. That's our request.
So the other petitioners are adopting in 181 have adopted their submission. So we go to 211. Peter Odhiambo. 217 of 2023. 217 is culture office. Your Lordship, my name is Jerome, appearing together with my learned colleague, Your Lordship and Lordship, in petition 217, we raised 5 fundamental questions that this honorable bench should consider and render the Finance Act 2023 invalid. Your Lordship, our Lordship, I'll proceed to one of the questions that has been posed for the deliberations consideration. Is whether section 52 and 63 of the Finance Act threatens the consumer economic rights of small business enshrined under Article 46(1)(c) of the Constitution. My lords and my lady, section 52 and 53 introduces electronic tax system and makes it mandatory for all the businesses to issue receipt electronically. At the same time, to keep their tax records electronically. Your Lordship, we humbly submit that this violates the rights of small businesses, for the reason being that it's expensive, it's not convenient for the small businesses, for the reason being that they will be required to obtain electronic devices, be it computers or laptops, for the daily transactions of their businesses. And they will also, the law requires, mandates these small businesses to keep the records in electronic form for a period of 5 years. My lords and my ladies, these small businesses are prejudice on the basis that they are not making enough profit that enable them to run their businesses. Therefore, acquiring these electronic devices make it expensive. And therefore, Article 461C that guarantee the economic rights of our Kenyan people. The second question that has been posed to the deliberation is whether Section 38 of the Finance Act threatens food security under Article 43, Sub-Article 1C of the Constitution. Your Lordship and Lordship, Section 38 of the Finance Act amend value-added tax, that is number 35 of 2013, and exclude the staple food in this country from the list of zero rating items, that being the maize flour, cassava flour, and wheat flour. Your Lordship and Lordship, history is right that maize is a staple food in this country. That by deletion and exclusion of the same item in the zero rating will prejudice our citizens of this country because they will not be in a position to access and enjoy the staple food in this country. So the amendments introduced by Section 38 violates the food security entitled under Article 43, 1C of the Constitution. Another question has been posed to this honorable bench to consider under the Finance Act 2023 and Constitutional Section Section 38 of the Finance Act. The same finance section within the Act introduces other items around 8, 11, okay, to be zero rated, but at the same time excluding the staple food. This poses two threats. One is it allows some of the items an equally enjoyment of the law, at the same time excluding the staple food which this country, the people of this country should be entitled to enjoy. And by the exclusion and inclusion of other items, violate tax principles provided under Article 201, that equality enjoyment of the law has to be equal as provided under Article 27 of our Constitution. The fourth question that has been posed to this honorable court is the issue of housing levy. The reason why we object to the introduction of the housing levy under Section 84 of the Finance Act is that the amendment doesn't present the views of the people of Kenya. These are only views of the elected leaders who enjoy delegated powers, indirect powers that they exercise. The housing levy is not practical in the sense that if we do adopt an estimate figure of a purchase of a unit of a house, let's put 1 million per unit that has to be purchased. If we calculate 1 or 2% of the deduction of the salary, that means that in the course of the year, the collected amount is 24,000. If you multiply that amount, if you do calculation, it might take almost 100 years for the Kenyans to benefit from the housing levy. Therefore, the introduction of the housing levy is not practical in these circumstances. The reason why we still raise constitutional issue in regard to the housing levy is Article 40 of our Constitution. That protects the rights of property rights. Your Lordship, if by the scheme under the mandates of the government elected at the end of the day is to ensure that this housing levy is collected and the government to identify specific place where these properties can be raised, constructed, and be delivered to Kenyans, we submit that violates the rights of Kenyans, specifically at 440, for the reason being that there are some Kenyans who've already acquired the houses. They enjoy a place where they should live, as provided under the Constitution. And therefore, if the government is mandated to choose to identify and construct houses in specific places, that is not a pure enjoyment of their property rights. On the last issue, on the issue of public participation, sovereignty, and the values, Your Lordship and Lordship, I do submit that the first respond to the National Assembly, as provided under Article 1 of the Constitution, Article 1, Sub-Article 2, that people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through their democratic elected representative. We do submit the Parliament that encompasses the National Assembly and the Senate. They are mandated to legislate laws that represent the views of the people. And the best where Kenyans can exercise the indirect supervision of the powers for the elected leaders is through public participation. Your Lordship and Lordship, we do submit that yes, there was public hearing. As you retire, you look at our submissions. The essence of the public participation is not only to call the citizen to participate in the process, but their views must count at the end of the process. This Finance Act, we do submit that that was not considered, Your Lordship. It's not a matter of beauty contest, it's a matter that the citizen of this country must submit their views. Your Lordship and Lordship, as I finalize, we request this Honorable Bench, pursuant to Article 23, Article 165, 258, 259 of the Constitution, to declare the Finance Act constitutional and allow the petition as read.
Thank you. E219 of 2023 falls out.
My name is Yakirika. I am in 211 Peterson. I know that I can be allowed to.
You wait to be adjourned that one. Wait for your chance. I call it out for the response. To E219 of 2023 falls out.
My Lord, if I may.
Yes.
My name is Ometo.
Yes.
Honorable Tiende Amol has already addressed.
Pardon?
Honorable Tiende Amol has already addressed petition.
E221 of 2023, the National Law Society of Kenya.
Will you please report? No matter, my name is Ewuri. I will address the report for about 5 minutes and then connect another 5 minutes to my colleague, Mr. Laloma. Now, the petition by the Law Society has challenged Section 7 and Section 84 of the Finance Act. I adopt the submissions that have been made with regards to the housing fund. And my brother, just want to add that in terms of the constitutional test of purpose and effect, as set out in Article 201 of the Constitution, we submit that that amendment fails to meet the constitutional threshold. The fact that Section 84 amends the Employment Act, and the preamble to the Employment Act defines it as an act that seeks to define the basic conditions of employment and related purposes. But we also have in our laws the Housing Act, which at Section 6 establishes the Housing Fund, supposed to be controlled by the National Housing Corporation. To that effect, we submit that and join the submissions that have been made, the lack of a framework to anchor those changes that were introduced and the amendments done to the Employment Act, and therefore violate the constitutional test with purpose and effect, and brings to fore uncertainty within the law. But already, it is not even clear who is eligible to benefit from the scheme in the absence of a framework law, and that goes to also the impropriety of the public notice appointing the Kenya Revenue Authority as the body to administer the housing related. There is also the question of whether the Act can be enacted in such a way in light of the provisions of the Constitution, and particularly Schedule 4, that gives the county the function of housing, in Schedule 4, and the function of creation of policy to the national government. And although it is our submission that to adopt any other interpretation would be to give the development of policy a different meaning. And to that extent, we also join in the submissions that were made by Mr. Otiende Molo, that section would in effect be seeking to amend the Constitution. But for those reasons, we need the rest of the petitioners in imploring at this court to find that section 84 of the Finance Act violates the Constitution for the reasons that we have stated and the reasons that we have stated in our submissions, and to proceed to declare that section as constitutional, void, and with no effect on the law, to consequently order that any funds that have been collected would be refunded. Lord, I cede the floor to the Vice Minister.
Good morning, my Lord, as my President has indicated, my name is Goloma. I will be submitting briefly on the issue of whether meaningful public participation was conducted in as far as the third reading introductions, the provisions that were snuck in at the third reading. My Lord, for clarity, these are sections 24C, paragraph 72 and 73, section 44, 47, 5, 100 and 11 of the Azimio. Yes. Section 24C, paragraph 72 and 73. Section 44, 47, subsection 5, section 100 and section 101 of the Imperial Finance Act. My Lord, my Lady, there have been extensive submissions with respect to this issue of public participation. Mine is only to address the rejoinder that has been put forward by the respondents. My Lord and my Lady, the respondents hide behind the standing orders 133 to allege that it allows them to introduce amendments at any stage of the legislative process. My Lord, my Lady, they further state that the introductions were in fact products of public participation. And on the basis of these two arguments, they claim the same to be constitutional. My Lady, that proposition is both factually and legally unfounded and mistaken. First, my Lady, on the basis of fact, it is the respondent's submission that there was proposals by Sanabil, Kenya Wines Agencies Limited, and Tatu City Limited, as well as KPMG, that resulted in the introductions of these new provisions. In fact, from the report of the committee, it is only Kenya Wines Agencies Limited whose proposal was received and amendments to that effect accepted. My Lord, my Lady, even just this argument in itself reveals a problematic issue of partiality. My Lord, some proposals by the stakeholders were rejected by the Finance Committee for want of public participation, for the very reason that they were being introduced at that stage. My Lord, I refer you to page 86 of the report of the Departmental Committee on the Finance and National Planning, where they rejected KPMG's proposal on the basis of the stage at which it was being introduced. Yet, the other provisions that were introduced at the very same stage, they seem to now hide behind and say that they came from the public. My Lord, secondly, to demonstrate that they are legally unfounded, that position is legally unfounded, to propose that the Standing Order 133 overrides constitutional and statutory dictates is a shock to the petitioners. My Lord, my Lady, in fact, the drafters of the very same standing orders were of the same view that these standing orders must be read in line with the Constitution and statutory provisions. Hence why Standing Order 133.6 clearly provides as what are allowable amendments at the committee stage. My Lord, it clearly provides and I will refer this court to the authority Kenya Bankers Association versus the AG and another, where the court was very clear that no amendment shall be moved which is inconsistent with any part of the bill already agreed to or any decision already made by the committee. My Lord, in fact, the standing orders further say that the additions must be minor amendments and not substantial additions. This is a position that the apex court of this land, my Lord, in the BVI case, the AG and 2 others versus D and 79 others. I'll refer this court to paragraph 270, 302, and 1938 of the Supreme Court's decision. And most notably for this court's understanding, the court simply indicated that there is no evidence of any form of public participation or deliberations between 21st October 2020 and 25th November, when changes to the BBI steering committee draft bill, including the second schedule, was added that show public engagement and consideration of the issue of apportioning and allocating the subject counties, additional constituencies. My lords, my lady, we humbly submit that it is an issue that has been clearly and unequivocally determined by courts, both at the Supreme Court level and at the Court of Appeal record. What is the ambit of the amendments that can be introduced at the committee stage? It cannot be that substantive additions are made in the guise of minor amendments. And to allow such an infraction would be going against the principle of public participation, where Parliament can introduce completely alien provisions in the guise of introduction from public participation. My lord, last year we only addressed the issue of the retrospective application of the law for the period that it had been suspended, and only to respond to the rejoinder given by the respondents. And my lord, very notably, they all hide behind the fact that according to the impugned section 31C that was introduced, the collection period of this housing levy is 9 days after the preceding month. So for them, the argument is that the collection period was after July, so the 9 days, the first 9 days of August. My lord, we are not here to argue on the collection period of the levy. We are here to submit on the date of the effective date and when the housing levy came into force. My lord, for that period there was a conservatory order that had suspended the implementation from 1st of July up until the date that the court lifted the conservatory order. For that reason, it is our submission that any implementation of that provision of the law, of the impugned act, during a period when there was a subsisting conservatory order suspending its implementation, amounts to retrospective application. My lords, my lady, that will be all.
E227 of 2023, Azimio la Umoja.
There is one last.
No. You have exhausted your chances. E227 of 2023. Azimio la Umoja, Kenya was published.
My lords and my lady, with the kind permission, my name is Ochieng Odinga. I do appear together with my colleague, Ms. Wangui Njoroge, who is present. On behalf of the petitioners, I will be relying on the amended petition dated 31st August 2023, together with the affidavit sworn in support of the same by Raila Amolo Odinga, written submissions dated 31st August 2023, and a list and bundle of authorities equally dated 31st August 2023. I wish to center my submissions on two broad areas, namely taxation and devolution, in light of the Finance Act 2023. Now, the first issue I wish to address is whether Sections 2 and 84 of the Finance Act are unconstitutional. And to that extent, I submit that the two provisions are unconstitutional and in contravention of Articles 10, 110, 209, 186.2, and 210 of the Constitution. My Lord, pursuant to Article 110 of the Constitution, a bill concerning county government means a bill containing provisions affecting the functions and powers of county governments. Now, for that proposition, my lords and my lady, I refer the court to be guided by the decision in the matter of the Interim Independent Electoral Commission, that is Constitutional Application number 2 of 2011. That is contained at page 12 of my bundle, and more specifically paragraph 40, where the Supreme Court pointed out and stated, we consider that the expression any matters touching on county government should be so interpreted as to incorporate any national level process bearing a significant impact on the conduct of county government. My lords. Now in this case, my lords and my lady, section 2 and 84 contain provisions touching on entertainment tax and the housing levy. My lord, I submit, pursuant to paragraphs 8, part 2 of the 4th schedule, county planning and development, including housing, is a key function of county government. And the role of the national government is only limited to initiating a housing policy. It cannot go beyond that. Now for that proposition, I invite the court once again to consider the decision in the Law Society of Kenya versus Cabinet Secretary, Ministry for Lands. That is at paragraph 11 of my submissions. Now, more specifically at page 35 of my bundle, at paragraph 54 in that decision. Now, the court emphasized and stated the words housing policy and housing are used in the 4th schedule in respect of national and county government functions. Now, the mandate of the national government involves the accreditation, regulation, and promotion of quality assurance and technical capacity assistance in the construction industry at large, while the county government is involved in housing to the extent of planning and development within the counties. So that, my lord, housing matters are an exclusive preserve of the county government. My lord, in further interpreting paragraph 8, part 2 of the 4th schedule, I invite the court to apply the principle in Tinyefunza versus Republic, whereby the Constitution is to be interpreted as an integrated whole, with each provision complementing and supplementing each other. Now, my lords and my lady, you'll be told that housing function is a socio-economic right under Article 43 of the Constitution, and hence it is a preserve of the national government. Now, I submit, my lord, whereas housing is one of the socio-economic rights under Article 43 of the Constitution, the Constitution is expressed when it lays emphasis on these socio-economic rights that are to be co-shared between the two levels of government. My lord, in fact, if you look at Article 204.2, for example, it specifically introduces the equalization fund, and it states, my lords and my lady, permit me to read, the national government shall use the equalization fund only to provide basic services, including water, roads, health facilities, and electricity to marginalized areas, to the extent necessary to bring the quality of those services in those areas to the level generally enjoyed by the rest of the nation so far as possible. So that in this provision, my lord, the services referred to are also contained in Article 43 of the Constitution. But in this case, the Constitution has gone further to specifically delimit these particular functions to denote that they can be co-shared between the national government and the county government. Now, my lords and my lady, secondly, Section 2 of the Finance Act introduces income tax on income generated from digital platforms. My lords and my lady, I submit that Article 209 restricts the nature of taxes to be imposed by the national government and restricts it in form of imposing entertainment tax, so that the digital platforms income encroaches on entertainment tax under Article 209 of the Constitution, so that again the Act itself encroaches on the mandate of the county government. My lord, again, under Section 2, the digital content monetization as defined under the Act is ambiguous and uncertain, my lord, and the same is contrary to Articles 186.2 as read with Article 209.3 of the Constitution. Now, I refer the court to the decision in Real Deals Limited and 3 others. That is authority number 3 in my bundle of authorities, and more specifically, page 56 of my bundle, and that is paragraph 72. And I urge the court to uphold the holding that, in my view, this is the court speaking, the respondents cannot be allowed to usurp the mandate and powers reserved to another state organ under the guise of collection of revenue for the country. My lords and my ladies, again, you will be told that the speakers made a decision and determined that the bill does not involve the counties. I submit that the determination of whether a bill concerns county government is not an exclusive preserve of the speakers of the two houses. This court has the ultimate powers pursuant to Article 165 of the Constitution to determine and make a pronouncement on that question. So that in this case, that decision is being treated as if it is a private affair between the two speakers. But we submit that is a decision, an administrative decision, that is subject to review by this honorable court. And hence, this court reserves the exclusive jurisdiction to determine the validity of a decision by the speakers made under Article 110, subclause 3 of the Constitution. My lord, now on taxation, on the second limb of my submission, first I begin by saying that it is tried law that legislation needs to contain certainty and clarity. So that this principle, my lord and my lady, has been described as a fundamental tool in the legislative process. Now, permit me, my lords, to refer the court to the article by one author, Alexander Deming. It is titled Certainty and Uncertainty in Tax Law. That is a Siberian Federal University Journal publication. Now, my lord, I refer specifically to page 133 of my bundle, where the author identifies 4 key elements underpinning clarity in taxation law. Permit me, my lords, to read. First, the author points out that certainty in law is the cornerstone of the state governed by the rule of law. The lack of certainty in law deprives it of its ability to perform its functions effectively, to form a stable legal order, and to direct, in bracket, guide people's behavior in particular. And then, finally, the principle of certainty of taxation is the ideological basis of all modern taxing systems. Now, secondly, my Lord, permit me to refer also to the 7th article on my list of authorities, that is Daniel Dick. The article is titled Neutrality and Legal Certainty in Tax Law and the Effective Protection of Taxpayers' Rights. This is an Acta Juridica Hungarica Budapest journal publication. So that for that article, I refer the code to page 163 of my bundle, where the author points and says, taxpayer rights can be exercised effectively in a well-established system of tax law. It is important to look for the quality of tax legislation, in other words, to know about the conditions in which the tax law can be considered as ideal. It should apparently rest on a sound normative basis. My Lord, the other authorities I also wish to rely on and articles, but the upshot of the submission, my Lord, is that tax legislation has to be certain. So that in applying these principles, my Lord, if you look at, for example, the housing levy, first, what is apparent from the responses tendered so far is the definitional challenge. We don't know, the taxpayer does not know whether it is a levy or a tax. What is it? That is the first definitional challenge, which ought not to be the case for any taxing legislation. Secondly, the imposition and enactment of that provision ought to have involved both houses of parliament. Again, the housing levy is uncertain on the mechanisms that will be used to achieve affordable housing. It fails, for example, to disclose how the funds will be computed, raised, disbursed, and utilized, my Lord. Again, on the final issue, on the legality and constitutionality of the Act, I quickly point out to Section 33 of the Act, which introduces VAT on compensation. So that in that context, my Lord, Section 33 is contrary to Article 24 of the Constitution, as it introduces a limitation on the right to property under Article 40. And it does not pass the threshold for limitation of rights. Finally, as I conclude, my Lords and my Lady, I urge the court to allow the petition, and I invite the court to reiterate the findings by the Supreme Court in the matter of the Speaker of the Senate, that is authority number 10 in my bundle of authorities, where the Supreme Court was emphatic and stated as follows: it emerges that Kenya's legislative bodies bear an obligation to discharge their mandate in accordance with the terms of the Constitution, and they cannot plead any internal rule or indeed any statutory scheme as a reprieve from the obligation. Then secondly, the Constitution vests the legislative authority of the Republic in Parliament. Such authority is derived from the people. And finally, my Lord, pursuant to Article 93(2) provides that the National Assembly and the Senate shall perform their respective functions in accordance with the Constitution. So that as I close my submissions, my Lord and my Lady, any legislative process that falls short of the constitutional muster can be best described as legislative deception. That's all.
Thank you very much. E228 of 2023, this is Kenya Human Rights Commission, Timbang Situation of Social Accountability, Transparency International, and the International Commission of Jurists. Others, so Mr. Bradley.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, we made 5 highlights. My Lord, I make
5 highlights, relying for the rest of the argument on my written submissions. I'll highlight the issue of regressive taxes, the statutory instruments question. I'll take you through the public participation issue, my lord. And lastly, the climate change violations. And then I'll conclude with the issue of money bills and money bills concerning counties. Lord, beginning with the issue of regressive taxes, Article 10, 21.3, 201 demand that taxation must be fair. In the Charles Macharia case delivered last week by the Supreme Court, the court restated the Article 21.3 obligation of all state organs to redress the needs of the vulnerable. In that case, children in juvenile justice, in this case, the poor in taxation. My Lord, the World Bank, in its June 2023 economic update for Kenya, indicates that Kenya has been beset by an economic polycrisis because of the worst drought in 40 years, because of the lingering effects of COVID-19, and because of the ongoing global economic meltdown. The National Treasury acknowledges that. If you look at page 94 of the 2023 BPS, the National Treasury tells us that for the first time in 5 years, the rate of inflation is above the government target. First time in 5 years. And what is the impact of that? It pushes millions into severe food insecurity. And that set of circumstances has a legal effect. It invokes Article 10, social justice, protection of the marginalized. It engages Article 21.3, measures to protect the vulnerable. It invokes Article 201, equitable and fair tax measures. Lord Adam Smith and Atia Waris, whom we've cited in our Bundle of Authorities, explained that fairness, the word used in Article 201, demands that one must pay in proportion to their income. And so, my Lord, Mr. Sore, my friend, will tell you that this is theoretical, but there's something called a regressive tax. A regressive tax is not fair because it pushes the burden to some people more than others. It affects the poor disproportionately. When in 2018, the National Treasury confirmed that doubling VAT on petrol violates the rights of others because it increases hardship, it reduces disposable income. And the other thing that BPS tells you, my Lord, is that the poor spend more than 60% of their income on food. Ordinary households spend about 54%. It is in the BPS. And so, when in an economic crisis, where government is saying that there's a runaway inflation, life has become hard, then you double VAT on the cost of petroleum. You impose excise duty on fish. You target milk, especially formulated for infants. You impose excise duty, my Lord, on produce, food stuff. Then that is a regressive tax. My Lord, it's reminiscent of 1 Kings 12:12, where the people tell King Rehoboam that we're suffering, can you lift our burden a little? But he says, I'll double it. That is what happened. I turn next, my Lord, to the argument that the National Assembly makes, it says that these are policy issues. Do not go into them, so that we do not interrogate the fairness of the taxes imposed by the Finance Act 2023. This same argument was made in William Museni. Policy is mentioned 23 times in that judgment, in that case, which I argued. Same issue, dressed as political question doctrine, is made in the CDF case, again, which I argued. The Supreme Court had the CDF case. My Lord, the Finance Act, even if you cannot determine issues of policy, the Finance Act is an act. It is not a policy. What you cannot do is decide which policy option the state should make. But once the state makes a policy decision, then it's justiciable. Under Article 10, anyone who formulates a policy or implements a policy, or under Article 165, anything done or said to be done under the Constitution. So, my Lord, that should get rid of that argument. I turn to the climate change issue, my Lord. Now, they increase excise duty on glass bottles and on paper packaging. What is the impact? The impact on increasing excise duty on paper packaging, imported paper packaging, is to pile pressure on our forests, is to make people to resort to unclean options like plastics. That violates or threatens Article 42. And it is irrational, my Lord, considering the Climate Change Act 2016, and that this year, Kenya has hosted one international conference on climate change and will, in November, host another on reducing plastic pollution. Yet, this is the year that the National Assembly chooses to impose excise duty on glass bottles, on paper packaging, and to increase VAT on natural gas, a clean energy option. Please find that those climate-leading amendments violate the right to clean and healthy environment. Permit me to turn briefly to the money bill question. Now, if you look at Article 109.5, 109 the entirety, a bill can be introduced in any house. But under 109.5, a money bill may be, the word is introduced only in the National Assembly. The National Assembly, the Attorney General, KRA, take the word introduced and magically transform it to debate. They say that a money bill can only be debated in the National Assembly. My Lord, that would violate Article 96. Because, and the Constitution cannot subvert itself. So you must harmonize. Harmonize 96, harmonize 109.5, and harmonize another article. That is Article 114. Article 114.2 explains why the Constitution demands that a money bill may only be introduced in the National Assembly. And that is because under Article 114.2, National Assembly is given an initial filtering role. One of the few, if not only, situations where the Constitution directly imposes a duty on any committee of Parliament. You will not find it anywhere. Under Article 114.2, the National Assembly must only proceed only in accordance with the recommendation of the relevant committee of the Assembly after considering the views of the Cabinet Secretary responsible for finance. That is why 109.5 says you can only introduce a money bill in the National Assembly in accordance with 114. 114.2 says when a money bill comes in, you can only proceed after considering the views of the committee one and the committee itself after taking into account the views of the CS treasury. My Lord, that reading is constitutionally compliant. It honors the obligation of the Senate to protect counties. It honors the role of the National Assembly to play that initial filtering role, and it respects the value of bicameralism. My Lord,
can affect counties more than their revenue? This is an argument accepted by the Supreme Court. In the CDF case, the Supreme Court was told that look at the objects of this amendment bill. It has nothing to do with counties. It does not mention counties. But the Supreme Court found that the CDF Amendment Act, not the entire act, the Amendment Act, was a matter concerning county governments because it impacted county revenue. My Lord, under Article 102, revenue raised nationally is shared equally among national and county governments. So the more the Finance Act raises, the more counties have to share with the national government. The less it raises, the less they have. The Finance Act is a matter concerning county government. And my Lord, it's not just about that revenue. The other things, the putting housing, statutory instruments, including those made by counties. And my Lord, I turn next to the statutory instruments issue, repeal, the Statutory Instruments Act, whose Section 21 is repealed by Section 88 of the Finance Act. First, it is not a money bill issue. It shouldn't have been in the Finance Act. My Lord, if you look at the list of the statutory instruments, page 56 of our amended petition, you'll find there the Witchcraft Act, Cap 67. What does the Witchcraft Act have to do with finances? Mr. Sole will tell you that because of 114, these are incidental matters, they can go into money. But the Witchcraft Act, my Lord, how is it incidental?
Probably the chiefs will have less work.
The subordinate courts separation and maintenance act, well, I beg my colleagues to just allow me 3 minutes to finalize it. The subordinate courts separation and maintenance act, Cap 153. What does that have to do with taxes, with levies? It is not a money bill issue. The telegraphic press messages act, Cap 512, which you find at page 62 of our amended petition. My Lord, the last time my Lord had a telegraphic message, in short, they put non-money bill issues into the money bill, the finance act, and this is why they did that. In May this year, and Annexure CN 1, 2, and 3, you'll find a resolution and answer debates by the Senate, refusing to extend the life of some 1,700 statutory instruments, whose term had expired under Section 21 of the Statutory Instruments Act. My Lord, that stayed automatic expiry as a constitutional value. If you look at Article 96(4) of the Constitution, delegated legislative power is limited. It's limited because Parliament itself is exercising a delegated power. And so when it gives it to the Cabinet Secretary, it must retain some control. And so the power to make delegated legislation is controlled. Section 4 of that Act, the Statutory Instruments Act, requires mechanisms, my Lord, to ensure the ongoing review of statutory instruments to ensure their continued relevance. Regulations made under the Witchcraft Act still bind the Kenyan people. You'll find regulations made under repealed acts. The law is that if you repeal a statute, the regulations continue unless separately repealed. And so, my Lord, the purpose of Section 21 was to ensure the ongoing usefulness of statutory instruments. The National Assembly knows this. Look at CN5, which is the report of the National Assembly. At page 552, it's the National Assembly, I quote, notes the importance of constantly reviewing the statute. The Senate also knows that. You'll find that at CN Roman numeral 1 at page 51 of our amended petition, the Senate says it's important to scrutinize the statutory instruments to ensure their relevance, justification, and rationale to extend their life. And my lord, they can only extend for 1 year, 12 months. And so the purpose and effect of repealing section 21, my lord, was to defeat that Senate resolution. And you hear the Senate Speaker telling you that they had agreed with the National Assembly Speaker that this bill did not concern the Senate, despite this amendment. And so, my lord, find that one unconstitutional. Look at the Queensland Statutory Instruments Act 1992. It explains also the rationale for state expiry in a manner that concurs with what the National Assembly and the Senate say. My lord, allow me to conclude with the issue of meaningful public participation. My lord, you decided the CIC case. Justice Odunga decides Robert Bakuru. The other decisions. And my lord, we are not saying that every view presented must be adopted. No, that is not the claim here. We are saying that every view presented must be considered. That is the law. My lord, that is the law in BAT Supreme Court. That is the law in the GIFT principles, the global initiative for financial transparency, which Kenya has signed up to. It's also the law in the OECD principles, clarity of subject matter, my lord, complementarity. The view presented must be shown, must be considered, and the state organ must demonstrate how they took into account that view or why they rejected it. My lord, look at page 398 and 399 of CN5. You'll find this remark. The committee rejected the proposal by LSK. Full stop. Rejected. Was there a better view? Was LSK disliked? Rejected one. My lord, page 467, Okoa Uchumi, the people I represent, the committee rejected the proposal. Full stop. Rejected one. What is the reason for rejecting? Trade Union Congress is a petitioner here. Page 469. The committee rejected the proposal. Full stop. My lord, the report does not show that every submission given was considered. My lord, there's worse. The KRA at paragraph 44 tells you, 44, that the National Assembly considered all views given, but 44 times, CNX 5, the CFA and Twaweza counted and found 44 submissions left blank, without a reasoning, without indication of what happened to that, 44 times. And my lord, about 80 submissions cannot be accounted for. What happened to them is not known. And so, my lord, we submit that there was no meaningful opportunity for balanced influence of the decision. The last one, Okoa Uchumi, page 316 to 361, makes 57 submissions, nearly 60. Only 4 are records. Of those 4, 2 are marked as the committee rejected the submissions. My lord, there was no meaningful influence, one meaningful opportunity for public influence. And I apologize to the colleagues for exceeding the time.
Mr. Oganda?
Oganda.
Oganda.
Thomas Oganda for the 6th and 7th petitioners. Your Lordship, Your Ladyship, I pick up from where Senior Counsel Otiende Amolo left, and he equated this court to the bastion and bulwark of constitutionalism in this country. Quickly, in terms of comparative constitutional law, the year is 1919, August 11th specifically, whereby the Weimar Republic ushers a new constitution after the fall of Germany. That constitution is important for this reason. It had a Bill of Rights, and it properly recognized the individual as the locus of authority, just like our Constitution 2010. That Constitution had a shelf life of 3 years. It failed. Why did that Constitution fail? For these reasons. One, it was deliberately undermined by legislation under it. Two, it was deliberately undermined by political action. Your Ladyship, Your Lordship, you are the bulwark, the bastion of constitutionalism. And we have submitted to you our authority number 1, page 1 to 72 of our bundle of authorities, that legality, the principle of legality, is one of the tools that the judiciary uses to examine the acts of state. Your Lordship, Justice Mugambi, you asked a question on public participation. It has been flogged enough, but I want to give precise bullet point answers. Public participation is a principle enacted to address limitations of representative government. Therefore, if I had time, I will take us to the history of democracy in its incipient stage, whereby we used to sit as Africans around tables and make decisions through consensus. There's a tool called the Boule, B-O-U-L-E. The Greeks had the Agora, whereby decisions were made from a small platform. That is what public participation intends to do, to take us to that environment where decisions were given meaning and at least accounted for. Secondly, Your Lordship, legislators do not always represent the views of the people. In theory, they are supposed to. In fact, they do not. Our fast-past-the-post electoral system has ensured that certain ethnic minorities are excluded by the majoritarian interests, and therefore they are dominated, excluded from governance. That is why public participation and the need to account for the views given is important. The mechanisms that facilitate effective public participation ensure that these people are respected. They are included in the democratic code. I will not belabor public participation further. There is the BAT case that issued guidelines. I had a position here that Parliament is considering legislation on public participation. I take a different view. Once the Supreme Court has synthesized and distilled the elements of public participation, given as constitutional law, qua Article 94 of the Constitution, that is law. Parliament has no business legislating on it. So the guiding light for this law, in terms of what amounts to public participation, we go to the BAT case by the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court, echoing what George Vincent Odunga J in Ex parte Gakuru, those two decisions give a conjunctive test. There's a qualitative and quantitative element to public participation. Those elements have not been met. I move next to the impugned notice by the Cabinet Secretary in charge of housing, ostensibly in exercise of powers under Section 84, read together with Section 31 of the Employment Act. Error. Under the law, Section 2 of the Employment Act, as read with Section 91 of the Employment Act, the authority to make rules and any instrument worth calling itself a statutory instrument under the Employment Act is within the domain of the Cabinet Secretary in charge of labor matters. Not the CS, housing and transport. I can almost best my dime that I will be told there is the principle of collective responsibility, and therefore any CS can do what was done in those impugned notices. Those of us who studied law at second year remember the principle of delegatus non delegate potest. A delegate cannot delegate any further. So when you are a CS and statute delegates to you authority to make rules, that has to be read with interconnectedness with Article 94. And therefore, when Parliament, through the Employment Act, specifically identifies the officer that is the Cabinet Secretary for Employment, that Cabinet Secretary cannot delegate it any further. My brother Ochiel has submitted, and others have submitted, on the Statutory Instruments Act. That act has to be read together with the provisions of the Interpretation and General Provisions Act. The following provisions complement the provisions of the Statutory Instruments Act, the Lordship and Leadership, Section 27 of that Act. All subsidiary legislation have to be published in the Gazette and shall come into operation on the day of publication. Important. The question is, this notice appointing KRA as an agent, in addition to the shortfalls identified in the Statutory Instruments Act, impugns Section 27. Retrospective application, Section 28 of that Act answers us. I will invite the court to look at it. Section 33 of this Act. Acts done under subsidiary legislation are deemed to be done under the Act which authorizes it. Again, buttressing our argument, Section 2, Section 91 of the Employment Act. The Cabinet Secretary who ought to have issued guidelines, who ought to have appointed KRA, if at all, was the Cabinet Secretary in charge of employment matters, not labor. Employment and labor matters, not housing. Section 34 requires that any instrument in the nature of rules and regulations has to be laid before the National Assembly. The notice, the impugned notice and the agency notice to KRA holds out in its Austinian sense, John Austin. We were forced to obey the command and we remit taxes or levy, whatever it's called, ostensibly because of those rules. Your Lordship, those rules ought to have been submitted to the National Assembly by virtue of Section 34 of this Act. In conclusion, and as I wound up, a lot has been said about policy, that this court ought to keep off political questions. The lead decision of Justice Joel Ngugi in the BBI case, David D. and others, ably captures the authority of this court as captured in Article 165, such that merely a threat to the Constitution is an invitation for this court to deal with that threat whenever it occurs. The Constitution 2010 baptizes this court as a Kelsenian court. This is a court that is supposed to do judicial review. And judicial review under the context of the Constitution 2010 and reading specifically the principal provisions, Article 10, the Constitution 2010 mandates this court to even examine policy considerations, however crafted. Anything that lacks legitimacy cannot be effective. Lacking in effectiveness, they cannot develop legitimacy. Those are not my words, those are the words of Samuel Huntington, third wave of democratization in the late 20th century, attacks in political science. Basically, anything that was not procedurally, constitutionally infirm cannot be a material of governance. Anything done without according to the authority of the people as the sovereign locus under the Constitution 2010 cannot be baptized, cannot be solemnized by an imprimatur of this court. We humbly submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. E232 of 2023, Robert Katogopa Mwala.
lady and my lords, my name is Robert Kamwara. For the record, I will be relying on my amended petition dated the 9th of August 2023. My affidavit sworn on the 9th of August 2023. My father affidavit sworn on the 24th of August 2023. My written submissions dated 24th. And my supplementary written submissions dated the 8th of September in response to the first and second respondents' submission. My Lord, yes, my Lord, on my way here I carried 4 stones, but I was denied to count them. So I'll simply explain them and I wish you visualize them. And by 4 stones, my Lord, one of them is openness, thickness, accountability, and ambiguity. I want to put section 84 on the weighing scale. And my Lord, the purpose of doing this is to demonstrate how section 84 is ambiguous. In this case, I'll be asking a question. Is section 84 of the Finance Act unconstitutional? And the answer is the affirmative. This section has been enacted to ensure that there is as much opaqueness as there can be. Why do I say that? When the Finance Bill was brought to the public for the public participation, the Finance Bill in itself stipulated clearly the issues that through the Employment Act would be amended and the benefits that the members of public, those who are employees and employers, would benefit from. I'll read in brief the small titles, that are the marginal titles. One of the things that was supposed to be amended was that there would be a national housing fund, a national housing development fund. My Lord, my lady, in the enactment of the Finance Act, nothing like this was demonstrated. Further to that, the Finance Bill was clear, and it had stated that employees are to qualify for affordable housing. And who are these? It clearly stated, and it is said that employees would benefit and they would be financed for purchase of a house. The Finance Act that came out, my Lord, my lady, did not have that. The Finance Bill further was clear on how funds would be transferred back in the event that somebody retired and did not need to use the monies that he had paid from his employment. The Finance Act does not address that. It's clear that the space between the Finance Bill up to the time of the enactment of the law, there was a lot of ambiguity that took place. No openness came out, and we can comfortably say that the Act is purely ambiguous. It is meant to confuse. Initially, it was very clear, but later it was meant to confuse Kenyans. Article 10 and Article 201 on principles of public finance. The Public Finance Act clearly states that everything should be open and there should be no opaqueness in anything. There was no transparency. Bearing in mind that the Constitution has only provided for 4 kinds of taxes, that is the income tax, VAT, excise and customs. We are blind to where this housing, affordable housing levy, should be allocated. Fine. The legislators are saying, the respondents are clearly saying that there is Article 209(2) that allows the creation of additional taxes. The legislators can put in new taxes. But in this case, where can we present the housing levy to? It is not clear. The first respondent, in his replying affidavit in paragraph 24 and 25, alleged that the funds were to be governed by the National Housing Corporation. However, the Act is silent. The Act does not say where the money is going to be taken to. These are a lot of funds. The month of August itself, a lot of monies were deducted from all these people who were seated here and those also in the bench. Monies were deducted from their salaries, but truly the money cannot be accounted for. I wish to now bring to your attention my second point about opaqueness once again. And Section 84 states that the levy shall be deducted from the gross pay of employees. What is gross pay? What is gross pay? The fourth respondent has attempted through an instrument which I would call a public declaration or a roadside declaration that gross pay is 1, 2, 3, 4 things. There is nowhere in the Income Tax Act that this has been properly defined. There is nowhere gross pay has been defined. In that case, the public finance management legislation states that there should be clarity, and the purpose is to collect as much as possible. We can tell the reason why the Finance Act put in the affordable housing is purely just to collect money, monies that cannot be accounted for. Therefore, we can say no accountability, despite the fact that we want to collect as much using the ambiguous methods of collecting cash. I'll rely on my panel of documents on paragraph 24, Republic versus Commissioner of Domestic Taxes. And my lord, on this, I'll rely on the Nairobi oil refineries versus Attorney General. In the judgment, it was clear that it is within the authority of the legislature to enact legislation governing the manner in which particular form of taxes is to be administered, including the manner in which it is to be imposed. Therefore, the legislature did not cover or did not undertake its work to fully ensure that Article 210, to ensure that the taxes that were being created were not properly collected. Article 201 and Article 10 then can clearly be seen to be infringed, because in Article 10, accountability, national values, good governance on how the funds are going to be utilized does not seem to be coming out. Further, this demonstrates that in Section 84, there was a lot of ambiguity because the fifth respondent purported to appoint the fourth respondent. However, it should be the vice versa, where we have the CS, Treasury, who should be appointing Kenya Revenue Authority, and not the CS of lands appointing Kenya Revenue Authority to do the collection of tax. Under what law was the appointment done? It is clear that there is ambiguity and that there was no clarity on those issues, and therefore the reason why they had to quickly try and circumvent and get the Commissioner of Income Tax putting up something very fast to collect the funds. The first and second respondent justifies the appointment of the fourth respondent on basis of Section 75 of the PFM Act. But my lords and my ladies, this is not right. Only the CS of Finance can appoint the fourth respondent to undertake collection of revenue, and in that way then, this was a true intervention, a true contravention of law. This was actually intentional, I would say, to create more opaqueness on the violation of Article 10, violation of Article 201, funds taken away from members of public from hard-earned money, being diverted into accounts that cannot be explained, rightly denying the right of property to members of public, and defying and infringing Article 40 of the Constitution. It's actually unconstitutional and pointing to the fact that there is a lot of opaqueness on this issue. The Statutory Instrument Act also clearly... Sorry for that. The Statutory Instruments Act in Section 5 breathes life into Article 201 of the Constitution, where we say that public participation should be actually undertaken when you want to enact any document, like the guidelines for KRA. This was not undertaken. So, my Lord, I wish to submit that the Section 84 of the Finance Act be declared unconstitutional, and therefore we pray that the petition be prayed as allowed, and I wish to thank you, my Lord.
Thank you. Please, my Lord, my lady, my name is Ongoya. I appear for the petitioners in petition number 234 of 2023. In summary, my Lord, my lady, the petitioners rely on the amended petition dated 10th August 2023 and the supporting affidavit of Dr. Charles Maguire the same day, as well as the written submissions and the list and bundle of authorities, all dated 5th September 2023. In the interest of time, I adopt the averment in the petition, the depositions in the affidavit, and the contents of the written submissions, and wish to highlight the following brief aspects. Number one, this petition brings on board the voice of the workers in this dispute. If the Finance Act 2023 shall go down in history as an oppressive piece of legislation to the Kenyan public, then the most oppressed, the core of the oppressed in that statute shall be the workers of this country, as I will demonstrate shortly. There are two aspects that these petitioners focus on in their challenge of this legislation, and that is number one, that part of the Finance Act, that is Section 26, that amended the Income Tax Act to increase certain individual income taxes. And number two, Section 84 of that act, which amended the Employment Act at Section 31B, so by introducing Section 31B. Allow me, my lords and my lady, to begin by laying the constitutional basis of this challenge. I will start with Article 19, Clause 3B of the Constitution, which provides that the rights and fundamental freedoms in the Bill of Rights do not exclude other rights and fundamental freedoms not in the Bill of Rights, but recognized or conferred by law, except to the extent that they are inconsistent with this chapter. That clause, paragraph C, which provides that those rights and fundamental freedoms are subject only to the limitations contemplated in this Constitution. It follows, therefore, that the rights of workers that are provided for in, among other statutes, the Employment Act, form an integral part of the Bill of Rights by instrument of Article 19, Clause 3, Paragraph B of the Constitution. And therefore, if one wants to limit the rights of workers as set out in the Employment Act, they must comply with the criteria for limitation that is spelled out in Article 24 of the Constitution. And this is what then Parliament does in enacting Section 84 of the Finance Act. It amends the Employment Act by inserting Section 31B, which provides that notwithstanding the provisions of Section 3(2)(a), B, C, and D of the Act. This is a very egregious part of this statute, because this is what the statute does. Section 3(2)(a), B, C, and D of the Employment Act removes certain persons from the application of the Employment Act. It says if people employed under the Armed Forces Act, under the Prison Service Act, and the National Police Service Act, and that act, the Employment Act, does not apply to them. What Parliament does in the Finance Act is to bring them back to the Employment Act for the limited purpose of taxing them. It says we shall bring it, notwithstanding sections 3(2)(a), we shall bring you back for the limited purpose of levying the housing levy on you. Then disapply the rest of the provisions of that act in terms of the other rights of employees to you. It's the only statute I know, my Lord, that imposes only obligations on a subject and expressly denies them corresponding rights under the same law. That is the Finance Act that is being litigated before you today. But in the interest of time, what is the net effect of these two provisions that we have singled out? The Trade Unions Congress appeared before Parliament and has come before you and said, look, there is Section 19 of the Employment Act that ring fences, that protects wages and incomes of employees from unregulated deductions. All of them, including statutory deductions like taxes. And it says, okay, we are going to allow the following categories of deductions. But says, whatever you do as the deducting agency, the employer, if you may, do not effect deductions on the salaries of an employee so as to leave an employee with anything less than 1/3 of his income. So the Trade Unions Congress goes before Parliament and says, look, if you wantonly introduce new taxes targeting employees, as you have done in Section 36, increase the Income Tax Act for certain bands of employees, and through an introduction of Section 31B of the Employment Act, introduce a new tax, the housing levy. What you do is that you are adding them to the existing deductions, and the employer has no choice over these ones. Address yourself to that question. Apply your mind to it, that what is the effect of these consequential amendments to the protections under Section 19 of the Employment Act. My learned colleague Ochiel Dudley summarized for you what the Parliament said. It said that invitation is rejected. Why? Are you saying that it's nonsensical? It makes no sense completely. Are you saying that when stakeholders tell you that apply your mind Section 19 of the Employment Act, they are being irrelevant in the considerations that they are inviting you to apply? Is that kind of arbitrariness where an invitation of this nature is rejected by a wave of the hand with no reasons supplied that dealt a debilitating blow on the constitutionality of these provisions of the Finance Act? They render provisions on public participation illusory. They have no effect. My clients at least expected reasons on why these invitations take into account the provisions of Section 19 of the Employment Act were not taken on board. But more importantly, when we bring the matter before this court, what do the respondents tell this court in their reply? They say no. The duty to ensure Section 19 is complied with is not that of we, the lawmakers. That's in complete violation of Articles 20 and 21 of the Constitution that make it the obligation of every person to ensure respect for rights and freedoms. So it says not the obligation. It is the obligation of the employer. And two, it is for the employees, that's what they are saying in their responses before you, to go and negotiate with the other lenders, the people they owe the Shylocks, to rearrange their deductions so that they remain within that minimum 30% rule. It is not the obligation of Parliament to take that into account. I submit respectfully that the state's obligations to protect its citizens was highly compromised by that attitude on the part of the lawmaker as they made this law, and on their part as they responded to the petition before this court. Allow me to also address the impact of Article 24, Clause 2A of the Constitution on the matters before you. Article 24, Clause 2, Paragraph A, provides that despite Clause 1, that is the clause on how rights can be limited, a provision in legislation limiting a right or fundamental freedom, in the case of a provision enacted or amended on or after the effective date, as is the case of the Finance Act here, is not valid, that's what I'm emphasizing, unless the legislation specifically expresses the intention to limit that right or fundamental freedom and the nature and the extent of that limitation. We submit that an employee has proprietary interest in his income. An employee's income is an employee's property, duly acquired after laboring for the period of labor for which he is paid. For the lawmaker to enact provisions in the nature of Section 26 of the Finance Act and Section 84 to take away a part of that property, by law, compliance must be had to Article 24, Clause 2, Paragraph A of the Constitution. We invite you to look at that law, and you will realize that in terms of the bill, the proposal to enact that law in the nature of the bill, it lacked that specificity in terms of specifying that it intended to limit employees' property rights within the meaning of Article 40 of the Constitution. And what the Constitution says is that if that happens, then that legislation is not valid. It's against this background that the petitioners in petition number A234 invite you to declare that sections 26 and 84 of the Finance Act are invalid and of no effect, and to strike them out accordingly. In addition to all that, I invite you, my lords, to look at our written submissions that explain those points in detail, and we rest our submissions at that juncture. Thank you so much for the attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ogoy. We now go to E237 E237 of 2023 with the petition by Frederick Wanyago-Bola and others.
Thank you very much, my lord and lady. My name is Professor Frederick Bola, first petitioner in the petition E237 of 2023. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm a governance expert, so that's the angle we're going to take. I place my reliance on the petition that we have filed, our written submissions, and the accompanying list and bundle of case digest. I seek to answer 4 questions for my submissions today. And the questions I'm going to give for those submission today is whether the imposition of VAT on insurance compensation is unconstitutional. The second question is that the Finance Act and all certain provisions in the Finance Act are unconstitutional. The third question is whether there was sufficient public participation in the process leading to the enactment of the Finance Act. And the last question I address, Your Honor, is what are the roles and duties insofar as the petition that is before you is concerned. So to start with, VAT on insurance compensation. Instances where VAT will be imposed are as follows. With regards to imposition of VAT on insurance compensation, in answering the question whether insurance compensation is eligible or not, VAT must be subjected as insurance compensation is not a consumable if you like, a service or good, and therefore they should not be taxable as they are being subjected to the current tax with the Finance Act. So to the extent that you find that it is inevitable to find that insurance compensation is not a consumable good or service supplied, you must therefore reach out an inevitable conclusion that the imposition of the VAT on insurance compensation in the Finance Act is in violation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. The second question is on the unconstitutionality of the various sections of the entire Finance Act. In addressing you on this issue, my lady and lord, I submit that your duty and obligation under this issue, insofar as the case of the petitioner is concerned, is to interpret the Constitution and apply the Bill of Rights. In applying the Bill of Rights, you are mandated and obligated to adopt an interpretation that most favors the enforcement of the right or fundamental freedom contained in the Bill of Rights as directed in Article 23, Clause B. You are also additionally required to utilize and apply the constitutional principles on interpretation of the Constitution under Article 259, which requires you to interpret the Constitution in a liberal and purpose approach in a manner that protects and promotes the purpose and principles of the Constitution. Your Honor, I'm not just a consequentialist where consequences determines what people should do, because that is a happy part. But more specifically, we have to say that we submit that we have to look at the two parts where we talk about both purpose and the effect of any legislation, because sometimes the effect can be good, but the purpose is lost. What then was the purpose of the Finance Act? By its name, is an act that helps the government raise finances to cater for its budgetary expenses for financial year 2023-2024. The petitioner, in the petition before you, is aggrieved by the effect of the said act on the Constitution, which I now proceed to address you as follows. 1. All of us in this group might know that it's been stated that this Finance Act was the most popular act in the history of Kenya. Without evidence, I don't want to go there, but all we know that it was least intellectually debated. As my colleague said, reject, reject, reject. There was no intellectual discourse. So on the public participation, on the face of the petition that is before you, we have shown and demonstrated that the certain sections of the Finance Act were amended when the Act was still a bill before the floor of the House of the third respondent, that's the National Assembly. Honorable members of the court, public participation is a constitutional requirement under Article 10, Section 2 of the Constitution. Consequently, I invite you to find that the extent that the impunch clauses, which you have stated, were introduced to the bill and are not subjected back to public participation, in their express view, the said sections are violative of the constitutional principle of public participation, which serves the purpose of informing the public of what is expected and to their concerns and fears. The second one, on discriminatory nature of the housing levy in contravention of Article 27 and 43 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. My lords and ladies, the housing levy as passed under the Finance Act requires mandatory contributions from both the employer and employee. It means therefore the right to housing provided for under Article 43, Section 1 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. The effect of this is that only the persons who are employed will have the benefit of being able to have the right under thus violation of constitutional rights, principle of non-discrimination on the grounds which is contrary to Article 27, Section 4 of the Constitution. My lords and ladies, as I finish my submissions, which of course you see is precise, I would like to urge you not to bury your head from the issues affecting Kenyans, like the Court of Appeal did and the Supreme Court already. Just do the right thing. Don't be scared of the injustice already done by the higher courts. Because we believe that from the low courts, you can get justice, and sometimes justice appears as you go the sky above. And I would like to plead to you that you might be able to consider the plights of Kenyans who are suffering in these taxes as being listed here in many ways, and the inconsistencies in it that we make before you. With those few remarks, I urge you to allow the prayer sought in the petition number E237 of 2023 as prayed. I thank you, my lady and lords, for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jerry Owo.
Yes, he was in the same petition.
Since he is not here, we move on to the next. E254 of 2023, Mr. Arwa. Mr. Arwa, you're eating into the time of the parties.
My lord, my lady, in that matter, as I indicated earlier, I appear together with my colleague Mr. Dunga for all the petitioners. Unlike all the other petitions, this particular petition challenges only one provision of the Finance Act, specifically Section 47, Paragraph A, Subparagraph Roman 12.
Section
47A, Roman 12. My lords and my lady, the position of the petitioners is that this particular provision is unconstitutional and should be declared much. The main reason why the petitioners contend that it is unconstitutional is because it was never contained in the bill that was published on 28th of April 2023 and which was submitted to public participation. My lords and my lady, there are several other issues that we intend to raise, most of which have already been touched on. Therefore, I will not dwell on them. I'll only touch on the aspects of our submissions that have not been submitted on by my parliament. And specifically, my lords and my lady, I will be addressing basically 6 issues. Number 1, how do constitutional values implicate the legislative process? Number 2, what amounts to a bill for purposes of Article 109 of the Constitution? Number 3, what does public participation in the legislative process entail? Number 4, what does amendment of a bill actually entail? 5, what is the implication of the impugned section on the right to health? And finally, what is the implication of that particular legislative provision on socio-economic rights entrenched in Article 43 of the Constitution? So I will start with the first issue. The implications of constitutional values on legislative
process. And my lords and my ladies, I submit that this is not an I report. I will start with Article 10, Sub-Article 1, Paragraph B. And this is what it says. National values and principles of governance in this article bind all state organs, state officers, public officers, and all persons whenever any of them, in paragraph B, enacts or interprets the Constitution, any law or the Constitution. And also, my lady, the substance of my submission is that these constitutional values bind Parliament. In every step they take in the legislative process, must take into account these values. Specifically in relation to Section 47 that we are complaining about, it is admitted by all respondents that it never featured in the bill. And if you read paragraph 10 of the affidavit sworn by Samuel Joroge on behalf of Parliament, he clarified, my lord and my lady, that when the bill was at the committee stage, some proposal was presented to the committee. And it is this proposal that was eventually passed into law. Essentially admitting, my lord and my lady, that this proposal was introduced on the floor at the committee, at the third reading stage. That, my lord and my lady, you will see in paragraph 10 of the affidavit sworn by the Speaker of the National Assembly. The question, therefore, is whether a bill and a proposal which is introduced at that late stage can be enacted into law without being taken back for public participation. Now, submission, my lord and my lady, is that it is not possible. And it's important to note, my lord and my lady, that Parliament was very much aware of it. I invite my lord and my lady to look at pages 80, 81, and 86 of the report that was presented by Parliament and annexed to the affidavit of Samuel Joroge. In those 3 pages, you will see that Parliament actually rejected other proposals that were introduced for the first time at that stage. Meaning that they were, and the reason given was, these matters have not been taken for public participation. So what we see here, my lord and my lady, is a situation where Parliament selects which new proposals to enact into law and which new proposals to reject for failure to comply with public participation. And it is our humble submission, my lord and my lady, that Parliament cannot do that under our constitutional dispensation. Specifically, Article 10 entrenches the value of integrity, the value of transparency, the value of equality, and the value of good governance. All these values bind Parliament. The value of integrity cannot permit Parliament to choose which new legislative proposals to accept and which new legislative proposals to reject. They must act with integrity. And this is a constitutional imperative. Secondly, my lords and my ladies,
The value of transparency require Parliament to explain to Kenyans on what basis they reject some new proposals and on what basis they accept other new proposals. It is a duty which they have to explain to Kenyans why some new proposals are being accepted and others are being rejected. Otherwise, we are going to encourage impunity and arbitrariness in our constitutional dispensations. That, my lords and my ladies, Parliament owes a duty to all Kenyans who submit proposals for their consideration. And where two Kenyans submit new proposals at that late stage, it is not fair for Parliament to choose to treat one of them differently from the other. So all the stakeholders who submitted new proposals at that late stage were entitled to be treated equally. And it is not for Parliament to decide which one to give them favorable treatment and which one to be rejected. And finally, my lords and my ladies, our submission is that Parliament, after all, does not have the power to selectively choose what to accept and what not to accept when they are all submitted at a very late stage. Those constitutional values bind Parliament, and where Parliament acted in clear violation of such values, then whatever it does amounts to an argument. Well, the second issue is what is a bill for purposes of Article 1. You are concluding as you allow me just to wind up. My submission on this problem is that every legislative proposal must be contained in a bill. And that means that it is what is already contained in a published bill that can be submitted for public participation. It is therefore inconceivable that a new proposal can feature for the first time in an act of Parliament. Section 47A that we are complaining about will not be seen in any of the versions of the bill. And you have them before you. It features only for the first time in the act, meaning that this is a proposal that never appeared in a bill and could not have been passed within the meaning of Article 109. As concerns the issue of public participation, my Lord, I just want to point out that this is an issue that has been considered before, and the courts have held that where a new proposal is introduced at a very late stage, then that proposal must be taken back to public participation. And that is what ought to have happened in this case. My Lord, there is the question of what amounts to an amendment. An amendment, in our humble submission, must mean and mean only an amendment to an existing proposal in the bill. It cannot mean introduction of a new bill, a new provision that has never featured at all in the bill. And my lady, therefore, it was not possible for this particular provision to have been introduced by way of amendment. And that is the same with other provisions, my Lord, that I could use Mr. Mola to refer to, all the 25 of them. Finally, my Lord, allow me to point out that these proposals have got adverse effect on the right to health and socioeconomic rights. To the extent that they will increase the cost of medicine and place the medicines beyond the reach of ordinary disease, thereby violating the right to health, which is entrenched in Article 43. It is also going to make it very difficult for with other global manufacturers. Now, on this point, my Lord, we are aware that Parliament can pass legislation that limits fundamental rights. but they must meet the requirements of Article 24. Our submission is that consideration is not sufficient at all. My Lord, and already for those reasons we have urged this on the report to allow our petition to be granted the order.
Part of this particular morning is challenging the Finance Act 2023 that was implemented by the national government for the better part of the last few months, that was backdated to July and August. For the better part of this particular morning, a 3-judge bench constituting and led by Justice David Majanja as well as Lady Justice Christine Meoli and Justice Lawrence Mugambi have been hearing 10 petitioners before them trying to ensure and challenge the Finance Act of 2023 that to many was termed as not to be palatable to many of the residents, not just here in the capital, but the country at large. Now, the parties have been allowed to avail at least a maximum of 3 counsel and an assistant to initially that was the direction by the David Majanja-led bench, including that all petitioners' cases should be consolidated and their submissions have been given up to at least 1:30 so that they can break for lunch and then come back to hear the respondents who presented their submission from 2:30 p.m. till 8 p.m. So all eyes will be on the corridors of justice, and the outcome of this particular hearing, of course, will set the stage for the Finance Act 2023 that has already been implemented. Now, the key issues that have been raised by those petitioners, 10 among them, includes that the Senate was not fully involved, but I do hear from my directors that we already have the link to the corridors of justice. Let's head over back there as the petitioners will be breaking. Of course, we'll keep us up to date in whatever is happening from the corridors of justice. Our reporters, that is Mondiga as well as Ruth, will be on standby to brief us in this particular update. But this concludes what has been happening this particular morning. And of course, it will continue from 2:30 to 8 p.m. My name is Abdiaziz Hashim. I want to hand you over to the lunchtime news led by Irene Muchuma. Good afternoon for now.